A company collects data for temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure in cities across multiple continents. The average volume of data that the company collects from each site daily is 500 gigabytes. Each site has a high-speed internet connection. The company wants to aggregate the data from all these global sites as quickly as possible in a single Amazon S3 bucket. The solution must minimize operational complexity. Which solution meets these requirements? Turn on S3 transfer acceleration on the destination S3 bucket. Use multi-part uploads to directly upload site data to the destination S3 bucket. A company needs the ability to analyze the log files of its proprietary application. The logs are stored in JSON format in an Amazon S3 bucket. Queries will be simple and will run on demand. A solutions architect needs to perform the analysis with minimal changes to the existing architecture. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Use Amazon Athena directly with Amazon S3 to run the queries as needed. A company uses AWS Organizations to manage multiple AWS accounts for different departments. The management account has an Amazon S3 bucket that contains project reports. The company wants to limit access to this S3 bucket to only users of accounts within the organization in AWS Organizations. Which solution meets these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Add the AWS PrincipalOrgID global condition key with a reference to the organization ID to the S3 bucket policy. An application runs on an Amazon EC2 instance in a VPC. The application processes logs that are stored in an Amazon S3 bucket. The EC2 instance needs to access the S3 bucket without connectivity to the Internet. Which solution will provide private network connectivity to Amazon S3? Create a gateway VPC endpoint to the S3 bucket. A company is hosting a web application on AWS using a single Amazon EC2 instance that stores user-uploaded documents in an Amazon EBS volume. For better scalability and availability, the company duplicated the architecture and created a second EC2 instance and EBS volume in another availability zone, placing both behind an application load balancer. After completing this change, users reported that, each time they refreshed the website, they could see one subset of their documents or the other, but never all of the documents at the same time. What should a solutions architect propose to ensure users see all of their documents at once? Copy the data from both EBS volumes to Amazon EFS. Modify the application to save new documents to Amazon EFS. A company uses NFS to store large video files in on-premises network-attached storage. Each video file ranges in size from 1 megabyte to 500 gigabytes. The total storage is 70 terabytes and is no longer growing. The company decides to migrate the video files to Amazon S3. The company must migrate the video files as soon as possible while using the least possible network bandwidth. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an AWS Snowball Edge job. Receive a Snowball Edge device on premises. Use the Snowball Edge client to transfer data to the device. Return the device so that AWS can import the data into Amazon S3. A company has an application that ingests incoming messages. Dozens of other applications and microservices then quickly consume these messages. The number of messages varies drastically and sometimes increases suddenly to 100,000 each second. The company wants to decouple the solution and increase scalability. Which solution meets these requirements? Publish the messages to an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic with multiple Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SOS, subscriptions. Configure the consumer applications to process the messages from the queues. A company is migrating a distributed application to AWS. The application serves variable workloads. The legacy platform consists of a primary server that coordinates jobs across multiple compute nodes. The company wants to modernize the application with a solution that maximizes resiliency and scalability. How should a solutions architect design the architecture to meet these requirements? Configure an Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, queue as a destination for the jobs. Implement the compute nodes with Amazon EC2 instances that are managed in an auto-scaling group. Configure EC2 auto-scaling based on the size of the queue. A company is running an SMB file server in its data center. The file server stores large files that are accessed frequently for the first few days after the files are created. After 7 days the files are rarely accessed. The total data size is increasing and is close to the company's total storage capacity. A solutions architect must increase the company's available storage space without losing low-latency access to the most recently accessed files. The solutions architect must also provide file lifecycle management to avoid future storage issues. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an Amazon S3 file gateway to extend the company's storage space. Create an S3 lifecycle policy to transition the data to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 7 days. A company is building an e-commerce web application on AWS. The application sends information about new orders to an Amazon API Gateway REST API to process. The company wants to ensure that orders are processed in the order that they are received. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use an API gateway integration to send a message to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, FIFO queue when the application receives an order. Configure the SQS FIFO queue to invoke an AWS Lambda function for processing. A company has an application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances and uses an Amazon Aurora database. The EC2 instances connect to the database by using usernames and passwords that are stored locally in a file. The company wants to minimize the operational overhead of credential management. What should a solutions architect do to accomplish this goal? Use AWS Secrets Manager and attach an IAM role that grants access to that secret to the EC2 instances that need it. Turn on automatic rotation. A global company hosts its web application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The web application has static data and dynamic data. The company stores its static data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company wants to improve performance and reduce latency for the static data and dynamic data. The company is using its own domain name registered with Amazon Route 53. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution that has the S3 bucket and the ALB as origins. Configure Route 53 to route traffic to the CloudFront distribution. A company performs monthly maintenance on its AWS infrastructure. During these maintenance activities, the company needs to rotate the credentials for its Amazon RDS for MySQL databases across multiple AWS regions. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Store the credentials as secrets in AWS Secrets Manager. Use multi-region secret replication for the required regions. Configure Secrets Manager to rotate the secrets on a schedule. A company runs an e-commerce application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The instances run in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. The auto-scaling group scales based on CPU utilization metrics. The e-commerce application stores the transaction data in a MySQL 8.0 database that is hosted on a large EC2 instance. The database's performance degrades quickly as application load increases. The application handles more read requests than write transactions. The company wants a solution that will automatically scale the database to meet the demand of unpredictable read workloads while maintaining high availability. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon Aurora with a multi-AZ deployment. Configure Aurora auto-scaling with Aurora replicas. A company recently migrated to AWS and wants to implement a solution to protect the traffic that flows in and out of the production VPC. The company had an inspection server in its on-premises data center. The inspection server performed specific operations such as traffic flow inspection and traffic filtering. The company wants to have the same functionalities in the AWS cloud. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Network Firewall to create the required rules for traffic inspection and traffic filtering for the production VPC. A company hosts a data lake on AWS. The data lake consists of data in Amazon S3 and Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL. The company needs a reporting solution that provides data visualization and includes all the data sources within the data lake. Only the company's management team should have full access to all the visualizations. The rest of the company should have only limited access. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an analysis in Amazon QuickSight. Connect all the data sources and create new datasets. Publish dashboards to visualize the data. Share the dashboards with the appropriate users and groups. A company is implementing a new business application. The application runs on 2 Amazon EC2 instances and uses an Amazon S3 bucket for document storage. A solutions architect needs to ensure that the EC2 instances can access the S3 bucket. What should the solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Create an IAM role that grants access to the S3 bucket. Attach the role to the EC2 instances. An application development team is designing a microservice that will convert large images to smaller, compressed images. When a user uploads an image through the web interface, the microservice should store the image in an Amazon S3 bucket, process and compress the image with an AWS Lambda function, and store the image in its compressed form in a different S3 bucket. A solutions architect needs to design a solution that uses durable, stateless components to process the images automatically. Which combination of actions will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Configure the S3 bucket to send a notification to the SQS queue when an image is uploaded to the S3 bucket. Configure the Lambda function to use the Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue as the invocation source. When the SQS message is successfully processed, delete the message in the queue. A company has a 3-tier web application that is deployed on AWS. The web servers are deployed in a public subnet in a VPC. The application servers and database servers are deployed in private subnets in the same VPC. The company has deployed a third-party virtual firewall appliance from AWS Marketplace in an inspection VPC. The appliance is configured with an IP interface that can accept IP packets. A solutions architect needs to integrate the web application with the appliance to inspect all traffic to the application before the traffic reaches the web server. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Deploy a gateway load balancer in the inspection VPC. Create a gateway load balancer endpoint to receive the incoming packets and forward the packets to the appliance. A company wants to improve its ability to clone large amounts of production data into a test environment in the same AWS region. The data is stored in Amazon EC2 instances on Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes. Modifications to the cloned data must not affect the production environment. The software that accesses this data requires consistently high I/O performance. A solutions architect needs to minimize the time that is required to clone the production data into the test environment. Which solution will meet these requirements? Take EBS snapshots of the production EBS volumes. Turn on the EBS Fast Snapshot Restore feature on the EBS snapshots. Restore the snapshots into new EBS volumes. Attach the new EBS volumes to EC2 instances in the test environment. An e-commerce company wants to launch a one-deal-a-day website on AWS. Each day will feature exactly one product on sale for a period of 24 hours. The company wants to be able to handle millions of requests each hour with millisecond latency during peak hours. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use an Amazon S3 bucket to host the website's static content. Deploy an Amazon CloudFront distribution. Set the S3 bucket as the origin. Use Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda functions for the backend APIs. Store the data in Amazon DynamoDB. A solutions architect is using Amazon S3 to design the storage architecture of a new digital media application. The media files must be resilient to the loss of an availability zone. Some files are accessed frequently while other files are rarely accessed in an unpredictable pattern. The solutions architect must minimize the costs of storing and retrieving the media files. Which storage option meets these requirements? S3 Intelligent Tiering. A company is storing backup files by using Amazon S3 standard storage. The files are accessed frequently for 1 month. However, the files are not accessed after 1 month. The company must keep the files indefinitely. Which storage solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create an S3 lifecycle configuration to transition objects from S3 standard to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 month. A company observes an increase in Amazon EC2 costs in its most recent bill. The billing team notices unwanted vertical scaling of instance types for a couple of EC2 instances. A solutions architect needs to create a graph comparing the last 2 months of EC2 costs and perform an in-depth analysis to identify the root cause of the vertical scaling. How should the solutions architect generate the information with the least operational overhead? Use Cost Explorer's granular filtering feature to perform an in-depth analysis of EC2 costs based on instance types. A company is designing an application. The application uses an AWS Lambda function to receive information through Amazon API Gateway and to store the information in an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database. During the proof-of-concept stage, the company has to increase the Lambda quotas significantly to handle the high volumes of data that the company needs to load into the database. A solutions architect must recommend a new design to improve scalability and minimize the configuration effort. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up 2 Lambda functions. Configure one function to receive the information. Configure the other function to load the information into the database. Integrate the Lambda functions by using an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. A company needs to review its AWS cloud deployment to ensure that its Amazon S3 buckets do not have unauthorized configuration changes. What should a solutions architect do to accomplish this goal? Turn on AWS config with the appropriate rules. A company is launching a new application and will display application metrics on an Amazon CloudWatch dashboard. The company's product manager needs to access this dashboard periodically. The product manager does not have an AWS account. A solutions architect must provide access to the product manager by following the principle of least privilege. Which solution will meet these requirements? Share the dashboard from the CloudWatch console. Enter the product manager's email address, and complete the sharing steps. Provide a shareable link for the dashboard to the product manager. A company is migrating applications to AWS. The applications are deployed in different accounts. The company manages the account centrally by using AWS Organizations. The company's security team needs a single sign-on, SSO, solution across all the company's accounts. The company must continue managing the users and groups in its on-premises self-managed Microsoft Active Directory. Which solution will meet these requirements? Enable AWS Single Sign-On, AWS SSO, from the AWS SSO console. Create a one-way forest trust or a one-way domain trust to connect the company's self-managed Microsoft Active Directory with AWS SSO by using AWS Directory Service for Microsoft Active Directory. A company provides a Voice over Internet Protocol, VoIP, service that uses UDP connections. The service consists of Amazon EC2 instances that run in an auto-scaling group. The company has deployments across multiple AWS regions. The company needs to route users to the region with the lowest latency. The company also needs automated failover between regions. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy a network load balancer, NLB, and an associated target group. Associate the target group with the auto-scaling group. Use the NLB as an AWS Global Accelerator endpoint in each region. A development team runs monthly resource-intensive tests on its general-purpose Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance with performance insights enabled. The testing lasts for 48 hours once a month and is the only process that uses the database. The team wants to reduce the cost of running the tests without reducing the compute and memory attributes of the DB instance. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Create a snapshot when tests are completed. Terminate the DB instance and restore the snapshot when required. A company that hosts its web application on AWS wants to ensure all Amazon EC2 instances, Amazon RDS DB instances, and Amazon Redshift clusters are configured with tags. The company wants to minimize the effort of configuring and operating this check. What should a solutions architect do to accomplish this? Use AWS config rules to define and detect resources that are not properly tagged. A development team needs to host a website that will be accessed by other teams. The website contents consist of HTML, CSS, client-side JavaScript, and images. Which method is the most cost-effective for hosting the website? Create an Amazon S3 bucket and host the website there. A company runs an online marketplace web application on AWS. The application serves hundreds of thousands of users during peak hours. The company needs a scalable, near real-time solution to share the details of millions of financial transactions with several other internal applications. Transactions also need to be processed to remove sensitive data before being stored in a document database for low-latency retrieval. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Stream the transactions data into Amazon Kinesis data streams. Use AWS Lambda integration to remove sensitive data from every transaction and then store the transactions data in Amazon DynamoDB. Other applications can consume the transactions data off the Kinesis data stream. A company hosts its multi-tier applications on AWS. For compliance, governance, auditing, and security, the company must track configuration changes on its AWS resources and record a history of API calls made to these resources. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use AWS config to track configuration changes and AWS CloudTrail to record API calls. A company is preparing to launch a public-facing web application in the AWS cloud. The architecture consists of Amazon EC2 instances within a VPC behind an elastic load balancer, ELB. A third-party service is used for the DNS. The company's solutions architect must recommend a solution to detect and protect against large-scale DDoS attacks. Which solution meets these requirements? Enable AWS Shield Advanced and assign the ELB to it. A company recently launched a variety of new workloads on Amazon EC2 instances in its AWS account. The company needs to create a strategy to access and administer the instances remotely and securely. The company needs to implement a repeatable process that works with native AWS services and follows the AWS well-architected framework. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Attach the appropriate IAM role to each existing instance and new instance. Use AWS Systems Manager Session Manager to establish a remote SSH session. A company is hosting a static website on Amazon S3 and is using Amazon Route 53 for DNS. The website is experiencing increased demand from around the world. The company must decrease latency for users who access the website. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Add an Amazon CloudFront distribution in front of the S3 bucket. Edit the Route 53 entries to point to the CloudFront distribution. A company maintains a searchable repository of items on its website. The data is stored in an Amazon RDS for MySQL database table that contains more than 10 million rows. The database has 2 terabytes of general-purpose SSD storage. There are millions of updates against this data every day through the company's website. The company has noticed that some insert operations are taking 10 seconds or longer. The company has determined that the database storage performance is the problem. Which solution addresses this performance issue? Change the storage type to provisioned IOPS SSD. A company has thousands of edge devices that collectively generate 1 terabyte of status alerts each day. Each alert is approximately 2 kilobytes in size. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to ingest and store the alerts for future analysis. The company wants a highly available solution. However, the company needs to minimize costs and does not want to manage additional infrastructure. Additionally, the company wants to keep 14 days of data available for immediate analysis and archive any data older than 14 days. What is the most operationally efficient solution that meets these requirements? Create an Amazon Kinesis data firehose delivery stream to ingest the alerts. Configure the Kinesis data firehose stream to deliver the alerts to an Amazon S3 bucket. Set up an S3 lifecycle configuration to transition data to Amazon S3 Glacier after 14 days. A company's application integrates with multiple software as a service, SaaS, sources for data collection. The company runs Amazon EC2 instances to receive the data and to upload the data to an Amazon S3 bucket for analysis. The same EC2 instance that receives and uploads the data also sends a notification to the user when an upload is complete. The company has noticed slow application performance and wants to improve the performance as much as possible. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an Amazon AppFlow flow to transfer data between each SaaS source and the S3 bucket. Configure an S3 event notification to send events to an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic when the upload to the S3 bucket is complete. A company runs a highly available image processing application on Amazon EC2 instances in a single VPC. The EC2 instances run inside several subnets across multiple availability zones. The EC2 instances do not communicate with each other. However, the EC2 instances download images from Amazon S3 and upload images to Amazon S3 through a single NAT gateway. The company is concerned about data transfer charges. What is the most cost-effective way for the company to avoid regional data transfer charges? Deploy a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3. A company has an on-premises application that generates a large amount of time-sensitive data that is backed up to Amazon S3. The application has grown and there are user complaints about internet bandwidth limitations. A solutions architect needs to design a long-term solution that allows for both timely backups to Amazon S3 and with minimal impact on internet connectivity for internal users. Which solution meets these requirements? Establish a new AWS Direct Connect connection and direct backup traffic through this new connection. A company has an Amazon S3 bucket that contains critical data. The company must protect the data from accidental deletion. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Enable versioning on the S3 bucket, enable MFA Delete on the S3 bucket. A company has a data ingestion workflow that consists of the following: an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic for notifications about new data deliveries, an AWS Lambda function to process the data and record metadata. The company observes that the ingestion workflow fails occasionally because of network connectivity issues. When such a failure occurs, the Lambda function does not ingest the corresponding data unless the company manually reruns the job. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to ensure that the Lambda function ingests all data in the future? Choose 2. Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue, and subscribe it to the SNS topic. Modify the Lambda function to read from an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue, and subscribe it to the SNS topic. This will decouple the ingestion workflow and provide a buffer to temporarily store the data in case of network connectivity issues. Modify the Lambda function to read from an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. This will allow the Lambda function to process the data from the SQS queue at its own pace, decoupling the data ingestion from the data delivery and providing more flexibility and fault tolerance. A company has an application that provides marketing services to stores. The services are based on previous purchases by store customers. The stores upload transaction data to the company through SFTP, and the data is processed and analyzed to generate new marketing offers. Some of the files can exceed 200 gigabytes in size. Recently, the company discovered that some of the stores have uploaded files that contain personally identifiable information, PII, that should not have been included. The company wants administrators to be alerted if PII is shared again. The company also wants to automate remediation. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements with the least development effort? Use an Amazon S3 bucket as a secure transfer point. Use Amazon Macie to scan the objects in the bucket. If objects contain PII, use Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, to trigger a notification to the administrators to remove the objects that contain PII. A company needs guaranteed Amazon EC2 capacity in 3 specific availability zones in a specific AWS region for an upcoming event that will last 1 week. What should the company do to guarantee the EC2 capacity? Create an on-demand capacity reservation that specifies the region and 3 availability zones needed. A company's website uses an Amazon EC2 instant store for its catalog of items. The company wants to make sure that the catalog is highly available and that the catalog is stored in a durable location. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Move the catalog to an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system. A company stores call transcript files on a monthly basis. Users access the files randomly within 1 year of the call, but users access the files infrequently after 1 year. The company wants to optimize its solution by giving users the ability to query and retrieve files that are less than 1 year old as quickly as possible. A delay in retrieving older files is acceptable. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Store individual files in Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering. Use S3 lifecycle policies to move the files to S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval after 1 year. Query and retrieve the files that are in Amazon S3 by using Amazon Athena. Query and retrieve the files that are in S3 Glacier by using S3 Glacier Select. A company has a production workload that runs on 1000 Amazon EC2 Linux instances. The workload is powered by third-party software. The company needs to patch the third-party software on all EC2 instances as quickly as possible to remediate a critical security vulnerability. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use AWS Systems Manager Run command to run a custom command that applies the patch to all EC2 instances. A company is developing an application that provides order shipping statistics for retrieval by a REST API. The company wants to extract the shipping statistics, organize the data into an easy-to-read HTML format, and send the report to several email addresses at the same time every morning. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create an Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch Events, scheduled event that invokes an AWS Lambda function to query the application's API for the data. Use Amazon Simple Email Service, Amazon SES, to format the data and to send the report by email. A company wants to migrate its on-premises application to AWS. The application produces output files that vary in size from tens of gigabytes to hundreds of terabytes. The application data must be stored in a standard file system structure. The company wants a solution that scales automatically, is highly available, and requires minimum operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Migrate the application to Amazon EC2 instances in a multi-AZ auto-scaling group. Use Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, for storage. A company needs to store its accounting records in Amazon S3. The records must be immediately accessible for 1 year and then must be archived for an additional 9 years. No one at the company, including administrative users and root users, can be able to delete the records during the entire 10-year period. The records must be stored with maximum resiliency. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use an S3 lifecycle policy to transition the records from S3 Standard to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 year. Use S3 Object Lock in compliance mode for a period of 10 years. A company runs multiple Windows workloads on AWS. The company's employees use Windows file shares that are hosted on 2 Amazon EC2 instances. The file shares synchronize data between themselves and maintain duplicate copies. The company wants a highly available and durable storage solution that preserves how users currently access the files. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Extend the file share environment to Amazon FSx for Windows File Server with a multi-AZ configuration. Migrate all the data to FSx for Windows File Server. A solutions architect is developing a VPC architecture that includes multiple subnets. The architecture will host applications that use Amazon EC2 instances and Amazon RDS DB instances. The architecture consists of 6 subnets in 2 availability zones. Each availability zone includes a public subnet, a private subnet, and a dedicated subnet for databases. Only EC2 instances that run in the private subnets can have access to the RDS databases. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a security group that allows inbound traffic from the security group that is assigned to instances in the private subnets. Attach the security group to the DB instances. A company has registered its domain name with Amazon Route 53. The company uses Amazon API Gateway in the CA, Central, 1 region as a public interface for its backend microservice APIs. Third-party services consume the APIs securely. The company wants to design its API Gateway URL with the company's domain name and corresponding certificate so that the third-party services can use HTTPS. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a regional API Gateway endpoint. Associate the API Gateway endpoint with the company's domain name. Import the public. A company is running a popular social media website. The website gives users the ability to upload images to share with other users. The company wants to make sure that the images do not contain inappropriate content. The company needs a solution that minimizes development effort. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use Amazon Rekognition to detect inappropriate content. Use human review for low-confidence predictions. A company wants to run its critical applications in containers to meet requirements for scalability and availability. The company prefers to focus on maintenance of the critical applications. The company does not want to be responsible for provisioning and managing the underlying infrastructure that runs the containerized workload. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, on AWS Fargate. A company hosts more than 300 global websites and applications. The company requires a platform to analyze more than 30 terabytes of clickstream data each day. What should a solutions architect do to transmit and process the clickstream data? Collect the data from Amazon Kinesis data streams. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to transmit the data to an Amazon S3 data lake. Load the data in Amazon Redshift for analysis. A company has a website hosted on AWS. The website is behind an application load balancer, ALB, that is configured to handle HTTP and HTTPS separately. The company wants to forward all requests to the website so that the requests will use HTTPS. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Create a listener rule on the ALB to redirect HTTP traffic to HTTPS. A company is developing a 2-tier web application on AWS. The company's developers have deployed the application on an Amazon EC2 instance that connects directly to a backend Amazon RDS database. The company must not hard-code database credentials in the application. The company must also implement a solution to automatically rotate the database credentials on a regular basis. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Store the database credentials as a secret in AWS Secrets Manager. Turn on automatic rotation for the secret. Attach the required permission to the EC2 role to grant access to the secret. A company is deploying a new public web application to AWS. The application will run behind an application load balancer, ALB. The application needs to be encrypted at the edge with an SSL/TLS certificate that is issued by an external certificate authority, CA. The certificate must be rotated each year before the certificate expires. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, to import an SSL/TLS certificate. Apply the certificate to the ALB. Use Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch Events, to send a notification when the certificate is nearing expiration. Rotate the certificate manually. A company runs its infrastructure on AWS and has a registered base of 700,000 users for its document management application. The company intends to create a product that converts large .pdf files to .jpg image files. The .pdf files average 5 megabytes in size. The company needs to store the original files and the converted files. A solutions architect must design a scalable solution to accommodate demand that will grow rapidly over time. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Save the .pdf files to Amazon S3. Configure an S3 put event to invoke an AWS Lambda function to convert the files to .jpg format and store them back in Amazon S3. A company has more than 5 terabytes of file data on Windows file servers that run on premises. Users and applications interact with the data each day. The company is moving its Windows workloads to AWS. As the company continues this process, the company requires access to AWS and on-premises file storage with minimum latency. The company needs a solution that minimizes operational overhead and requires no significant changes to the existing file access patterns. The company uses an AWS site-to-site VPN connection for connectivity to AWS. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Deploy and configure Amazon FSx for Windows File Server on AWS. Deploy and configure an Amazon FSx file gateway on premises. Move the on-premises file data to the FSx file gateway. Configure the cloud workloads to use FSx for Windows File Server on AWS. Configure the on-premises workloads to use the FSx file gateway. A hospital recently deployed a RESTful API with Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. The hospital uses API Gateway and Lambda to upload reports that are in PDF format and JPEG format. The hospital needs to modify the Lambda code to identify protected health information, PHI, in the reports. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon TextTrack to extract the text from the reports. Use Amazon Comprehend Medical to identify the PHI from the extracted text. A company has an application that generates a large number of files, each approximately 5 megabytes in size. The files are stored in Amazon S3. Company policy requires the files to be stored for 4 years before they can be deleted. Immediate accessibility is always required as the files contain critical business data that is not easy to reproduce. The files are frequently accessed in the first 30 days of the object creation but are rarely accessed after the first 30 days. Which storage solution is most cost-effective? Create an S3 bucket lifecycle policy to move files from S3 standard to S3 standard infrequent access, S3 standard IA, 30 days from object creation. Delete the files 4 years after object creation. A company hosts an application on multiple Amazon EC2 instances. The application processes messages from an Amazon SQS queue, writes to an Amazon RDS table, and deletes the message from the queue. Occasional duplicate records are found in the RDS table. The SQS queue does not contain any duplicate messages. What should a solutions architect do to ensure messages are being processed once only? Use the Change Message Visibility API call to increase the visibility timeout. A solutions architect is designing a new hybrid architecture to extend a company's on-premises infrastructure to AWS. The company requires a highly available connection with consistent low latency to an AWS region. The company needs to minimize costs and is willing to accept slower traffic if the primary connection fails. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Provision an AWS Direct Connect connection to a region. Provision a VPN connection as a backup if the primary Direct Connect connection fails. A company is running a business-critical web application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The EC2 instances are in an auto-scaling group. The application uses an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database that is deployed in a single availability zone. The company wants the application to be highly available with minimum downtime and minimum loss of data. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational effort? Configure the auto-scaling group to use multiple availability zones. Configure the database as multi-AZ. Configure an Amazon RDS proxy instance for the database. A company's HTTP application is behind a network load balancer, NLB. The NLB's target group is configured to use an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group with multiple EC2 instances that run the web service. The company notices that the NLB is not detecting HTTP errors for the application. These errors require a manual restart of the EC2 instances that run the web service. The company needs to improve the application's availability without writing custom scripts or code. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Replace the NLB with an application load balancer. Enable HTTP health checks by supplying the URL of the company's application. Configure an auto-scaling action to replace unhealthy instances. A company runs a shopping application that uses Amazon DynamoDB to store customer information. In case of data corruption, a solutions architect needs to design a solution that meets a recovery point objective, RPO, of 15 minutes and a recovery time objective, RTO, of 1 hour. What should the solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Configure DynamoDB point-in-time recovery. For RPO recovery, restore to the desired point in time. A company runs a photo processing application that needs to frequently upload and download pictures from Amazon S3 buckets that are located in the same AWS region. A solutions architect has noticed an increased cost in data transfer fees and needs to implement a solution to reduce these costs. How can the solutions architect meet this requirement? Deploy an S3 VPC gateway endpoint into the VPC and attach an endpoint policy that allows access to the S3 buckets. A company recently launched Linux-based application instances on Amazon EC2 in a private subnet and launched a Linux-based Bastion host on an Amazon EC2 instance in a public subnet of a VPC. A solutions architect needs to connect from the on-premises network, through the company's internet connection, to the Bastion host, and to the application servers. The solutions architect must make sure that the security groups of all the EC2 instances will allow that access. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Replace the current security group of the Bastion host with one that only allows inbound access from the external IP range for the company. Replace the current security group of the application instances with one that allows inbound SSH access from only the private IP address of the Bastion host. A solutions architect is designing a 2-tier web application. The application consists of a public-facing web tier hosted on Amazon EC2 in public subnets. The database tier consists of Microsoft SQL Server running on Amazon EC2 in a private subnet. Security is a high priority for the company. How should security groups be configured in this situation? Choose 2. Configure the security group for the web tier to allow inbound traffic on port 443 from 0.0.0.0/0. Configure the security group for the database tier to allow inbound traffic on port 1433 from the security group for the web tier. A company wants to move a multi-tiered application from on-premises to the AWS cloud to improve the application's performance. The application consists of application tiers that communicate with each other by way of RESTful services. Transactions are dropped when one tier becomes overloaded. A solutions architect must design a solution that resolves these issues and modernizes the application. Which solution meets these requirements and is the most operationally efficient? Use Amazon API Gateway and direct transactions to the AWS Lambda functions as the application layer. Use Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, as the communication layer between application services. A company receives 10 terabytes of instrumentation data each day from several machines located at a single factory. The data consists of JSON files stored on a storage area network (SAN) in an on-premises data center located within the factory. The company wants to send this data to Amazon S3 where it can be accessed by several additional systems that provide critical near real-time analytics. A secure transfer is important because the data is considered sensitive. Which solution offers the most reliable data transfer? AWS DataSync over AWS Direct Connect. A company needs to configure a real-time data ingestion architecture for its application. The company needs an API, a process that transforms data as the data is streamed, and a storage solution for the data. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Configure an Amazon API Gateway API to send data to an Amazon Kinesis data stream. Create an Amazon Kinesis data firehose delivery stream that uses the Kinesis data stream as a data source. Use AWS Lambda functions to transform the data. Use the Kinesis data firehose delivery stream to send the data to Amazon S3. A company needs to keep user transaction data in an Amazon DynamoDB table. The company must retain the data for 7 years. What is the most operationally efficient solution that meets these requirements? Use AWS Backup to create backup schedules and retention policies for the table. A company is planning to use an Amazon DynamoDB table for data storage. The company is concerned about cost optimization. The table will not be used on most mornings. In the evenings, the read and write traffic will often be unpredictable. When traffic spikes occur, they will happen very quickly. What should a solutions architect recommend? Create a DynamoDB table in on-demand capacity mode. A solutions architect is designing the cloud architecture for a new application being deployed on AWS. The process should run in parallel while adding and removing application nodes as needed based on the number of jobs to be processed. The processor application is stateless. The solutions architect must ensure that the application is loosely coupled and the job items are durably stored. Which design should the solutions architect use? Create an Amazon SQS queue to hold the jobs that need to be processed. Create an Amazon Machine Image (AMI) that consists of the processor application. Create a launch template that uses the AMI. Create an auto-scaling group using the launch template. Set the scaling policy for the auto-scaling group to add and remove nodes based on the number of items in the SQS queue. A company hosts its web applications in the AWS cloud. The company configures elastic load balancers to use certificates that are imported into AWS Certificate Manager (ACM). The company's security team must be notified 30 days before the expiration of each certificate. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Create an Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch Events, rule to detect any certificates that will expire within 30 days. Configure the rule to invoke an AWS Lambda function. Configure the Lambda function to send a custom alert by way of Amazon's Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. A company's dynamic website is hosted using on-premises servers in the United States. The company is launching its product in Europe, and it wants to optimize site loading times for new European users. The site's backend must remain in the United States. The product is being launched in a few days, and an immediate solution is needed. What should the solutions architect recommend? Use Amazon CloudFront with a custom origin pointing to the on-premises servers. A company wants to reduce the cost of its existing 3-tier web architecture. The web, application, and database servers are running on Amazon EC2 instances for the development, test, and production environments. The EC2 instances average 30% CPU utilization during peak hours and 10% CPU utilization during non-peak hours. The production EC2 instances run 24 hours a day. The development and test EC2 instances run for at least 8 hours each day. The company plans to implement automation to stop the development and test EC2 instances when they are not in use. Which EC2 instance purchasing solution will meet the company's requirements most cost-effectively? Use reserved instances for the production EC2 instances. Use on-demand instances for the development and test EC2 instances. A company has a production web application in which users upload documents through a web interface or a mobile app. According to a new regulatory requirement, new documents cannot be modified or deleted after they are stored. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Store the uploaded documents in an Amazon S3 bucket with S3 versioning and S3 object lock enabled. A company has several web servers that need to frequently access a common Amazon RDS MySQL multi-AZ-DB instance. The company wants a secure method for the web servers to connect to the database while meeting a security requirement to rotate user credentials frequently. Which solution meets these requirements? Store the database user credentials in AWS Secrets Manager. Grant the necessary IAM permissions to allow the web servers to access AWS Secrets Manager. A company hosts an application on AWS Lambda functions that are invoked by an Amazon API Gateway API. The Lambda functions save customer data to an Amazon Aurora MySQL database. Whenever the company upgrades the database, the Lambda functions fail to establish database connections until the upgrade is complete. The result is that customer data is not recorded for some of the event. A solutions architect needs to design a solution that stores customer data that is created during database upgrades. Which solution will meet these requirements? Store the customer data in an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, FIFO queue. Create a new Lambda function that pulls the queue and stores the customer data in the database. A survey company has gathered data for several years from areas in the United States. The company hosts the data in an Amazon S3 bucket that is 3 terabytes in size and growing. The company has started to share the data with a European marketing firm that has S3 buckets. The company wants to ensure that its data transfer costs remain as low as possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure the requester pays feature on the company's S3 bucket. A company uses Amazon S3 to store its confidential audit documents. The S3 bucket uses bucket policies to restrict access to audit team IAM user credentials according to the principle of least privilege. Company managers are worried about accidental deletion of documents in the S3 bucket and want a more secure solution. What should a solutions architect do to secure the audit documents? Enable the versioning and MFA delete features on the S3 bucket. A company is using a SQL database to store movie data that is publicly accessible. The database runs on an Amazon RDS single AZ-DB instance. A script runs queries at random intervals each day to record the number of new movies that have been added to the database. The script must report a final total during business hours. The company's development team notices that the database performance is inadequate for development tasks when the script is running. A solutions architect must recommend a solution to resolve this issue. Which solution will meet this requirement with the least operational overhead? Create a read replica of the database. Configure the script to query only the read replica. A company has applications that run on Amazon EC2 instances in a VPC. One of the applications needs to call the Amazon S3 API to store and read objects. According to the company's security regulations, no traffic from the applications is allowed to travel across the Internet. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure an S3 gateway endpoint. A company is storing sensitive user information in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company wants to provide secure access to this bucket from the application tier running on Amazon EC2 instances inside a VPC. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to accomplish this? Choose 2. Configure a VPC gateway endpoint for Amazon S3 within the VPC. Create a bucket policy that limits access to only the application tier running in the VPC. A company runs an on-premises application that is powered by a MySQL database. The company is migrating the application to AWS to increase the application's elasticity and availability. The current architecture shows heavy read activity on the database during times of normal operation. Every 4 hours, the company's development team pulls a full export of the production database to populate a database in the staging environment. During this period, users experience unacceptable application latency. The development team is unable to use the staging environment until the procedure completes. A solutions architect must recommend replacement architecture that alleviates the application latency issue. The replacement architecture also must give the development team the ability to continue using the staging environment without delay. Which solution meets these requirements? Use Amazon Aurora MySQL with multi-AZ Aurora replicas for production. Use database cloning to create the staging database on demand. A company is designing an application where users upload small files into Amazon S3. After a user uploads a file, the file requires one-time simple processing to transform the data and save the data in JSON format for later analysis. Each file must be processed as quickly as possible after it is uploaded. Demand will vary. On some days, users will upload a high number of files. On other days, users will upload a few files or no files. Which solution meets these requirements with the least operational overhead? Configure Amazon S3 to send an event notification to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Use an AWS Lambda function to read from the queue and process the data. Store the resulting JSON file in Amazon DynamoDB. An application allows users at a company's headquarters to access product data. The product data is stored in an Amazon RDS MySQL DB instance. The operations team has isolated an application performance slowdown and wants to separate read traffic from write traffic. A solutions architect needs to optimize the applications performance quickly. What should the solutions architect recommend? Create read replicas for the database. Configure the read replicas with the same compute and storage resources as the source database. A company has a large Microsoft SharePoint deployment running on-premises that requires Microsoft Windows shared file storage. The company wants to migrate this workload to the AWS cloud and is considering various storage options. The storage solution must be highly available and integrated with Active Directory for access control. Which solution will satisfy these requirements? Create an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server file system on AWS and set the Active Directory domain for authentication. A company is implementing a shared storage solution for a gaming application that is hosted in an on-premises data center. The company needs the ability to use Lustre clients to access data. The solution must be fully managed. Which solution meets these requirements? Create an Amazon FSx for Lustre file system. Attach the file system to the origin server. Connect the application server to the file system. A company's containerized application runs on an Amazon EC2 instance. The application needs to download security certificates before it can communicate with other business applications. The company wants a highly secure solution to encrypt and decrypt the certificates in near real time. The solution also needs to store data in highly available storage after the data is encrypted. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Allow the EC2 role to use the KMS key for encryption. A solutions architect is designing a VPC with public and private subnets. The VPC and subnets use IPv4 CIDR blocks. There is one public subnet and one private subnet in each of 3 availability zones, AZs, for high availability. An internet gateway is used to provide internet access for the public subnets. The private subnets require access to the Internet to allow Amazon EC2 instances to download software updates. What should the solutions architect do to enable Internet access for the private subnets? Create 3 NAT gateways, one for each public subnet in each AZ. Create a private route table for each AZ that forwards non-VPC traffic to the NAT gateway in its AZ. A company wants to migrate an on-premises data center to AWS. The data center hosts an SFTP server that stores its data on an NFS-based file system. The server holds 200 gigabytes of data that needs to be transferred. The server must be hosted on an Amazon EC2 instance that uses an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to automate this task? Choose 2. Launch the EC2 instance into the same availability zone as the EFS file system. Install an AWS Data Sync agent in the on-premises data center. A company has an AWS Glue extract, transform, and load (ETL) job that runs every day at the same time. The job processes XML data that is in an Amazon S3 bucket. New data is added to the S3 bucket every day. A solutions architect notices that AWS Glue is processing all the data during each run. What should the solutions architect do to prevent AWS Glue from reprocessing old data? Edit the job to use job bookmarks. A solutions architect must design a highly available infrastructure for a website. The website is powered by Windows web servers that run on Amazon EC2 instances. The solutions architect must implement a solution that can mitigate a large-scale DDoS attack that originates from thousands of IP addresses. Downtime is not acceptable for the website. Which actions should the solutions architect take to protect the website from such an attack? Choose 2. Use AWS Shield Advanced to stop the DDoS attack. Configure the website to use Amazon CloudFront for both static and dynamic content. A company is preparing to deploy a new serverless workload. A solutions architect must use the principle of least privilege to configure permissions that will be used to run an AWS Lambda function. An Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch Events, rule will invoke the function. Which solution meets these requirements? Add a resource-based policy to the function with Lambda, invoke function as the action and service, events.amazonaws.com as the principal. A company is preparing to store confidential data in Amazon S3. For compliance reasons, the data must be encrypted at rest. Encryption key usage must be logged for auditing purposes. Keys must be rotated every year. Which solution meets these requirements and is the most operationally efficient? Server-side encryption with AWS KMS keys, SSE-KMS, with automatic rotation. A bicycle sharing company is developing a multi-tier architecture to track the location of its bicycles during peak operating hours. The company wants to use these data points in its existing analytics platform. A solutions architect must determine the most viable multi-tier option to support this architecture. The data points must be accessible from the REST API. Which action meets these requirements for storing and retrieving location data? Use Amazon API Gateway with Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics. A company has an automobile sales website that stores its listings in a database on Amazon RDS. When an automobile is sold, the listing needs to be removed from the website and the data must be sent to multiple target systems. Which design should a solutions architect recommend? Create an AWS Lambda function triggered when the database on Amazon RDS is updated to send the information to an Amazon Simple. A company needs to store data in Amazon S3 and must prevent the data from being changed. The company wants new objects that are uploaded to Amazon S3 to remain unchangeable for a non-specific amount of time until the company decides to modify the objects. Only specific users in the company's AWS account can have the ability to delete the objects. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an S3 bucket with S3 object lock enabled. Enable versioning. Add a legal hold to the objects. Add the S3 PutObject legal hold permission to the IAM policies of users who need to delete the objects. A social media company allows users to upload images to its website. The website runs on Amazon EC2 instances. During upload requests, the website resizes the images to a standard size and stores the resized images in Amazon S3. Users are experiencing slow upload requests to the website. The company needs to reduce coupling within the application and improve website performance. A solutions architect must design the most operationally efficient process for image uploads. Which combination of actions should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Configure the web server to upload the original images to Amazon S3. Configure S3 event notifications to invoke an AWS Lambda function when an image is uploaded. Use the function to resize the image. A company recently migrated a message processing system to AWS. The system receives messages into an ActiveMQ queue running on an Amazon EC2 instance. Messages are processed by a consumer application running on Amazon EC2. The consumer application processes the messages and writes results to a MySQL database running on Amazon EC2. The company wants this application to be highly available with low operational complexity. Which architecture offers the highest availability? Use Amazon MQ with active/standby brokers configured across 2 availability zones. Add an auto-scaling group for the consumer EC2 instances across 2 availability zones. Use Amazon RDS for MySQL with multi-AZ enabled. A company hosts a containerized web application on a fleet of on-premises servers that process incoming requests. The number of requests is growing quickly. The on-premises servers cannot handle the increased number of requests. The company wants to move the application to AWS with minimum code changes and minimum development effort. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use AWS Fargate on Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, to run the containerized web application with service auto-scaling. Use an application load balancer to distribute the incoming requests. A company uses 50 terabytes of data for reporting. The company wants to move this data from on-premises to AWS. A custom application in the company's data center runs a weekly data transformation job. The company plans to pause the application until the data transfer is complete and needs to begin the transfer process as soon as possible. The data center does not have any available network bandwidth for additional workloads. A solutions architect must transfer the data and must configure the transformation job to continue to run in the AWS cloud. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Order an AWS Snowball Edge Storage Optimized device. Copy the data to the device. Create a custom transformation job by using AWS Glue. A company has created an image analysis application in which users can upload photos and add photo frames to their images. The users upload images and metadata to indicate which photo frames they want to add to their images. The application uses a single Amazon EC2 instance and Amazon DynamoDB to store the metadata. The application is becoming more popular, and the number of users is increasing. The company expects the number of concurrent users to vary significantly depending on the time of day and day of week. The company must ensure that the application can scale to meet the needs of the growing user base. Which solution meets these requirements? Use AWS Lambda to process the photos. Store the photos in Amazon S3. Retain DynamoDB to store the metadata. A medical records company is hosting an application on Amazon EC2 instances. The application processes customer data files that are stored on Amazon S3. The EC2 instances are hosted in public subnets. The EC2 instances access Amazon S3 over the Internet, but they do not require any other network access. A new requirement mandates that the network traffic for file transfers take a private route and not be sent over the Internet. Which change to the network architecture should a solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Move the EC2 instances to private subnets. Create a VPC endpoint for Amazon S3, and link the endpoint to the route table for the private subnets. A company uses a popular content management system, CMS, for its corporate website. However, the required patching and maintenance are burdensome. The company is redesigning its website and wants a new solution. The website will be updated 4 times a year and does not need to have any dynamic content available. The solution must provide high scalability and enhanced security. Which combination of changes will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. Configure Amazon CloudFront in front of the website to use HTTPS functionality. Create the new website and an Amazon S3 bucket. Deploy the website on the S3 bucket with static website hosting enabled. A company stores its application logs in an Amazon CloudWatch Logs log group. A new policy requires the company to store all application logs in Amazon OpenSearch Service, Amazon Elasticsearch Service, in near real time. Which solution will meet this requirement with the least operational overhead? Create an Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose delivery stream. Configure the log group as the delivery stream sources. Configure Amazon OpenSearch Service, Amazon Elasticsearch Service, as the delivery stream's destination. A company is building a web-based application running on Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones. The web application will provide access to a repository of text documents totaling about 900 terabytes in size. The company anticipates that the web application will experience periods of high demand. A solutions architect must ensure that the storage component for the text documents can scale to meet the demand of the application at all times. The company is concerned about the overall cost of the solution. Which storage solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Amazon S3. A global company is using Amazon API Gateway to design REST APIs for its Loyalty Club users in the US East 1 region and the AP Southeast 2 region. A solutions architect must design a solution to protect these API Gateway managed REST APIs across multiple accounts from SQL injection and cross-site scripting attacks. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of administrative effort? Set up AWS WAF in both regions. Associate regional web ACLs with an API stage. A company has implemented a self-managed DNS solution on 3 Amazon EC2 instances behind a network load balancer, NLB, in the US West 2 region. Most of the company's users are located in the United States and Europe. The company wants to improve the performance and availability of the solution. The company launches and configures 3 EC2 instances in the EU West 1 region and adds the EC2 instances as targets for a new NLB. Which solution can the company use to route traffic to all the EC2 instances? Create an Amazon Route 53 geolocation routing policy to route requests to one of the 2 NLBs. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution. Use the Route 53 record as the distribution's origin. A company is running an online transaction processing (OLTP) workload on AWS. This workload uses an unencrypted Amazon RDS DB instance in a multi-AZ deployment. Daily database snapshots are taken from this instance. What should a solutions architect do to ensure the database and snapshots are always encrypted moving forward? Encrypt a copy of the latest DB snapshot. Replace existing DB instance by restoring the encrypted snapshot. A company wants to build a scalable key management infrastructure to support developers who need to encrypt data in their applications. What should a solutions architect do to reduce the operational burden? Use AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, to protect the encryption keys. A company has a dynamic web application hosted on 2 Amazon EC2 instances. The company has its own SSL certificate, which is on each instance to perform SSL termination. There has been an increase in traffic recently, and the operations team determined that SSL encryption and decryption is causing the compute capacity of the web servers to reach their maximum limit. What should a solutions architect do to increase the application's performance? Import the SSL certificate into AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. Create an application load balancer with an HTTPS listener that uses the SSL certificate from ACM. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to reduce a company's storage costs. All the company's data is in the Amazon S3 standard storage class. The company must keep all data for at least 25 years. Data from the most recent 2 years must be highly available and immediately retrievable. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up an S3 lifecycle policy to transition objects to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 2 years. A media company is evaluating the possibility of moving its systems to the AWS cloud. The company needs at least 10 terabytes of storage with the maximum possible I/O performance for video processing, 300 terabytes of very durable storage for storing media content, and 900 terabytes of storage to meet requirements for archival media that is not in use anymore. Which set of services should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Amazon EBS for maximum performance, Amazon S3 for durable data storage, and Amazon S3 Glacier for archival storage. A company wants to run applications in containers in the AWS cloud. These applications are stateless and can tolerate disruptions within the underlying infrastructure. The company needs a solution that minimizes cost and operational overhead. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use spot instances in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group to run the application containers. Use spot instances in an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, managed node group. A company is running a multi-tier web application on premises. The web application is containerized and runs on a number of Linux hosts connected to a PostgreSQL database that contains user records. The operational overhead of maintaining the infrastructure and capacity planning is limiting the company's growth. A solutions architect must improve the application's infrastructure. Which combination of actions should the solutions architect take to accomplish this? Choose 2. Migrate the PostgreSQL database to Amazon Aurora. Migrate the web application to be hosted on AWS Fargate with Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. An application runs on Amazon EC2 instances across multiple availability zones. The instances run in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer. The application performs best when the CPU utilization of the EC2 instances is at or near 40%. What should a solutions architect do to maintain the desired performance across all instances in the group? Use a target tracking policy to dynamically scale the auto-scaling group. A company is developing a file-sharing application that will use an Amazon S3 bucket for storage. The company wants to serve all the files through an Amazon CloudFront distribution. The company does not want the files to be accessible through direct navigation to the S3 URL. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an Origin Access Identity, OAI. Assign the OAI to the CloudFront distribution. Configure the S3 bucket permissions so that only the OAI has read permission. A company's website provides users with downloadable historical performance reports. The website needs a solution that will scale to meet the company's website demands globally. The solution should be cost-effective, limit the provisioning of infrastructure resources, and provide the fastest possible response time. Which combination should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Amazon CloudFront and Amazon S3. A company runs an Oracle database on premises. As part of the company's migration to AWS, the company wants to upgrade the database to the most recent available version. The company also wants to set up disaster recovery, DR, for the database. The company needs to minimize the operational overhead for normal operations and DR setup. The company also needs to maintain access to the database's underlying operating system. Which solution will meet these requirements? Migrate the Oracle database to Amazon RDS Custom for Oracle. Create a RED replica for the database in another AWS region. A company wants to move its application to a serverless solution. The serverless solution needs to analyze existing and new data by using SL. The company stores the data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The data requires encryption and must be replicated to a different AWS region. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create a new S3 bucket. Load the data into the new S3 bucket. Use S3 cross-region replication, CRR, to replicate encrypted objects to an S3 bucket in another region. Use server-side encryption with AWS KMS multi-region keys, SSE-KMS. Use Amazon Athena to query the data. A company runs workloads on AWS. The company needs to connect to a service from an external provider. The service is hosted in the provider's VPC. According to the company's security team, the connectivity must be private and must be restricted to the target service. The connection must be initiated only from the company's VPC. Which solution will mask these requirements? Ask the provider to create a VPC endpoint for the target service. Use AWS Private Link to connect to the target service. A company uses AWS Organizations to create dedicated AWS accounts for each business unit to manage each business unit's account independently upon request. The root email recipient missed a notification that was sent to the root user email address of one account. The company wants to ensure that all future notifications are not missed. Future notifications must be limited to account administrators. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure all existing AWS accounts and all newly created accounts to use the same root user email address. Configure AWS account alternate contacts in the AWS Organizations console or programmatically. A company runs its e-commerce application on AWS. Every new order is published as a message in a RabbitMQ queue that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance in a single availability zone. These messages are processed by a different application that runs on a separate EC2 instance. This application stores the details in a PostgreSQL database on another EC2 instance. All the EC2 instances are in the same availability zone. The company needs to redesign its architecture to provide the highest availability with the least operational overhead. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Migrate the queue to a redundant pair, active/standby, of RabbitMQ instances on Amazon MQ. Create a multi-AZ auto-scaling group for EC2 instances that host the application. Migrate the database to run on a multi-AZ deployment of Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL. A reporting team receives files each day in an Amazon S3 bucket. The reporting team manually reviews and copies the files from this initial S3 bucket to an analysis S3 bucket each day at the same time to use with Amazon QuickSight. Additional teams are starting to send more files in larger sizes to the initial S3 bucket. The reporting team wants to move the files automatically analysis S3 bucket as the files enter the initial S3 bucket. The reporting team also wants to use AWS Lambda functions to run pattern matching code on the copied data. In addition, the reporting team wants to send the data files to a pipeline in Amazon SageMaker pipelines. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create a Lambda function to copy the files to the analysis S3 bucket. Create an S3 event notification for the analysis S3 bucket. Configure Lambda and SageMaker pipelines as destinations of the event notification. Configure S3, object created, put as the event type. A company runs a web-based portal that provides users with global breaking news, local alerts, and weather updates. The portal delivers each user a personalized view by using mixture of static and dynamic content. Content is served over HTTPS through an API server running on an Amazon EC2 instance behind an application load balancer, ALB. The company wants the portal to provide this content to its users across the world as quickly as possible. How should a solutions architect design the application to ensure the least amount of latency for all users? Deploy the application stack in 2 AWS regions. Use an Amazon Route 53 latency routing policy to serve all content from the ALB in the closest region. A gaming company is designing a highly available architecture. The application runs on a modified Linux kernel and supports only UDP-based traffic. The company needs the front-end tier to provide the best possible user experience. That tier must have low latency, route traffic to the nearest edge location, and provide static IP addresses for entry into the application endpoints. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Configure AWS Global Accelerator to forward requests to a network load balancer. Use Amazon EC2 instances for the application in an EC2 auto-scaling group. A company wants to migrate its existing on-premises monolithic application to AWS. The company wants to keep as much of the front-end code and the back-end code as possible. However, the company wants to break the application into smaller applications. A different team will manage each application. The company needs a highly scalable solution that minimizes operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Host the application on Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. Set up an application load balancer with Amazon ECS as the target. A company recently started using Amazon Aurora as the data store for its global e-commerce application. When large reports are run, developers report that the e-commerce application is performing poorly. After reviewing metrics in Amazon CloudWatch, a solutions architect finds that the read IOPS and CPU utilization metrics are spiking when monthly reports run. What is the most cost-effective solution? Migrate the monthly reporting to an Aurora replica. A company hosts a website analytics application on a single Amazon EC2 on-demand instance. The analytics software is written in PHP and uses a MySQL database. The analytics software, the web server that provides PHP, and the database server are all hosted on the EC2 instance. The application is showing signs of performance degradation during busy times and is presenting 5xx errors. The company needs to make the application scale seamlessly. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Migrate the database to an Amazon Aurora MySQL DB instance. Create an AMI of the web application. Apply the AMI to a launch template. Create an auto-scaling group with the launch template. Configure the launch template to use a spot fleet. Attach an application load balancer to the auto-scaling group. A company runs a stateless web application in production on a group of Amazon EC2 on-demand instances behind an application load balancer. The application experiences heavy usage during an 8-hour period each business day. Application usage is moderate and steady overnight. Application usage is low during weekends. The company wants to minimize its EC2 costs without affecting the availability of the application. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use reserved instances for the baseline level of usage. Use spot instances for any additional capacity that the application needs. A company needs to retain application log files for a critical application for 10 years. The application team regularly accesses logs from the past month for troubleshooting, but logs older than 1 month are rarely accessed. The application generates more than 10 terabytes of logs per month. Which storage option meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Store the logs in Amazon S3. Use S3 lifecycle policies to move logs more than 1 month old to S3 Glacier Deep Archive. A company has a service that produces event data. The company wants to use AWS to process the event data as it is received. The data is written in a specific order that must be maintained throughout processing. The company wants to implement a solution that minimizes operational overhead. How should a solutions architect accomplish this? Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, FIFO queue to hold messages. Set up an AWS Lambda function to process messages from the queue. A company is migrating an application from on-premises servers to Amazon EC2 instances. As part of the migration design requirements, a solutions architect must implement infrastructure metric alarms. The company does not need to take action if CPU utilization increases to more than 50% for a short burst of time. However, if the CPU utilization increases to more than 50% and read IOPS on the disk are high at the same time, the company needs to act as soon as possible. The solutions architect also must reduce false alarms. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create Amazon CloudWatch composite alarms where possible. A company uses a 3-tier web application to provide training to new employees. The application is accessed for only 12 hours every day. The company is using an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance to store information and wants to minimize costs. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create AWS Lambda functions to start and stop the DB instance. Create Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch events, scheduled rules to invoke the Lambda functions. Configure the Lambda functions as event targets for the rules. A company sells ringtones created from clips of popular songs. The files containing the ringtones are stored in Amazon S3 standard and are at least 128 kilobytes in size. The company has millions of files, but downloads are infrequent for ringtones older than 90 days. The company needs to save money on storage while keeping the most accessed files readily available for its users. Which action should the company take to meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Implement an S3 lifecycle policy that moves the objects from S3 standard to S3 standard infrequent access, S3 standard, 1A, after 90 days. A company needs to save the results from a medical trial to an Amazon S3 repository. The repository must allow a few scientists to add new files and must restrict all other users to read-only access. No users can have the ability to modify or delete any files in the repository. The company must keep every file in the repository for a minimum of 1 year after its creation date. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use S3 Object Lock in compliance mode with a retention period of 365 days. A large media company hosts a web application on AWS. The company wants to start caching confidential media files so that users around the world will have reliable access to the files. The content is stored in Amazon S3 buckets. The company must deliver the content quickly, regardless of where the requests originate geographically. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy Amazon CloudFront to connect the S3 buckets to CloudFront Edge servers. A company produces batch data that comes from different databases. The company also produces live stream data from network sensors and application APIs. The company needs to consolidate all the data into one place for business analytics. The company needs to process the incoming data and then stage the data in different Amazon S3 buckets. Teams will later run one-time queries and import the data into a business intelligence tool to show key performance indicators, KPIs. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. Use Amazon Athena for one-time queries. Use Amazon QuickSight to create dashboards for KPIs. Create custom AWS Lambda functions to move the individual records from the databases to an Amazon Redshift cluster. A company has a small Python application that processes JSON documents and outputs the results to an on-premises SQL database. The application runs thousands of times each day. The company wants to move the application to the AWS cloud. The company needs a highly available solution that maximizes scalability and minimizes operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Place the JSON documents in an Amazon S3 bucket. Create an AWS Lambda function that runs the Python code to process the documents as they arrive in the S3 bucket. Store the results in an Amazon Aurora DB cluster. A company wants to use high-performance computing, HPC, infrastructure on AWS for financial risk modeling. The company's HPC workloads run on Linux. Each HPC workflow runs on hundreds of Amazon EC2 Spot instances, is short-lived, and generates thousands of output files that are ultimately stored in persistent storage for analytics and long-term future use. The company seeks a cloud storage solution that permits the copying of on-premises data to long-term persistent storage to make data available for processing by all EC2 instances. The solution should also be a high-performance file system that is integrated with persistent storage to read and write datasets and output files. Which combination of AWS services meets these requirements? Amazon FSx for Lustre integrated with Amazon S3. A company is building a containerized application on premises and decides to move the application to AWS. The application will have thousands of users soon after it is deployed. The company is unsure how to manage the deployment of containers at scale. The company needs to deploy the containerized application in a highly available architecture that minimizes operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Store container images in an Amazon Elastic Container Registry, Amazon ECR, repository. Use an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster with the AWS Fargate launch type to run the containers. Use target tracking to scale automatically based on demand. A company has two applications, a sender application that sends messages with payloads to be processed and a processing application intended to receive the messages with payloads. The company wants to implement an AWS service to handle messages between the two applications. The sender application can send about 1,000 messages each hour. The messages may take up to 2 days to be processed. If the messages fail to process, they must be retained so that they do not impact the processing of any remaining messages. Integrate the sender and processor applications with an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Configure a dead letter queue to collect the messages that failed to process. A solutions architect must design a solution that uses Amazon CloudFront with an Amazon S3 origin to store a static website. The company's security policy requires that all website traffic be inspected by AWS WAF. Configure Amazon CloudFront and Amazon S3 to use an Origin Access Identity, OAI, to restrict access to the S3 bucket. Enable AWS WAF on the distribution. Organizers for a global event want to put daily reports online as static HTML pages. The pages are expected to generate millions of views from users around the world. The files are stored in an Amazon S3 bucket. A solutions architect has been asked to design an efficient and effective solution. Which action should the solutions architect take to accomplish this? Use Amazon CloudFront with the S3 bucket as its origin. A company runs a production application on a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances. The application reads the data from an Amazon SQS queue and processes the messages in parallel. The message volume is unpredictable and often has intermittent traffic. This application should continually process messages without any downtime. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Use reserved instances for the baseline capacity and use spot instances to handle additional capacity. A security team wants to limit access to specific services or actions in all of the team's AWS accounts. All accounts belong to a large organization in AWS Organizations. The solution must be scalable and there must be a single point where permissions can be maintained. Create a service control policy in the root organizational unit to deny access to the services or actions. A company is concerned about the security of its public web application due to recent web attacks. The application uses an application load balancer, ALB. A solutions architect must reduce the risk of DDoS attacks against the application. What should the solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Enable AWS Shield Advanced to prevent attacks. A company's web application is running on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The company recently changed its policy, which now requires the application to be accessed from one specific country only. Configure AWS WAF on the application load balancer in a VPC. A company provides an API to its users that automates inquiries for tax computations based on item prices. The company experiences a larger number of inquiries during the holiday season only that cause slower response times. A solutions architect needs to design a solution that is scalable and elastic. What should the solutions architect do to accomplish this? Design a REST API using Amazon API Gateway that accepts the item names. API Gateway passes item names to AWS Lambda for tax computations. A gaming company hosts a browser-based application on AWS. The users of the application consume a large number of videos and images that are stored in Amazon S3. This content is the same for all users. The application has increased in popularity, and millions of users worldwide accessing these media files. The company wants to provide the files to the users while reducing the load on the origin. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Deploy an Amazon CloudFront web distribution in front of the S3 bucket. A company has a multi-tier application that runs 6 front-end web servers in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group in a single availability zone behind an application load balancer, ALB. A solutions architect needs to modify the infrastructure to be highly available without modifying the application. Which architecture should the solutions architect choose that provides high availability? Modify the auto-scaling group to use 3 instances across each of 2 availability zones. An e-commerce company has an order processing application that uses Amazon API Gateway and an AWS Lambda function. The application stores data in an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database. During a recent sales event, a sudden surge in customer orders occurred. Some customers experienced timeouts, and the application did not process the orders of those customers. A solutions architect determined that the CPU utilization and memory utilization were high on the database because of a large number of open connections. The solutions architect needs to prevent the timeout errors while making the least possible changes to the application. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon RDS proxy to create a proxy for the database. Modify the Lambda function to use the RDS proxy endpoint instead of the database endpoint. An application runs on Amazon EC2 instances in private subnets. The application needs to access an Amazon DynamoDB table. What is the most secure way to access the table while ensuring that the traffic does not leave the AWS network? Use a VPC endpoint for DynamoDB. An entertainment company is using Amazon DynamoDB to store media metadata. The application is read-intensive and experiencing delays. The company does not have staff to handle additional operational overhead and needs to improve the performance efficiency of DynamoDB without reconfiguring the application. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Use Amazon DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX. A company is designing a cloud communications platform that is driven by APIs. The application is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances behind a network load balancer, NLB. The company uses Amazon API Gateway to provide external users with access to the application through APIs. The company wants to protect the platform against web exploits, like SQL injection, and also wants to detect and mitigate large, sophisticated DDoS attacks. Which combination of solutions provides the most protection? Choose 2. Use AWS Shield Advanced with the NLB. Use AWS WAF to protect Amazon API Gateway. A company has a legacy data processing application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances. Data is processed sequentially, but the order of results does not matter. The application uses a monolithic architecture. The only way that the company can scale the application to meet increased demand is to increase the size of the instances. The company's developers have decided to rewrite the application to use a microservices architecture on Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. What should a solutions architect recommend for communication between the microservices? Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Add code to the data producers, and send data to the queue. Add code to the data consumers to process data from the queue. A company wants to migrate its MySQL database from on-premises to AWS. The company recently experienced a database outage that significantly impacted the business. To ensure this does not happen again, the company wants a reliable database solution on AWS that minimizes data loss and stores every transaction on at least 2 nodes. Which solution meets these requirements? Create an Amazon RDS MySQL DB instance with multi-AZ functionality enabled to synchronously replicate the data. A company is building a new dynamic ordering website. The company wants to minimize server maintenance and patching. The website must be highly available and must scale read and write capacity as quickly as possible to meet changes in user demand. Which solution will meet these requirements? Host static content in Amazon S3. Host dynamic content by using Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. Use Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand capacity for the database. Configure Amazon CloudFront to deliver the website content. A company runs an application using Amazon ECS. The application creates resized versions of an original image and then makes Amazon S3 API calls to store the resized images in Amazon S3. How can a solutions architect ensure that the application has permission to access Amazon S3? Create an IAM role with S3 permissions, and then specify that role as the task role ARN in the task definition. A company has a Windows-based application that must be migrated to AWS. The application requires the use of a shared Windows file system attached to multiple Amazon EC2 Windows instances that are deployed across multiple availability zones. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Configure Amazon FSx for Windows file server. Mount the Amazon FSx file system to each Windows instance. A company is developing an e-commerce application that will consist of a load-balanced front-end, a container-based application, and a relational database. A solutions architect needs to create a highly available solution that operates with as little manual intervention as possible. Which solutions meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create an Amazon RDS DB instance in multi-AZ mode. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster with a Fargate launch type to handle the dynamic application load. A company uses Amazon S3 as its data lake. The company has a new partner that must use SFTP to upload data files. A solutions architect needs to implement a highly available SFTP solution that minimizes operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Transfer Family to configure an SFTP-enabled server with a publicly accessible endpoint. Choose the S3 data lake as the destination. A company needs to store contract documents. A contract lasts for 5 years. During the 5-year period, the company must ensure that the documents cannot be overwritten or deleted. The company needs to encrypt the documents at rest and rotate the encryption keys automatically every year. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. Store the documents in Amazon S3. Use S3 Object Lock in compliance mode. A company has a web application that is based on Java and PHP. The company plans to move the application from on-premises to AWS. The company needs the ability to test new site features frequently. The company also needs a highly available and managed solution that requires minimum operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy the web application to an AWS Elastic Beanstalk environment. Use URL swapping to switch between multiple Elastic Beanstalk environments for feature testing. A company is developing a marketing communications service that targets mobile app users. The company needs to send its users confirmation messages with short message service, SMS. The users must be able to reply to the SMS messages. The company must store the responses for a year for analysis. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Build an Amazon Pinpoint journey. Configure Amazon Pinpoint to send events to an Amazon Kinesis data stream for analysis and archiving. A company is planning to move its data to an Amazon S3 bucket. The data must be encrypted when it is stored in the S3 bucket. Additionally, the encryption key must be automatically rotated every year. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Enable automatic key rotation. Set the S3 bucket's default encryption behavior to use the Customer Managed KMS key. Move the data to the S3 bucket. The customers of a finance company request appointments with financial advisors by sending text messages. A web application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances accepts the appointment requests. The text messages are published to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue through the web application. Another application that runs on EC2 instances then sends meeting invitations and meeting confirmation email messages to the customers. After successful scheduling, this application stores the meeting information in an Amazon DynamoDB database. As the company expands, customers report that their meeting invitations are taking longer to arrive. What should a solutions architect recommend to resolve this issue? Add an auto-scaling group for the application that sends meeting invitations. Configure the auto-scaling group to scale based on the depth of the SQS queue. An online retail company has more than 50 million active customers and receives more than 25,000 orders each day. The company collects purchase data for customers and stores this data in Amazon S3. Additional customer data is stored in Amazon RDS. The company wants to make all the data available to various teams so that the teams can perform analytics. The solution must provide the ability to manage fine-grained permissions for the data and must minimize operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a data lake by using AWS Lake Formation. Create an AWS Glue JDBC connection to Amazon RDS, register the S3 bucket in Lake Formation. Use Lake Formation access controls to limit access. A company hosts a marketing website in an on-premises data center. The website consists of static documents and runs on a single server. An administrator updates the website content infrequently and uses an SFTP client to upload new documents. The company decides to host its website on AWS and to use Amazon CloudFront. The company's solutions architect creates a CloudFront distribution. The solutions architect must design the most cost-effective and resilient architecture for website hosting to serve as the CloudFront origin. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a private Amazon S3 bucket. Use an S3 bucket policy to allow access from a CloudFront Origin Access Identity, OAI. Upload website content by using the AWS CLI. A company wants to manage Amazon Machine Images, AMIs. The company currently copies AMIs to the same AWS region where the AMIs were created. The company needs to design an application that captures AWS API calls and sends alerts whenever the Amazon EC2 CreateImage API operation is called within the company's account. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch Events, rule for the CreateImage API call. Configure the target as an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic to send an alert when a CreateImage API call is detected. A company needs to move data from an Amazon EC2 instance to an Amazon S3 bucket. The company must ensure that no API calls and no data are routed through public internet routes. Only the EC2 instance can have access to upload data to the S3 bucket. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an interface VPC endpoint for Amazon S3 in the subnet where the EC2 instance is located. Attach a resource policy to the S3 bucket to only allow the EC2 instance's IAM role for access. A solutions architect is designing the architecture of a new application being deployed to the AWS cloud. The application will run on Amazon EC2 on-demand instances and will automatically scale across multiple availability zones. The EC2 instances will scale up and down frequently throughout the day. An application load balancer, ALB, will handle the load distribution. The architecture needs to support distributed session data management. The company is willing to make changes to code if needed. What should the solutions architect do to ensure that the architecture supports distributed session data management? Use Amazon Elasticache to manage and store session data. A company hosts multiple production applications. One of the applications consists of resources from Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, Amazon RDS, Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, and Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, across multiple AWS regions. All company resources are tagged with a tag name of application and a value that corresponds to each application. A solutions architect must provide the quickest solution for identifying all of the tagged components. Which solution meets these requirements? Run a query with the AWS Resource Group's tag editor to report on the resources globally with the application tag. A company needs to export its database once a day to Amazon S3 for other teams to access. The exported object size varies between 2 GB and 5 GB. The S3 access pattern for the data is variable and changes rapidly. The data must be immediately available and must remain accessible for up to 3 months. The company needs the most cost-effective solution that will not increase retrieval time. Which S3 storage class should the company use to meet these requirements? S3 Intelligent Tiering. A company is developing a new mobile app. The company must implement proper traffic filtering to protect its application load balancer, ALB, against common application-level attacks, such as cross-site scripting or SQL injection. The company has minimal infrastructure and operational staff. The company needs to reduce its share of the responsibility in managing, updating, and securing servers for its AWS environment. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Configure AWS WAF rules and associate them with the ALB. A company's reporting system delivers hundreds of .csv files to an Amazon S3 bucket each day. The company must convert these files to Apache Parquet format and must store the files in a transformed data bucket. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least development effort? Create an AWS Glue crawler to discover the data. Create an AWS Glue extract, transform, and load (ETL) job to transform the data. Specify the transformed data bucket in the output step. A company has 700 terabytes of backup data stored in network-attached storage (NAS) in its data center. This backup data need to be accessible for infrequent regulatory requests and must be retained 7 years. The company has decided to migrate this backup data from its data center to AWS. The migration must be complete within 1 month. The company has 500 megabits per second of dedicated bandwidth on its public internet connection available for data transfer. What should a solutions architect do to migrate and store the data at the lowest cost? Order AWS Snowball devices to transfer the data. Use a lifecycle policy to transition the files to Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. A company has a serverless website with millions of objects in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company uses the S3 bucket as the origin for an Amazon CloudFront distribution. The company did not set encryption on the S3 bucket before the objects were loaded. A solutions architect needs to enable encryption for all existing objects and for all objects that are added to the S3 bucket in the future. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of effort? Turn on the default encryption settings for the S3 bucket. Use the S3 inventory feature to create a .csv file that lists the unencrypted objects. Run an S3 batch operations job that uses the copy command to encrypt those objects. A company runs a global web application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The application stores data in Amazon Aurora. The company needs to create a disaster recovery solution and can tolerate up to 30 minutes of downtime and potential data loss. The solution does not need to handle the load when the primary infrastructure is healthy. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Deploy the application with the required infrastructure elements in place. Use Amazon Route 53 to configure active-passive failover. Create an Aurora replica in a second AWS region. A company has a web server running on an Amazon EC2 instance in a public subnet with an elastic IP address. The default security group is assigned to the EC2 instance. The default network ACL has been modified to block all traffic. A solutions architect needs to make the web server accessible from everywhere on port 443. Which combination of steps will accomplish this task? Choose 2. Create a security group with a rule to allow TCP port 443 from source 0.0.0.0/0. Update the network ACL to allow inbound TCP port 443 from source 0.0.0.0/0 and outbound TCP port 32,768 to 65,535 to destination 0.0.0.0/0. A company's application is having performance issues. The application is stateful and needs to complete in-memory tasks on Amazon EC2 instances. The company used AWS CloudFormation to deploy infrastructure and used the M5 EC2 instance family. As traffic increased, the application performance degraded. Users are reporting delays when the users attempt to access the application. Which solution will resolve these issues in the most operationally efficient way? A solutions architect is designing a new API using Amazon API Gateway that will receive requests from users. The volume of requests is highly variable, several hours can pass without receiving a single request. The data processing will take place asynchronously, but should be completed within a few seconds after a request is made. Which compute service should the solutions architect have the API invoke to deliver the requirements at the lowest cost? An AWS Lambda function. A company runs an application on a group of Amazon Linux EC2 instances. For compliance reasons, the company must retain all application log files for 7 years. The log files will be analyzed by a reporting tool that must be able to access all the files concurrently. Which storage solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Amazon S3. A company has hired an external vendor to perform work in the company's AWS account. The vendor uses an automated tool that is hosted in an AWS account that the vendor owns. The vendor does not have IAM access to the company's AWS account. How should a solutions architect grant this access to the vendor? Create an IAM role in the company's account to delegate access to the vendor's IAM role. Attach the appropriate IAM policies to the role for the permissions that the vendor requires. A company has deployed a Java Spring Boot application as a pod that runs on Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, in private subnets. The application needs to write data to an Amazon DynamoDB table. A solutions architect must ensure that the application can interact with the DynamoDB table without exposing traffic to the internet. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to accomplish this goal? Choose 2. Attach an IAM role that has sufficient privileges to the EKS pod. Most voted, create a VPC endpoint for DynamoDB. Most voted. A media company collects and analyzes user activity data on premises. The company wants to migrate this capability to AWS. The user activity data store will continue to grow and will be petabytes in size. The company needs to build a highly available data ingestion solution that facilitates on-demand analytics of existing data and new data with SQL. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Send activity data to an Amazon Kinesis data firehose delivery stream. Configure the stream to deliver the data to an Amazon Redshift cluster. A company collects data from thousands of remote devices by using a RESTful Web Services application that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance. The EC2 instance receives the raw data, transforms the raw data, and stores all the data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The number of remote devices will increase into the millions soon. The company needs a highly scalable solution that minimizes operational overhead. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Use AWS Glue to process the raw data in Amazon S3, use Amazon API Gateway to send the raw data to an Amazon Kinesis data stream. Configure Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to use the data stream as a source to deliver the data to Amazon S3. It automatically discovers the schema of the data and generates ETL code to transform it. API Gateway can be used to receive the raw data from the remote devices via RESTful web services. It provides a scalable and managed infrastructure to handle the incoming requests. The data can then be sent to an Amazon Kinesis data stream, which is a highly scalable and durable real-time data streaming service. From there, Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose can be configured to use the data stream as a source and deliver the transformed data to Amazon S3. This combination of services allows for the seamless ingestion and processing of data while minimizing operational overhead. A company needs to retain its AWS CloudTrail logs for 3 years. The company is enforcing CloudTrail across a set of AWS accounts by using AWS Organizations from the parent account. The CloudTrail target S3 bucket is configured with S3 versioning enabled. An S3 lifecycle policy is in place to delete current objects after 3 years. After the 4th year of use of the S3 bucket, the S3 bucket metrics show that the number of objects has continued to rise. However, the number of new CloudTrail logs that are delivered to the S3 bucket has remained consistent. Which solution will delete objects that are older than 3 years in the most cost-effective manner? Configure the S3 lifecycle policy to delete previous versions as well as current versions. A company has an API that receives real-time data from a fleet of monitoring devices. The API stores this data in an Amazon RDS DB instance for later analysis. The amount of data that the monitoring devices send to the API fluctuates. During periods of heavy traffic, the API often returns timeout errors. After an inspection of the logs, the company determines that the database is not capable of processing the volume of write traffic that comes from the API. A solutions architect must minimize the number of connections to the database and must ensure that data is not lost during periods of heavy traffic. Which solution will meet these requirements? Modify the API to write incoming data to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Use an AWS Lambda function that Amazon SQS invokes to write data from the queue to the database. A company manages its own Amazon EC2 instances that run MySQL databases. The company is manually managing replication and scaling as demand increases or decreases. The company needs a new solution that simplifies the process of adding or removing compute capacity to or from its database tier as needed. The solution also must offer improved performance, scaling, and durability with minimal effort from operations. Which solution meets these requirements? Migrate the databases to Amazon Aurora Serverless for Aurora MySQL. A company is concerned that 2 NAT instances in use will no longer be able to support the traffic needed for the company's application. A solutions architect wants to implement a solution that is highly available, fault-tolerant, and automatically scalable. What should the solutions architect recommend? Remove the 2 NAT instances and replace them with 2 NAT gateways in different availability zones. An application runs on an Amazon EC2 instance that has an elastic IP address in VPC-A. The application requires access to a database in VPC-B. Both VPCs are in the same AWS account. Which solution will provide the required access most securely? Configure a VPC peering connection between VPC-A and VPC-B. A company runs demonstration environments for its customers on Amazon EC2 instances. Each environment is isolated in its own VPC. The company's operations team needs to be notified when RDP or SSH access to an environment has been established. Configure the EC2 instances with an IAM instance profile that has an IAM role with the Amazon SSM Managed Instance Core policy attached. A solutions architect has created a new AWS account and must secure AWS account root user access. Which combination of actions will accomplish this? Choose 2. Ensure the root user uses a strong password. Enable multi-factor authentication to the root user. A company is building a new web-based customer relationship management application. The application will use several Amazon EC2 instances that are backed by Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes behind an application load balancer, ALB. The application will also use an Amazon Aurora database. All data for the application must be encrypted at rest and in transit. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, to encrypt the EBS volumes and Aurora database storage at rest. Attach an AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, certificate to the ALB to encrypt data in transit. A company has a 3-tier application for image sharing. The application uses an Amazon EC2 instance for the front-end layer, another EC2 instance for the application layer, and a third EC2 instance for a MySQL database. A solutions architect must design a scalable and highly available solution that requires the least amount of change to the application. Which solution meets these requirements? Use load-balanced multi-AZ AWS Elastic Beanstalk environments for the front-end layer and the application layer. Move the database to an Amazon RDS multi-AZ DB instance. Use Amazon S3 to store and serve users' images. An application running on an Amazon EC2 instance in VPCA needs to access files in another EC2 instance in VPCB. Both VPCs are in separate AWS accounts. The network administrator needs to design a solution to configure secure access to EC2 instance in VPCB from VPCA. The connectivity should not have a single point of failure or bandwidth concerns. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up a VPC peering connection between VPCA and VPCB. A company wants to experiment with individual AWS accounts for its engineer team. The company wants to be notified as soon as the Amazon EC2 instance usage for a given month exceeds a specific threshold for each account. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement most cost-effectively? Use AWS budgets to create a cost budget for each account. Set the period to monthly. Set the scope to EC2 instances. Set an alert threshold for the budget. Configure an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic to receive a notification when a threshold is exceeded. A solutions architect needs to design a new microservice for a company's application. Clients must be able to call an HTTPS endpoint to reach the microservice. The microservice also must use AWS Identity and Access Management, IAM, to authenticate calls. The solutions architect will write the logic for this microservice by using a single AWS Lambda function that is written in Go1.x. Which solution will deploy the function in the most operationally efficient way? Create an Amazon API Gateway REST API. Configure the method to use the Lambda function. Enable IAM authentication on the API. A company previously migrated its data warehouse solution to AWS. The company also has an AWS Direct Connect connection. Corporate office users query the data warehouse using a visualization tool. The average size of a query returned by the data warehouse is 50 megabytes and each web page sent by the visualization tool is approximately 500 kilobytes. Result sets returned by the data warehouse are not cached. Which solution provides the lowest data transfer egress cost for the company? Host the visualization tool in the same AWS region as the data warehouse and access it over a Direct Connect connection at a location in the same region. An online learning company is migrating to the AWS cloud. The company maintains its student records in a PostgreSQL database. The company needs a solution in which its data is available and online across multiple AWS regions at all times. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Migrate the PostgreSQL database to an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. Create a red replica in another region. A company hosts its web application on AWS using 7 Amazon EC2 instances. The company requires that the IP addresses of all healthy EC2 instances be returned in response to DNS queries. Which policy should be used to meet this requirement? Multi-value routing policy. A medical research lab produces data that is related to a new study. The lab wants to make the data available with minimum latency to clinics across the country for their on-premises, file-based applications. The data files are stored in an Amazon S3 bucket that has read-only permissions for each clinic. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway File Gateway as a virtual machine, VM, on premises at each clinic. A company is using a content management system that runs on a single Amazon EC2 instance. The EC2 instance contains both the web server and the database software. The company must make its website platform highly available and must enable the website to scale to meet user demand. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Move the database to Amazon Aurora with a red replica in another availability zone. Create an Amazon Machine Image (AMI) from the EC2 instance. Configure an application load balancer in 2 availability zones. Attach an auto-scaling group that uses the AMI across 2 availability zones. A company is launching an application on AWS. The application uses an application load balancer, ALB, to direct traffic to at least 2 Amazon EC2 instances in a single target group. The instances are in an auto-scaling group for each environment. The company requires a development environment and a production environment. The production environment will have periods of high traffic. Which solution will configure the development environment most cost-effectively? Reconfigure the target group in the development environment to have only one EC2 instance as a target. A company runs a web application on Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones. The EC2 instances are in private subnets. A solutions architect implements an internet-facing application load balancer, ALB, and specifies the EC2 instances as the target group. However, the internet traffic is not reaching the EC2 instances. How should the solutions architect reconfigure the architecture to resolve this issue? Create public subnets in each available instances have a consistent CPU utilization at or near 100%. The company wants to improve system performance and scale the system based on user load. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Route incoming requests to Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Configure an EC2 auto-scaling group based on queue size. Update the software to read from the queue. A company is implementing a shared storage solution for a media application that is hosted in the AWS cloud. The company needs the ability to use SMB clients to access data. The solution must be fully managed. Which AWS solution meets these requirements? Create an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server file system. Attach the file system to the origin server. Connect the application server to the file system. A company's security team requests that network traffic be captured in VPC flow logs. The logs will be frequently accessed for 90 days and then accessed intermittently. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements when configuring the logs? Use Amazon S3 as the target. Enable an S3 lifecycle policy to transition the logs to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 90 days. An Amazon EC2 instance is located in a private subnet in a new VPC. This subnet does not have outbound internet access, but the EC2 instance needs the ability to download monthly security updates from an outside vendor. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create a NAT gateway, and place it in a public subnet. Configure the private subnet route table to use the NAT gateway as the default route. A solutions architect needs to design a system to store client case files. The files are core company assets and are important. The number of files will grow over time. The files must be simultaneously accessible from multiple application servers that run on Amazon EC2 instances. The solution must have built-in redundancy. Which solution meets these requirements? Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Policy K. Deleting Amazon EC2 instances. A company is reviewing a recent migration of a 3-tier application to a VPC. The security team discovers that the principle of least privilege is not being applied to Amazon EC2 security group ingress and egress rules between the application tiers. What should a solutions architect do to correct this issue? Create security group rules using the security group ID as the source or destination. A company has an e-commerce checkout workflow that writes an order to a database and calls a service to process the payment. Users are experiencing timeouts during the checkout process. When users resubmit the checkout form, multiple unique orders are created for the same desired transaction. How should a solutions architect refactor this workflow to prevent the creation of multiple orders? Store the order in the database. Send a message that includes the order number to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, FIFO queue. Set the payment service to retrieve the message and process the order. Delete the message from the queue. A solutions architect is implementing a document review application using an Amazon S3 bucket for storage. The solution must prevent accidental deletion of the documents and ensure that all versions of the documents are available. Users must be able to download, modify, and upload documents. Which combination of actions should be taken to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Enable versioning on the bucket. Enable MFA Delete on the bucket allows multiple versions of objects in the S3 bucket to be stored. This ensures that all versions of the documents are available, even if they are accidentally overwritten or deleted, adds an extra layer of protection against accidental deletion of objects in the bucket. With MFA Delete enabled, a user would need to provide an additional authentication factor to successfully delete objects from the bucket. This helps prevent accidental or unauthorized deletions and provides an extra level of security for critical documents. A company has an application that places hundreds of .csv files into an Amazon S3 bucket every hour. The files are 1 GB in size. A solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements. Create a backup vault in AWS Backup to retain RDS backups. Create a new backup plan with a daily schedule and an expiration period of 2 years after creation. Assign the RDS DB instances to the backup plan. A company's compliance team needs to move its file shares to AWS. The shares run on a Windows Server SMB file share. A self-managed on-premises Active Directory controls access to the files and folders. The company wants to use Amazon FSx for Windows File Server as part of the solution. The company must ensure that the on-premises Active Directory groups restrict access to the FSx for Windows File Server SMB compliance shares, folders, and files after the move to AWS. The company has created an FSx for Windows File Server file system. Which solution will meet these requirements? Join the file system to the Active Directory to restrict access. A company recently announced the deployment of its retail website to a global audience. The website runs on multiple Amazon EC2 instances behind an elastic load balancer. The instances run in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. The company wants to provide its customers with different versions of content based on the devices that the customers use to access the website. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Configure Amazon CloudFront to cache multiple versions of the content. Configure a Lambda at Edge function to send specific objects to users based on the user agent header. A company plans to use Amazon ElastiCache for its multi-tier web application. A solutions architect creates a cache VPC for the ElastiCache cluster and an app VPC for the application's Amazon EC2 instances. Both VPCs are in the US East 1 region. The solutions architect must implement a solution to provide the application's EC2 instances with access to the ElastiCache cluster. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create a peering connection between the VPCs. Add a route table entry for the peering connection in both VPCs. Configure an inbound rule for the ElastiCache cluster security group to allow inbound connection from the application security groups. A company is building an application that consists of several microservices. The company has decided to use container technologies to deploy its software on AWS. The company needs a solution that minimizes the amount of ongoing effort for maintenance and scaling. The company cannot manage additional infrastructure. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Deploy an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster. Deploy an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, service with a Fargate launch type. Specify a desired task number level of greater than or equal to 2. A company has a web application hosted over 10 Amazon EC2 instances with traffic directed by Amazon Route 53. The company occasionally experiences a timeout error when attempting to browse the application. The networking team finds that some DNS queries return IP addresses of unhealthy instances, resulting in the timeout error. What should a solutions architect implement to overcome these timeout errors? Create an application load balancer, ALB, with a health check in front of the EC2 instances. Format for further processing. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose delivery stream to store the data in Amazon S3. Create an Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics application to analyze the data. A gaming company has a web application that displays scores. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The application stores data in an Amazon RDS for MySQL database. Users are starting to experience long delays and interruptions that are caused by database read performance. The company wants to improve the user experience while minimizing changes to the application's architecture. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use RDS proxy between the application and the database. An e-commerce company has noticed performance degradation of its Amazon RDS-based web application. The performance degradation is attributed to an increase in the number of read-only SQL queries triggered by business analysts. A solutions architect needs to solve the problem with minimal changes to the existing web application. What should the solutions architect recommend? Create a red replica of the primary database and have the business analysts run their queries. A company is using a centralized AWS account to store log data in various Amazon S3 buckets. A solutions architect needs to ensure that the data is encrypted at rest before the data is uploaded to the S3 buckets. The data also must be encrypted in transit. Which solution meets these requirements? Use client-side encryption to encrypt the data that is being uploaded to the S3 buckets. A solutions architect observes that a nightly batch processing job is automatically scaled up for 1 hour before the desired Amazon EC2 capacity is reached. The peak capacity is the same every night and the batch jobs always start at 1 a.m. The solutions architect needs to find a cost-effective solution that will allow for the desired EC2 capacity to be reached quickly and allow the auto-scaling group to scale down after the batch jobs are complete. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Configure scheduled scaling to scale up to the desired compute level. A company serves a dynamic website from a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The website needs to support multiple languages to serve customers around the world. The website's architecture is running in the US, West, 1 region and is exhibiting high request latency for users that are located in other parts of the world. Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group. An Amazon RDS for Oracle instance is the application's data layer that uses Oracle-specific PL/SQL functions. Traffic to the application has been steadily increasing. This is causing the EC2 instances to become overloaded and the RDS instance to run out of storage. The auto-scaling group does not have any scaling metrics and defines the minimum healthy instance count only. The company predicts that traffic will continue to increase at a steady but unpredictable rate before leveling off. What should a solutions architect do to ensure the system can automatically scale for the increased traffic? Choose 2. Configure storage auto-scaling on the RDS for Oracle instance. A company provides an online service for posting video content and transcoding it for use by any mobile platform. Fewer than 100 site visits each month. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create an Amazon API Gateway endpoint with an AWS Lambda backend that makes a call to Amazon's simple email service, Amazon SES. A company has a static website that is hosted on Amazon CloudFront in front of Amazon S3. The static website uses a database backend. The company notices that the website does not reflect updates that have been made in the website's Git repository. The company checks the continuous integration and continuous delivery, CI/CD, pipeline between the Git repository and Amazon S3. The company verifies that the webhooks are configured properly and that the CI/CD pipeline is sending messages that indicate successful deployments. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution that displays the updates on the website. Which solution will meet these requirements? Invalidate the CloudFront cache. A company wants to migrate a Windows-based application from on-premises to the AWS cloud. The application has 3 tiers, an application tier, a business tier, and a database tier with Microsoft SQL Server. The company wants to use specific features of SQL Server such as native backups and data quality services. The company also needs to share files for processing between the tiers. How should a solutions architect design the architecture to meet these requirements? Host all 3 tiers on Amazon EC2 instances. Use Amazon FSx for Windows File Server for file sharing between the tiers. A company is migrating a Linux-based web server group to AWS. The web servers must access files in a shared file store for some content. The company must not make any changes to the application. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system. Mount the EFS file system on all web servers. A company has an AWS Lambda function that needs read access to an Amazon S3 bucket that is located in the same AWS account. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most secure manner? Apply an IAM role to the Lambda function. Apply an IAM policy to the role to grant read access to the S3 bucket. A company hosts a web application on multiple Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances are in an auto-scaling group that scales in response to user demand. The company wants to optimize cost savings without making a long-term commitment. Which EC2 instance purchasing option should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? A mix of on-demand instances and spot instances. A media company uses Amazon CloudFront for its publicly available streaming video content. The company wants to secure the video content that is hosted in Amazon S3 by controlling who has access. Some of the company's users are using a custom HTTP client that does not support cookies. Some of the company's users are unable to change the hard-coded URLs that they are using for access. Which services or methods will meet these requirements with the least impact to the users? Choose 2. Signed cookies, signed URLs. A company is preparing a new data platform that will ingest real-time streaming data from multiple sources. The company needs to transform the data before writing the data to Amazon S3. The company needs the ability to use SQL to query the transformed data. Which solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams to stream the data. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics to transform the data. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to write the data to Amazon S3. Use Amazon Athena to query the transformed data from Amazon S3. Use Amazon Managed Streaming for Apache Kafka, Amazon MSK, to stream the data. Use AWS Glue to transform the data and to write the data to Amazon S3. Use Amazon Athena to query the transformed data from Amazon S3. A company has an on-premises volume backup solution that has reached its end of life. The company wants to use AWS as part of a new backup solution and wants to maintain local access to all the data while it is backed up on AWS. The company wants to ensure that the data backed up on AWS is automatically and securely transferred. Which solution meets these requirements? Use AWS Storage Gateway and configure a stored volume gateway. Run the Storage Gateway software appliance on-premises and map the gateway storage volumes to on-premises storage. Mount the gateway storage volumes to provide local access to the data. An application that is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances needs to access an Amazon S3 bucket. Traffic must not traverse the internet. How should a solutions architect configure access to meet these requirements? Set up a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3 in the VPC. An e-commerce company stores terabytes of customer data in the AWS cloud. The data contains personally identifiable information, PII. The company wants to use the data in 3 applications. Only one of the applications needs to process the PII. The PII must be removed before the other 2 applications process the data. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Store the data in an Amazon S3 bucket. Process and transform the data by using S3 object Lambda before returning the data to the requesting application. A development team has launched a new application that is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances inside a development VPC. A solutions architect needs to create a new VPC in the same account. The new VPC will be paired with the development VPC. The VPC CIDR block for the development VPC is 192.168.0.0/24. The solutions architect needs to create a CIDR block for the new VPC. The CIDR block must be valid for a VPC peering connection to the development VPC. What is the smallest CIDR block that meets these requirements? 10.0.1.0/24. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to automate the scalability of the application. The solution must optimize the cost of the architecture and must ensure that the application has enough CPU resources when surges occur. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an EC2 auto-scaling group. Select the existing ALB as the load balancer and the existing target group as the target group. Set a target tracking scaling policy that is based on the ASG average CPU utilization metric. Set the minimum instances to 2, the desired capacity to 3, the maximum instances to 6, and the target value to 50%. Add the EC2 instances to the auto-scaling group. A company is running a critical business application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The EC2 instances run in an auto-scaling group and access an Amazon RDS DB instance. The design did not pass an operational review because the EC2 instances and the DB instance are all located in a single availability zone. A solutions architect must update the design to use a second availability zone. A research laboratory needs to process approximately 8 terabytes of data. The laboratory requires sub-millisecond latencies and a minimum throughput of 6 Gbps for the storage subsystem. Hundreds of Amazon EC2 instances that run Amazon Linux will distribute and process the data. Which solution will meet the performance requirements? Create an Amazon S3 bucket to store the raw data. Create an Amazon FSx for Lustre file system that uses persistent SSD storage. Select the option to import data from and export data to Amazon S3. Mount the file system on the EC2 instances. A company needs to migrate a legacy application from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud because of hardware capacity constraints. The application runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The application's database storage continues to grow over time. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Migrate the application layer to Amazon EC2 reserved instances. Migrate the data storage layer to Amazon Aurora reserved instances. A university research laboratory needs to migrate 30 terabytes of data from an on-premises Windows file server to Amazon FSx for Windows file server. The laboratory has a 1 gigabit per second network link that many other departments in the university share. The laboratory wants to implement a data migration service that will maximize the performance of the data transfer. However, the laboratory needs to be able to control the amount of bandwidth that the service uses to minimize the impact on other departments. The data migration must take place within the next 5 days. Which AWS solution will meet these requirements? AWS Data Sync. A company wants to create a mobile app that allows users to stream slow-motion video clips on their mobile devices. Currently, the app captures video clips and uploads the video clips in RAW format into an Amazon S3 bucket. The app retrieves these video clips directly from the S3 bucket. However, the videos are large in their RAW format. Users are experiencing issues with buffering and playback on mobile devices. The company wants to implement solutions to maximize the performance and scalability of the app while minimizing operational overhead. Which combination of solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Deploy Amazon CloudFront for content delivery and caching. Use Amazon Elastic Transcoder to convert the video files to more appropriate formats. A company is launching a new application deployed on an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster and is using the Fargate launch type for ECS tasks. The company is monitoring CPU and memory usage because it is expecting high traffic to the application upon its launch. However, the company wants to reduce costs when utilization decreases. What should a solutions architect recommend? Use AWS application auto-scaling with target tracking policies. To scale when ECS metric breaches trigger an Amazon CloudWatch alarm. A company recently created a disaster recovery site in a different AWS region. The company needs to transfer large amounts of data back and forth between NFS file systems in the two regions on a periodic basis. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use AWS Data Sync. A company is designing a shared storage solution for a gaming application that is hosted in the AWS cloud. The company needs the ability to use SMB clients to access data. The solution must be fully managed. Which AWS solution meets these requirements? Create an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server file system. Attach the file system to the origin server. Connect the application server to the file system. A company wants to run an in-memory database for a latency-sensitive application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances. The application processes more than 100,000 transactions each minute and requires high network throughput. A solutions architect needs to provide a cost-effective network design that minimizes data transfer charges. Which solution meets these requirements? Launch all EC2 instances in the same availability zone within the same AWS region. Specify a placement group with cluster strategy when launching EC2 instances. A company that primarily runs its application servers on premises has decided to migrate to AWS. The company wants to minimize its need to scale its Internet Small Computer Systems Interface, ISCSI, storage on premises. The company wants only its recently accessed data to remain stored locally. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet these requirements? AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway Cached Volumes. A company has multiple AWS accounts that use consolidated billing. The company runs several active high-performance Amazon RDS for Oracle On-Demand DB instances for 90 days. The company's finance team has access to AWS Trusted Advisor in the consolidated billing account and all other AWS accounts. The finance team needs to use the appropriate AWS account to access the Trusted Advisor check recommendations for RDS. The finance team must review the appropriate Trusted Advisor check to reduce RDS costs. A solutions architect needs to optimize storage costs. The solutions architect must identify any Amazon S3 buckets that are no longer being accessed or are rarely accessed. Which solution will accomplish this goal with the least operational overhead? Analyze bucket access patterns by using the S3 Storage Lens dashboard for advanced activity metrics. A company sells datasets to customers who do research in artificial intelligence and machine learning, AI or ML. The datasets are large, formatted files that are stored in an Amazon S3 bucket in the US East 1 region. The company hosts a web application that the customers use to purchase access to a given dataset. The web application is deployed on multiple Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. After a purchase is made, customers receive an S3 signed URL that allows access to the files. The customers are distributed across North America and Europe. The company wants to reduce the cost that is associated with data transfers and wants to maintain or improve performance. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Deploy an Amazon CloudFront distribution with the existing S3 bucket as the origin. Direct customer requests to the CloudFront URL. Switch to CloudFront signed URLs for access control. A company is using AWS to design a web application that will process insurance quotes. Users will request quotes from the application. Quotes must be separated by quote type, must be responded to within 24 hours, and must not get lost. The solution must maximize operational efficiency and must minimize maintenance. Which solution meets these requirements? A company has an application that runs on several Amazon EC2 instances. Each EC2 instance has multiple Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, data volumes attached to it. The application's EC2 instance configuration and data need to be backed up nightly. The application also needs to be recoverable in a different AWS region. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Create a backup plan by using AWS Backup to perform nightly backups. Copy the backups to another region. Add the application's EBS volumes as resources. A company is building a mobile app on AWS. The company wants to expand its reach to millions of users. The company needs to build a platform so that authorized users can watch the company's content on their mobile devices. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Use Amazon CloudFront. Provide signed URLs to stream content. A company has an on-premises MySQL database used by the global sales team with infrequent access patterns. The sales team requires the database to have minimal downtime. A database administrator wants to migrate this database to AWS without selecting a particular instance type in anticipation of more users in the future. Which service should a solutions architect recommend? Amazon Aurora Serverless for MySQL. A company experienced a breach that affected several applications in its on-premises data center. The attacker took advantage of vulnerabilities in the custom applications that were running on the servers. The company is now migrating its applications to run on Amazon EC2 instances. The company wants to implement a solution that actively scans for vulnerabilities on the EC2 instances and sends a report that details the findings. Which solution will meet these requirements? A company uses an Amazon EC2 instance to run a script to pull for and process messages in an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. The company wants to reduce operational costs while maintaining its ability to process a growing number of messages that are added to the queue. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Migrate the script on the EC2 instance to an AWS Lambda function with the appropriate runtime. A company uses a legacy application to produce data in CSV format. The legacy application stores the output data in Amazon S3. The company is deploying a new commercial off-the-shelf, COTS, application that can perform complex SQL queries to analyze data that is stored in Amazon Redshift and Amazon S3 only. However, the COTS application cannot process the .csv files that the legacy application produces. The company cannot update the legacy application to produce data in another format. The company needs to implement a solution so that the COTS application can use the data that the legacy application produces. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an AWS Glue Extract, Transform, and Load (ETL) job that runs on a schedule. Configure the ETL job to process the .csv files and store the processed data in Amazon Redshift. A company recently migrated its entire IT environment to the AWS cloud. The company discovers that users are provisioning oversized Amazon EC2 instances and modifying security group rules without using the appropriate change control process. A solutions architect must devise a strategy to track and audit these inventory and configuration changes. Which actions should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Enable AWS CloudTrail and use it for auditing. Enable AWS Config and create rules for auditing and compliance purposes. Enable AWS CloudTrail and use it for auditing. CloudTrail provides event history of your AWS account activity, including actions taken through the AWS Management Console, AWS Command Line Interface, CLI, and AWS SDKs and APIs. By enabling CloudTrail, the company can track user activity and changes to AWS resources, and monitor compliance with internal policies and external regulations. Enable AWS Config and create rules for auditing and compliance purposes. AWS Config provides a detailed inventory of the AWS resources in your account, and continuously records changes to the configurations of those resources. By creating rules in AWS Config, the company can automate the evaluation of resource configurations against desired state, and receive alerts when configurations drift from compliance. A company has hundreds of Amazon EC2 Linux-based instances in the AWS cloud. Systems administrators have used shared SSH keys to manage the instances. After a recent audit, the company's security team is mandating the removal of all shared keys. A solutions architect must design a solution that provides secure access to the EC2 instances. Which solution will meet this requirement with the least amount of administrative overhead? Use AWS Systems Manager Session Manager to connect to the EC2 instances. A company is using a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances to ingest data from on-premises data sources. The data is in JSON format and ingestion rates can be as high as 1 megabyte per second. When an EC2 instance is rebooted, the data in flight is lost. The company's data science team wants to query ingested data in near real time. Which solution provides near real-time data querying that is scalable with minimal data loss? Publish data to Amazon Kinesis data streams. Use Kinesis data analytics to query the data. What should a solutions architect do to ensure that all objects uploaded to an Amazon S3 bucket are encrypted? Update the bucket policy to deny if the put object does not have an XAMPP server-side encryption header set. A solutions architect is designing a multi-tier application for a company. The application's users upload images from a mobile device. The application generates a thumbnail of each image and returns a message to the user to confirm that the image was uploaded successfully. The thumbnail generation can take up to 60 seconds, but the company wants to provide a faster response time to its users to notify them that the original image was received. The solutions architect must design the application to asynchronously dispatch requests to the different application tiers. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, message queue. As images are uploaded, place a message on the SQS queue for thumbnail generation. Alert the user through an application message that the image was received. A company's facility has badge readers at every entrance throughout the building. When badges are scanned, the readers send a message over HTTPS to indicate who attempted to access that particular entrance. A solutions architect must design a system to process these messages from the sensors. The solution must be highly available, and the results must be made available for the company's security team to analyze. Which system architecture should the solutions architect recommend? Create an HTTPS endpoint in Amazon API Gateway. Configure the API Gateway endpoint to invoke an AWS Lambda function to process the messages and save the results to an Amazon DynamoDB table. A company wants to implement a disaster recovery plan for its primary on-premises file storage volume. The file storage volume is mounted from an Internet Small Computer Systems Interface, ISCSI, device on a local storage server. The file storage volume holds hundreds of terabytes, TB, of data. The company wants to ensure that end users retain immediate access to all file types from the on-premises systems without experiencing latency. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of change to the company's existing infrastructure? Provision an AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway Cached Volume. Set the local cache to 10 terabytes. Mount the Volume Gateway Cached Volume to the existing file server by using ISCSI, and copy all files to the storage volume. Configure scheduled snapshots of the storage volume. To recover from a disaster, restore a snapshot to an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volume and attach the EBS volume to an Amazon EC2 instance. A company is hosting a web application from an Amazon S3 bucket. The application uses Amazon Cognito as an identity provider to authenticate users and return a JSON Web Token, JWT, that provides access to protected resources that are stored in another S3 bucket. Upon deployment of the application, users report errors and are unable to access the protected content. A solutions architect must resolve this issue by providing proper permissions so that users can access the protected content. Which solution meets these requirements? Update the Amazon Cognito identity pool to assume the proper IAM role for access to the protected content. An image hosting company uploads its large assets to Amazon S3 standard buckets. The company uses multi-part upload in parallel by using S3 APIs and overwrites if the same object is uploaded again. For the first 30 days after upload, the objects will be accessed frequently. The objects will be used less frequently after 30 days, but the access patterns for each object will be inconsistent. The company must optimize its S3 storage costs while maintaining high availability and resiliency of stored assets. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Move assets to S3 intelligent tiering after 30 days, configure an S3 lifecycle policy to clean up incomplete multi-part uploads. A solutions architect must secure a VPC network that hosts Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances contain highly sensitive data and run in a private subnet. According to company policy, the EC2 instances that run in a VPC can access only approved third-party software repositories on the Internet for software product updates that use the third party's URL. Other Internet traffic must be blocked. Which solution meets these requirements? A company is hosting a 3-tier e-commerce application in the AWS cloud. The company hosts the website on Amazon S3 and integrates the website with an API that handles sales requests. The company hosts the API on 3 Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The API consists of static and dynamic front-end content along with back-end workers that process sales requests asynchronously. The company is expecting a significant and sudden increase in the number of sales requests during events for the launch of new products. What should a solutions architect recommend to ensure that all the requests are processed successfully? Add an Amazon CloudFront distribution for the static content. Place the EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group to launch new instances based on network traffic. A security audit reveals that Amazon EC2 instances are not being patched regularly. A solutions architect needs to provide a solution that will run regular security scans across a large fleet of EC2 instances. The solution should also patch the EC2 instances on a regular schedule and provide a report of each instance's patch status. Which solution will meet these requirements? Turn on Amazon Inspector in the account. Configure Amazon Inspector to scan the EC2 instances for software vulnerabilities. Set up AWS Systems Manager Patch Manager to patch the EC2 instances on a regular schedule. A company is planning to store data on Amazon RDS DB instances. The company must encrypt the data at rest. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Create a key in AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Enable encryption for the DB instances. A company must migrate 20 terabytes of data from a data center to the AWS cloud within 30 days. The company's network bandwidth is limited to 15 megabits per second and cannot exceed 70% utilization. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use AWS Snowball. A company needs to provide its employees with secure access to confidential and sensitive files. The company wants to ensure that the files can be accessed only by authorized users. The files must be downloaded securely to the employees' devices. The files are stored in an on-premises Windows file server. However, due to an increase in remote usage, the file server is running out of capacity. Which solution will meet these requirements? Migrate the files to an Amazon FSx for Windows File Server file system. Integrate the Amazon FSx file system with the on-premises Active Directory. Configure AWS Client VPN. A company's application runs on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The instances run in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. On the first day of every month at midnight, the application becomes much slower when the month-end financial calculation batch runs. This causes the CPU utilization of the EC2 instances to immediately peak to 100%, which disrupts the application. What should a solutions architect recommend to ensure the application is able to handle the workload and avoid downtime? Configure an EC2 auto-scaling scheduled scaling policy based on the monthly schedule. A company wants to give a customer the ability to use on-premises Microsoft Active Directory to download files that are stored in Amazon S3. The customer's application uses an SFTP client to download the files. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead and no changes to the customer's application? Set up AWS Transfer Family with SFTP for Amazon S3. Configure integrated Active Directory authentication. A company is experiencing sudden increases in demand. The company needs to provision large Amazon EC2 instances from an Amazon Machine Image, AMI. The instances will run in an auto-scaling group. The company needs a solution that provides minimum initialization latency to meet the demand. Which solution meets these requirements? Enable Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, Fast Snapshot Restore on a snapshot. Provision an AMI by using the snapshot. Replace the AMI in the auto-scaling group with the new AMI. A company hosts a multi-tier web application that uses an Amazon Aurora MySQL DB cluster for storage. The application tier is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances. The company's IT security guidelines mandate that the database credentials be encrypted and rotated every 14 days. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement with the least operational effort? Create a new AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, encryption key. Use AWS Secrets Manager to create a new secret that uses the KMS key with the appropriate credentials. Associate the secret with the Aurora DB cluster. Configure a custom rotation period of 14 days. A company has deployed a web application on AWS. The company hosts the backend database on Amazon RDS for MySQL with a primary DB instance and 5 read replicas to support scaling needs. The read replicas must lag no more than 1 second behind the primary DB instance. The database routinely runs scheduled stored procedures. As traffic on the website increases, the replicas experience additional lag during periods of peak load. A solutions architect must reduce the replication lag as much as possible. The solutions architect must minimize changes to the application code and must minimize ongoing operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Migrate the database to Amazon Aurora MySQL. Replace the read replicas with Aurora replicas, and configure Aurora auto-scaling. Replace the stored procedures with Aurora MySQL native functions. A solutions architect must create a disaster recovery (DR) plan for a high-volume software as a service (SaaS) platform. All data for the platform is stored in an Amazon Aurora MySQL DB cluster. The DR plan must replicate data to a secondary AWS region. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Set up an Aurora global database for the DB cluster. Specify a minimum of 1 DB instance in the secondary region. A company has a custom application with embedded credentials that retrieves information from an Amazon RDS MySQL DB instance. Management says the application must be made more secure with the least amount of programming effort. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create credentials on the RDS for MySQL database for the application user and store the credentials in AWS Secrets Manager. Configure the application to load the database credentials from Secrets Manager. Set up a credentials rotation schedule for the application user in the RDS for MySQL database using Secrets Manager. A media company hosts its website on AWS. The website application's architecture includes a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB, and a database that is hosted on Amazon Aurora. The company's cybersecurity team reports that the application is vulnerable to SQL injection. How should the company resolve this issue? Use AWS WAF in front of the ALB. Associate the appropriate web ACLs with AWS WAF. A company has an Amazon S3 data lake that is governed by AWS Lake Formation. The company wants to create a visualization in Amazon QuickSight by joining the data in the data lake with operational data that is stored in an Amazon Aurora MySQL database. The company wants to enforce column-level authorization so that the company's marketing team can access only a subset of columns in the database. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? A transaction processing company has weekly scripted batch jobs that run on Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances are in an auto-scaling group. The number of transactions can vary, but the baseline CPU utilization that is noted on each run is at least 60%. The company needs to provision the capacity 30 minutes before the jobs run. Currently, engineers complete this task by manually modifying the auto-scaling group parameters. The company does not have the resources to analyze the required capacity trends for the auto-scaling group counts. The company needs an automated way to modify the auto-scaling group's desired capacity. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create a predictive scaling policy for the auto-scaling group. Configure the policy to scale based on forecast. Set the scaling metric to CPU utilization. Set the target value for the metric to 60%. In the policy, set the instances to pre-launch 30 minutes before the jobs run. A solutions architect is designing a company's disaster recovery (DR) architecture. The company has a MySQL database that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance in a private subnet with scheduled backup. The DR design needs to include multiple AWS regions. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Migrate the MySQL database to an Amazon Aurora global database. Host the primary DB cluster in the primary region. Host the secondary DB cluster in the DR region. A company has a Java application that uses Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, to parse messages. The application cannot parse messages that are larger than 256 kilobytes in size. The company wants to implement a solution to give the application the ability to parse messages as large as 50 megabytes. Which solution will meet these requirements with the fewest changes to the code? Use the Amazon SQS Extended Client Library for Java to host messages that are larger than 256 kilobytes in Amazon S3. A company wants to restrict access to the content of one of its main web applications and to protect the content by using authorization techniques available on AWS. The company wants to implement a serverless architecture and an authentication solution for fewer than 100 users. The solution needs to integrate with the main web application and serve web content globally. The solution must also scale as the company's user base grows while providing the lowest login latency possible. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use Amazon Cognito for authentication. Use Lambda at Edge for authorization. Use Amazon CloudFront to serve the web application globally. A company has an aging network-attached storage (NAS) array in its data center. The NAS array presents SMB shares and NFS shares to client workstations. The company does not want to purchase a new NAS array. The company also does not want to incur the cost of renewing the NAS array's support contract. Some of the data is accessed frequently, but much of the data is inactive. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution that migrates the data to Amazon S3, uses S3 lifecycle policies, and maintains the same look and feel for the client workstations. The solutions architect has identified AWS Storage Gateway as part of the solution. Which type of storage gateway should the solutions architect provision to meet these requirements? Amazon S3 File Gateway. A company has an application that is running on Amazon EC2 instances. A solutions architect has standardized the company on a particular instance family and various instance sizes based on the current needs of the company. The company wants to maximize cost savings for the application over the next 3 years. The company needs to be able to change the instance family and sizes in the next 6 months based on application popularity and usage. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Compute Savings Plan. A company collects data from a large number of participants who use wearable devices. The company stores the data in an Amazon DynamoDB table and uses applications to analyze the data. The data workload is constant and predictable. The company wants to stay at or below its forecasted budget for DynamoDB. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use provision mode. Specify the read capacity units, RCUs, and write capacity units, WCUs. A company stores confidential data in an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database in the AP Southeast 3 region. The database is encrypted with an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, customer-managed key. The company was recently acquired and must securely share a backup of the database with the acquiring company's AWS account in AP Southeast 3. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create a database snapshot. Add the acquiring company's AWS account to the KMS key policy. Share the snapshot with the acquiring company's AWS account. A company uses a 100 GB Amazon RDS for Microsoft SQL Server single AZ DB instance in the US East 1 region to store customer transactions. The company needs high availability and automatic recovery for the DB instance. The company must also run reports on the RDS database several times a year. The report process causes transactions to take longer than usual to post to the customer's accounts. The company needs a solution that will improve the performance of the report process. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Modify the DB instance from a single AZ DB instance to a multi-AZ deployment. A company is moving its data management application to AWS. The company wants to transition to an event-driven architecture. The architecture needs to be more distributed and to use serverless concepts while performing the different aspects of the workflow. The company also wants to minimize operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Build out the workflow in AWS step functions. Use step functions to create a state machine. Use the state machine to invoke AWS Lambda functions to process the workflow steps. A company is designing the network for an online multiplayer game. The game uses the UDP networking protocol and will be deployed in 8 AWS regions. The network architecture needs to minimize latency and packet loss to give end users a high-quality gaming experience. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up AWS Global Accelerator with UDP listeners and endpoint groups in each region. A company hosts a 3-tier web application on Amazon EC2 instances in a single availability zone. The web application uses a self-managed MySQL database that is hosted on an EC2 instance to store data in an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volume. The MySQL database currently uses a 1 TB provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2, EBS volume. The company expects traffic of 1,000 IOPS for both reads and writes at peak traffic. The company wants to minimize any disruptions, stabilize performance, and reduce costs while retaining the capacity for double the IOPS. The company wants to move the database tier to a fully managed solution that is highly available and fault-tolerant. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use a multi-AZ deployment of an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance with a general-purpose SSD, GP2, EBS volume. A company hosts a serverless application on AWS. The application uses Amazon API Gateway, AWS Lambda, and an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL database. The company notices an increase in application errors that result from database connection timeouts during times of peak traffic or unpredictable traffic. The company needs a solution that reduces the application failures with the least amount of change to the code. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Enable RDS proxy on the RDS DB instance. A company is migrating an old application to AWS. The application runs a batch job every hour and is CPU intensive. The batch job takes 15 minutes on average with an on-premises server. The server has 64 virtual CPU, vCPU, and 512 GB of memory. Which solution will run the batch job within 15 minutes with the least operational overhead? Use AWS Batch on Amazon EC2. A company stores its data objects in Amazon S3 standard storage. A solutions architect has found that 75% of the data is rarely accessed after 30 days. The company needs all the data to remain immediately accessible with the same high availability and resiliency, but the company wants to minimize storage costs. Which storage solution will meet these requirements? Move the data objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 30 days. A gaming company is moving its public scoreboard from a data center to the AWS cloud. The company uses Amazon EC2 Windows Server instances behind an application load balancer to host its dynamic application. The company needs a highly available storage solution for the application. The application consists of static files and dynamic server-side code. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Store the static files on Amazon S3. Use Amazon CloudFront to cache objects at the edge. Store the server-side code on Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Mount the FSx for Windows File Server volume on each EC2 instance to share the files. A social media company runs its application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The ALB is the origin for an Amazon CloudFront distribution. The application has more than 1 billion images stored in an Amazon S3 bucket and processes thousands of images each second. The company wants to resize the images dynamically and serve appropriate formats to clients. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use a Lambda at Edge function with an external image management library. Associate the Lambda at Edge function with the CloudFront behaviors that serve the images. A hospital needs to store patient records in an Amazon S3 bucket. The hospital's compliance team must ensure that all protected health information, PHI, is encrypted in transit and at rest. The compliance team must administer the encryption key for data at rest. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use the AWS Secure Transport condition on S3 bucket policies to allow only encrypted connections over HTTPS, TLS. Configure default encryption for each S3 bucket to use server-side encryption with AWS KMS keys, SSE-KMS. Assign the compliance team to manage the KMS keys. A company uses Amazon API Gateway to run a private gateway with 2 REST APIs in the same VPC. The buy stock RESTful web service calls the check funds RESTful web service to ensure that enough funds are available before a stock can be purchased. The company has noticed in the VPC flow logs that the buy stock RESTful web service calls the check funds RESTful web service over the internet instead of through the VPC. A solutions architect must implement a solution so that the APIs communicate through the VPC. Which solution will meet these requirements with the fewest changes to the code? Use an interface endpoint. A company hosts a multiplayer gaming application on AWS. The company wants the application to read data with sub-millisecond latency and run one-time queries on historical data. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon DynamoDB with DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, for data that is frequently accessed. Export the data to an Amazon S3 bucket by using DynamoDB Table Export. Run one-time queries on the data in Amazon S3 by using Amazon Athena. A company uses a payment processing system that requires messages for a particular payment ID to be received in the same order that they were sent. Otherwise, the payments might be processed incorrectly. Which actions should a solutions architect take to meet this requirement? Choose 2. Write the messages to an Amazon Kinesis data stream with the payment ID as the partition key. Write the messages to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, FIFO queue. Set the message group to use the payment ID. A company is building a game system that needs to send unique events to separate leaderboard, matchmaking, and authentication services concurrently. The company needs an AWS event-driven system that guarantees the order of the events. Which solution will meet these requirements? Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, FIFO topics. A hospital is designing a new application that gathers symptoms from patients. The hospital has decided to use Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, and Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, in the architecture. A solutions architect is reviewing the infrastructure design. Data must be encrypted at rest and in transit. Only authorized personnel of the hospital should be able to access the data. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Turn on server-side encryption on the SNS components by using an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Apply a key policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Turn on server-side encryption on the SQS components by using an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Key. Apply a key policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Set a condition in the queue policy to allow only encrypted connections over TLS. A company runs a web application that is backed by Amazon RDS. A new database administrator caused data loss by accidentally editing information in a database table. To help recover from this type of incident, the company wants the ability to restore the database to its state from 5 minutes before any change within the last 30 days. Which feature should the solutions architect include in the design to meet this requirement? Automated backups. A company is using Amazon Route 53 latency-based routing to route requests to its UDP-based application for users around the world. The application is hosted on redundant servers in the company's on-premises data centers in the United States, Asia, and Europe. The company's compliance requirements state that the application must be hosted on premises. The company wants to improve the performance and availability of the application. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Configure 3 network load balancers, NLBs, in the 3 AWS regions to address the on-premises endpoints. Create an accelerator by using AWS Global Accelerator, and register the NLBs as its endpoints. Provide access to the application by using a name that points to the accelerator DNS. A solutions architect wants all new users to have specific complexity requirements and mandatory rotation periods for IAM user passwords. What should the solutions architect do to accomplish this? Set an overall password policy for the entire AWS account. A company has migrated an application to Amazon EC2 Linux instances. One of these EC2 instances runs several one-hour tasks on a schedule. These tasks were written by different teams and have no common programming language. The company is concerned about performance and scalability while these tasks run on a single instance. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to resolve these concerns. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use AWS Batch to run the tasks as jobs. Schedule the jobs by using Amazon EventBridge, Amazon CloudWatch events. A company runs a public 3-tier web application in a VPC. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances across multiple availability zones. The EC2 instances that run in private subnets need to communicate with a licensed server over the Internet. The company needs a managed solution that minimizes operational maintenance. Which solution meets these requirements? Provision a NAT gateway in a public subnet. Modify each private subnet's route table with a default route that points to the NAT gateway. A company needs to create an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, cluster to host a digital media streaming application. The EKS cluster will use a managed node group that is backed by Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes for storage. The company must encrypt all data at rest by using a customer-managed key that is stored in AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Which combination of actions will meet this requirement with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. Enable EBS encryption by default in the AWS region where the EKS cluster will be created. Select the customer-managed key as the default key, create the EKS cluster. Create an IAM role that has a policy that grants permission to the customer-managed key. Associate the role with the EKS cluster. A company wants to migrate an Oracle database to AWS. The database consists of a single table that contains millions of geographic information systems, GIS, images that are high resolution and are identified by a geographic code. When a natural disaster occurs, tens of thousands of images get updated every few minutes. Each geographic code has a single image or row that is associated with it. The company wants a solution that is highly available and scalable during such events. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Store the images in Amazon S3 buckets. Store geographic codes and image S3 URLs in a database table. Use Oracle running on an Amazon RDS multi-AZ DB instance. A company has an application that collects data from IoT sensors on automobiles. The data is streamed and stored in Amazon S3 through Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose. The data produces trillions of S3 objects each year. Each morning, the company uses the data from the previous 30 days to retrain a suite of machine learning, ML, models. For times each year, the company uses the data from the previous 12 months to perform analysis and train other ML models. The data must be available with minimal delay for up to 1 year. After 1 year, the data must be retained for archival purposes. Which storage solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Use the S3 standard storage class. Create an S3 lifecycle policy to transition objects to S3 standard infrequent access, S3 standard IA, after 30 days, and then to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 year. A company is running several business applications in 3 separate VPCs within the US East 1 region. The applications must be able to communicate between VPCs. The applications also must be able to consistently send hundreds of gigabytes of data each day to a latency-sensitive application that runs in a single on-premises data center. A solutions architect needs to design a network connectivity solution that maximizes cost-effectiveness. Which solution meets these requirements? Set up one AWS Direct Connect connection from the data center to AWS. Create a transit gateway, and attach each VPC to the transit gateway. Establish connectivity between the Direct Connect connection and the transit gateway. An e-commerce company is building a distributed application that involves several serverless functions and AWS services to complete order processing tasks. These tasks require manual approvals as part of the workflow. A solutions architect needs to design an architecture for the order processing application. The solution must be able to combine multiple AWS Lambda functions into responsive serverless applications. The solution also must orchestrate data and services that run on Amazon EC2 instances, containers, or on-premises servers. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use AWS step functions to build the application. A company has launched an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. Most of the connections to the database come from serverless applications. Application traffic to the database changes significantly at random intervals. At times of high demand, users report that their applications experience database connection rejection errors. Which solution will resolve this issue with the least operational overhead? Create a proxy in RDS proxy. Configure the user's applications to use the DB instance through RDS proxy. A company recently deployed a new auditing system to centralize information about operating system versions, patching, and installed software for Amazon EC2 instances. A solutions architect must ensure all instances provisioned through EC2 auto-scaling groups successfully send reports to the auditing system as soon as they are launched and terminated. Which solution achieves these goals most efficiently? Use EC2 auto-scaling lifecycle hooks to run a custom script to send data to the audit system when instances are launched and terminated. A company is developing a real-time multiplayer game that uses UDP for communications between the client and servers in an auto-scaling group. Spikes in demand are anticipated during the day, so the game server platform must adapt accordingly. Developers want to store gamer scores and other non-relational data in a database solution that will scale without intervention. Which solution should a solutions architect recommend? Use a network load balancer for traffic distribution and Amazon DynamoDB on-demand for data storage. A company hosts a front-end application that uses an Amazon API Gateway API backend that is integrated with AWS Lambda. When the API receives requests, the Lambda function loads many libraries. Then the Lambda function connects to an Amazon RDS database, processes the data, and returns the data to the front-end application. The company wants to ensure that response latency is as low as possible for all its users with the fewest number of changes to the company's operations. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure provision concurrency for the Lambda function that handles the requests. A company is migrating its on-premises workload to the AWS cloud. The company already uses several Amazon EC2 instances and Amazon RDS DB instances. The company wants a solution that automatically starts and stops the EC2 instances and DB instances outside of business hours. The solution must minimize cost and infrastructure maintenance. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an AWS Lambda function that will start and stop the EC2 instances and DB instances. Configure Amazon EventBridge to invoke the Lambda function on a schedule. A company hosts a 3-tier web application that includes a PostgreSQL database. The database stores the metadata from documents. The company searches the metadata for key terms to retrieve documents that the company reviews in a report each month. The documents are stored in Amazon S3. The documents are usually written only once, but they are updated frequently. The reporting process takes a few hours with the use of relational queries. The reporting process must not prevent any document modifications or the addition of new documents. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to speed up the reporting process. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of change to the application code? Set up a new Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster that includes an Aurora replica. Issue queries to the Aurora replica to generate the reports. A company has a 3-tier application on AWS that ingests sensor data from its users' devices. The traffic flows through a network load balancer, NLB, then to Amazon EC2 instances for the web tier, and finally to EC2 instances for the application tier. The application tier makes calls to a database. What should a solutions architect do to improve the security of the data in transit? Configure a TLS listener. Deploy the server certificate on the NLB. A company is planning to migrate a commercial off-the-shelf application from its on-premises data center to AWS. The software has a software licensing model using sockets and cores with predictable capacity and uptime requirements. The company wants to use its existing licenses, which were purchased earlier this year. Which Amazon EC2 pricing option is the most cost-effective? Dedicated reserved hosts. Dedicated host is a physical server with EC2 instance capacity fully dedicated to your use. When you launch instances on a dedicated host, those instances run on the dedicated hardware of that host. A company runs an application on Amazon EC2 Linux instances across multiple availability zones. The application needs a storage layer that is highly available and portable operating system interface, POSIX, compliant. The storage layer must provide maximum data durability and must be shareable across the EC2 instances. The data in the storage layer will be accessed frequently for the first 30 days and will be accessed infrequently after that time. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use the Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, standard storage class. Create a lifecycle management policy to move infrequently accessed data to EFS Standard Infrequent Access, EFS Standard IA. A solutions architect is creating a new VPC design. There are 2 public subnets for the load balancer, 2 private subnets for web servers, and 2 private subnets for MySQL. The web servers use only HTTPS. The solutions architect has already created a security group for the load balancer allowing port 443 from 0.0.0.0/0. Company policy requires that each resource has the least access required to still be able to perform its tasks. Which additional configuration strategy should the solutions architect use to meet these requirements? Create a security group for the web servers and allow port 443 from the load balancer. Create a security group for the MySQL servers and allow port 3306 from the web server security group. An e-commerce company is running a multi-tier application on AWS. The front-end and back-end tiers both run on Amazon EC2, and the database runs on Amazon RDS for MySQL. The back-end tier communicates with the RDS instance. There are frequent calls to return identical datasets from the database that are causing performance slowdowns. Which action should be taken to improve the performance of the backend? Implement Amazon Elasticache to cache the large datasets. A new employee has joined a company as a deployment engineer. The deployment engineer will be using AWS CloudFormation templates to create multiple AWS resources. A solutions architect wants the deployment engineer to perform job activities while following the principle of least privilege. Which combination of actions should the solutions architect take to accomplish this goal? Choose 2. Create a new IAM user for the deployment engineer and add the IAM user to a group that has an IAM policy that allows AWS CloudFormation actions only. Create an IAM role for the deployment engineer to explicitly define the permissions specific to the AWS CloudFormation stack and launch stacks using that IAM role. A company is deploying a 2-tier web application in a VPC. The web tier is using an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group with public subnets that span multiple availability zones. The database tier consists of an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance in separate private subnets. The web tier requires access to the database to retrieve product information. The web application is not working as intended. The web application reports that it cannot connect to the database. The database is confirmed to be up and running. All configurations for the network ACLs, security groups, and route tables are still in their default states. What should a solutions architect recommend to fix the application? Add an inbound rule to the security group of the database tier's RDS instance to allow traffic from the web tier's security group. A company has a large dataset for its online advertising business stored in an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance in a single availability zone. The company wants business reporting queries to run without impacting the write operations to the production DB instance. Which solution meets these requirements? Deploy RDS Red replicas to process the business reporting queries. A company hosts a 3-tier e-commerce application on a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances. The instances run in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer, ALB. All e-commerce data is stored in an Amazon RDS for MariaDB multi-AZ DB instance. The company wants to optimize customer session management during transactions. The application must store session data durably. A company needs a backup strategy for its 3-tier stateless web application. The web application runs on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group with a dynamic scaling policy that is configured to respond to scaling events. The database tier runs on Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL. The web application does not require temporary local storage on the EC2 instances. The company's recovery point objective, RPO, is 2 hours. The backup strategy must maximize scalability and optimize resource utilization for this environment. Which solution will meet these requirements? Retain the latest Amazon Machine Images, AMIs, of the web and application tiers. Enable automated backups in Amazon RDS and use point-in-time recovery to meet the RPO. A company wants to deploy a new public web application on AWS. The application includes a web server tier that uses Amazon EC2 instances. The application also includes a database tier that uses an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The application must be secure and accessible for global customers that have dynamic IP addresses. How should a solutions architect configure the security groups to meet these requirements? Configure the security group for the web servers to allow inbound traffic on port 443 from 0.0.0.0/0. Configure the security group for the DB instance to allow inbound traffic on port 3306 from the security group of the web servers. A payment processing company records all voice communication with its customers and stores the audio files in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company needs to capture the text from the audio files. The company must remove from the text any personally identifiable information, PII, that belongs to customers. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Configure an Amazon transcribed transcription job with PII redaction turned on. When an audio file is uploaded to the S3 bucket, invoke an AWS Lambda function to start the transcription job. Store the output in a separate S3 bucket. A company is running a multi-tier e-commerce web application in the AWS cloud. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances with an Amazon RDS for MySQL multi-AZ DB instance. Amazon RDS is configured with the latest generation DB instance with 2000 GB of storage in a general-purpose SSD, GP3, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volume. The database performance affects the application during periods of high demand. A database administrator analyzes the logs in Amazon CloudWatch logs and discovers that the application performance always degrades when the number of read and write IOPS is higher than 20,000. What should a solutions architect do to improve the application performance? Replace the volume with a provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2, volume. An IAM user made several configuration changes to AWS resources in their company's account during a production deployment last week. A solutions architect learned that a couple of security group rules are not configured as desired. The solutions architect wants to confirm which IAM user was responsible for making changes. Which service should the solutions architect use to find the desired information? AWS CloudTrail. A company has implemented a self-managed DNS service on AWS. The solution consists of the following: Amazon EC2 instances in different AWS regions, endpoints of a standard accelerator in AWS Global Accelerator. The company wants to protect the solution against DDoS attacks. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Subscribe to AWS Shield Advanced. Add the accelerator as a resource to protect. An e-commerce company needs to run a scheduled daily job to aggregate and filter sales records for analytics. The company stores the sales records in an Amazon S3 bucket. Each object can be up to 10 gigabytes in size. Based on the number of sales events, the job can take up to an hour to complete. The CPU and memory usage of the job are constant and are known in advance. A solutions architect needs to minimize the amount of operational effort that is needed for the job to run. Which solution meets these requirements? Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster with an AWS Fargate launch type. Create an Amazon EventBridge scheduled event that launches an ECS task on the cluster to run the job, Amazon ECS with Fargate. Fargate allows you to run containers without managing the underlying infrastructure. You can schedule the ECS task with EventBridge, and since Fargate manages the resources, you don't need to worry about scaling or infrastructure maintenance. This is a good fit for long-running jobs. A company needs to transfer 600 terabytes of data from its on-premises network-attached storage (NAS) system to the AWS cloud. The data transfer must be complete within 2 weeks. The data is sensitive and must be encrypted in transit. The company's internet connection can support an upload speed of 100 megabits per second. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Use the AWS Snow Family Console to order several AWS Snowball Edge storage optimized devices. Use the devices to transfer the data to Amazon S3. A financial company hosts a web application on AWS. The application uses an Amazon API Gateway Regional API endpoint to give users the ability to retrieve current stock prices. The company's security team has noticed an increase in the number of API requests. The security team is concerned that HTTP flood attacks might take the application offline. A solutions architect must design a solution to protect the application from this type of attack. Which solution meets these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create a regional AWS WAF Web ACL with a rate-based rule. Associate the Web ACL with the API Gateway stage. A meteorological startup company has a custom web application to sell weather data to its users online. The company uses Amazon DynamoDB to store its data and wants to build a new service that sends an alert to the managers of 4 internal teams every time a new weather event is recorded. The company does not want this new service to affect the performance of the current application. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Enable Amazon DynamoDB streams on the table. Use triggers to write to a single Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, topic to which the teams can subscribe. A company wants to use the AWS cloud to make an existing application highly available and resilient. The current version of the application resides in the company's data center. The application recently experienced data loss after a database server crashed because of an unexpected power outage. The company needs a solution that avoids any single points of failure. The solution must give the application the ability to scale to meet user demand. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy the application servers by using Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. Use an Amazon RDS DB instance in a multi-AZ configuration. A company needs to ingest and handle large amounts of streaming data that its application generates. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances and sends data to Amazon Kinesis data streams, which is configured with default settings. Every other day, the application consumes the data and writes the data to an Amazon S3 bucket for business intelligence, BI, processing. The company observes that Amazon S3 is not receiving all the data that the application sends to Kinesis data streams. What should a solutions architect do to resolve this issue? A developer has an application that uses an AWS Lambda function to upload files to Amazon S3 and needs the required permissions to perform the task. The developer already has an IAM user with valid IAM credentials required for Amazon S3. What should a solutions architect do to grant the permissions? Create an IAM execution role with the required permissions and attach the IAM role to the Lambda function. A company has deployed a serverless application that invokes an AWS Lambda function when new documents are uploaded to an Amazon S3 bucket. The application uses the Lambda function to process the documents. After a recent marketing campaign, the company noticed that the application did not process many of the documents. What should a solutions architect do to improve the architecture of this application? Create an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Send the requests to the queue. Configure the queue as an event source for Lambda. A solutions architect is designing the architecture for a software demonstration environment. The environment will run on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer, ALB. The system will experience significant increases in traffic during working hours but is not required to operate on weekends. Which combination of actions should the solutions architect take to ensure that the system can scale to meet demand? Choose 2. Use AWS auto-scaling to adjust the ALB capacity based on request rate. Use scheduled scaling to change the auto-scaling group minimum, maximum, and desired capacity to 0 for weekends. Revert to the default values at the start of the week. A solutions architect is designing a two-tiered architecture that includes a public subnet and a database subnet. The web servers in the public subnet must be open to the Internet on port 443. The Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance in the database subnet must be accessible only to the web servers on port 3306. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create a security group for the web servers in the public subnet. Add a rule to allow traffic from 0.0.0.0/0 on port 443. Create a security group for the DB instance. Add a rule to allow traffic from the web server security group on port 3306. A company is implementing a shared storage solution for a gaming application that is hosted in the AWS cloud. The company needs the ability to use Lustre clients to access data. The solution must be fully managed. Which solution meets these requirements? Create an Amazon FSx for Lustre file system. Attach the file system to the origin server. Connect the application server to the file system. A company runs an application that receives data from thousands of geographically dispersed remote devices that use UDP. The application processes the data immediately and sends a message back to the device if necessary. No data is stored. The company needs a solution that minimizes latency for the data transmission from the devices. The solution also must provide rapid failover to another AWS region. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Global Accelerator. Create a network load balancer, NLB, in each of the 2 regions as an endpoint. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster with the Fargate launch type. Create an ECS service on the cluster. Set the ECS service as the target for the NL process the data in Amazon ECS. A solutions architect must migrate a Windows Internet Information Services, IIS, web application to AWS. The application currently relies on a file share hosted in the user's on-premises network attached storage, NAS. The solutions architect has proposed migrating the IIS web servers to Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones that are connected to the storage solution, and configuring an elastic load balancer attached to the instances. Which replacement to the on-premises file share is most resilient and durable? Migrate the file share to Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. A company is deploying a new application on Amazon EC2 instances. The application writes data to Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes. The company needs to ensure that all data that is written to the EBS volumes is encrypted at rest. Which solution will meet this requirement? Create the EBS volumes as encrypted volumes. Attach the EBS volumes to the EC2 instances. A company has a web application with sporadic usage patterns. There is heavy usage at the beginning of each month, moderate usage at the start of each week, and unpredictable usage during the week. The application consists of a web server and a MySQL database server running inside the data center. The company would like to move the application to the AWS cloud, and needs to select a cost-effective database platform that will not require database modifications. Which solution will meet these requirements? MySQL-compatible Amazon Aurora Serverless. An image hosting company stores its objects in Amazon S3 buckets. The company wants to avoid accidental exposure of the objects in the S3 buckets to the public. All S3 objects in the entire AWS account need to remain private. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use the S3 block public access feature on the account level. Use AWS Organizations to create a service control policy, SCP, that prevents IAM users from changing the setting. Apply the SCP to the account. An e-commerce company is experiencing an increase in user traffic. The company's store is deployed on Amazon EC2 instances as a two-tier web application consisting of a web tier and a separate database tier. As traffic increases, the company notices that the architecture is causing significant delays in sending timely marketing and order confirmation email to users. The company wants to reduce the time it spends resolving complex email delivery issues and minimize operational overhead. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Configure the web instance to send email through Amazon's simple email service, Amazon SES. A company has a business system that generates hundreds of reports each day. The business system saves the reports to a network share in CSV format. The company needs to store this data in the AWS cloud in near real time for analysis. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least administrative overhead? A company is storing petabytes of data in Amazon S3 standard. The data is stored in multiple S3 buckets and is accessed with varying frequency. The company does not know access patterns for all the data. The company needs to implement a solution for each S3 bucket to optimize the cost of S3 usage. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Create an S3 lifecycle configuration with a rule to transition the objects in the S3 bucket to S3 intelligent tiering. A rapidly growing global e-commerce company is hosting its web application on AWS. The web application includes static content and dynamic content. The website stores online transaction processing, OLTP, data in an Amazon RDS database. The website's users are experiencing slow page loads. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to resolve this issue? Choose 2. Set up an Amazon CloudFront distribution, create a read replica for the RDS DB instance. A company uses Amazon EC2 instances and AWS Lambda functions to run its application. The company has VPCs with public subnets and private subnets in its AWS account. The EC2 instances run in a private subnet in one of the VPCs. The Lambda functions need direct network access to the EC2 instances for the application to work. The application will run for at least 1 year. The company expects the number of Lambda functions that the application uses to increase during that time. The company wants to maximize its savings on all application resources and to keep network latency between the services low. A solutions architect needs to allow team members to access Amazon S3 buckets in 2 different AWS accounts, a development account and a production account. The team currently has access to S3 buckets in the development account by using unique IAM users that are assigned to an IAM group that has appropriate permissions in the account. The solutions architect has created an IAM role in the production account. The role has a policy that grants access to an S3 bucket in the production account. Which solution will meet these requirements while complying with the principle of least privilege? Add the development account as a principal in the trust policy of the role in the production account. A company uses AWS Organizations with all features enabled and runs multiple Amazon EC2 workloads in the AP Southeast 2 region. The company has a service control policy, SCP, that prevents any resources from being created in any other region. A security policy requires the company to encrypt all data at rest. An audit discovers that employees have created Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes for EC2 instances without encrypting the volumes. The company wants any new EC2 instances that any IAM user or root user launches in AP, Southeast, 2 to use encrypted EBS volumes. The company wants a solution that will have minimal effect on employees who create EBS volumes. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create an SCP. Attach the SCP to the root organizational unit, OU. Define the SCP to deny the EC2, create volume action when the EC2, encrypted condition equals false. In the organization's management account, specify the default EBS volume encryption setting. A company wants to use an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB cluster to simplify time-consuming database administrative tasks for production database workloads. The company wants to ensure that its database is highly available and will provide automatic failover support in most scenarios in less than 40 seconds. The company wants to offload reads off of the primary instance and keep costs as low as possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use an Amazon RDS multi-AZ DB cluster deployment. Point the read workload to the reader endpoint. A company runs a highly available SFTP service. The SFTP service uses 2 Amazon EC2 Linux instances that run with elastic IP addresses to accept traffic from trusted IP sources on the Internet. The SFTP service is backed by shared storage that is attached to the instances. User accounts are created and managed as Linux users in the SFTP servers. The company wants a serverless option that provides high IOPS performance and highly configurable security. The company also wants to maintain control over user permissions. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an execution role. JSON format. A manufacturing company has machine sensors that upload .csv files to an Amazon S3 bucket. These .csv files must be converted into images and must be made available as soon as possible for the automatic generation of graphical reports. The images become irrelevant after 1 month, but the .csv files must be kept to train machine learning (ML) models twice a year. The ML trainings and audits are planned weeks in advance. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Choose 2. Design an AWS Lambda function that converts the .csv files into images and stores the images in the S3 bucket. Invoke the Lambda function when a .csv file is uploaded. Most voted, create S3 lifecycle rules for .csv files and image files in the S3 bucket. Transition the .csv files from S3 Standard to S3 Glacier 1 day after they are uploaded. Expire the image files after 30 days. A company has developed a new video game as a web application. The application is in a 3-tier architecture in a VPC with Amazon RDS for MySQL in the database layer. Several players will compete concurrently online. The game's developers want to display a top 10 scoreboard in near real time and offer the ability to use subnets by using the new CIDR. A company used an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance during application testing. Before terminating the DB instance at the end of the test cycle, a solutions architect created 2 backups. The solutions architect created the first backup by using the miscldump utility to create a database dump. The solutions architect created the second backup by enabling the final DB snapshot option on RDS termination. The company is now planning for a new test cycle and wants to create a new DB instance from the most recent backup. The company has chosen a MySQL-compatible edition of Amazon Aurora to host the DB instance. Which solutions will create the new DB instance? Choose 2. Import the RDS snapshot directly into Aurora, upload the database dump to Amazon S3. Then import the database dump. Requirements with the least operational overhead. Turn on S3 object lock with compliance retention mode for the S3 bucket. Set the retention period to expire after 7 years. Use S3 batch operations to bring the existing data into compliance. A company has a stateless web application that runs on AWS Lambda functions that are invoked by Amazon API Gateway. The company wants to deploy the application across multiple AWS regions to provide regional failover capabilities. What should a solutions architect do to route traffic to multiple regions? Create Amazon Route 53 health checks for each region. Use an active-active failover configuration. A company has two VPCs named Management and Production. The Management VPC uses VPNs through a customer gateway to connect to a single device in the data center. The Production VPC uses a virtual private gateway with two attached AWS Direct Connect connections. The Management and Production VPCs both use a single VPC peering connection to allow communication between the applications. What should a solutions architect do to mitigate any single point of failure in this architecture? Add a second set of VPNs to the Management VPC from a second customer gateway device. A company runs its application on an Oracle database. The company plans to quickly migrate to AWS because of limited resources for the database, backup administration, and data center maintenance. The application uses third-party database features that require privileged access. Which solution will help the company migrate the database to AWS most cost-effectively? Migrate the database to Amazon RDS Custom for Oracle. Customize the database settings to support third-party features. A company has a 3-tier web application that is in a single server. The company wants to migrate the application to the AWS cloud. The company also wants the application to align with the AWS well-architected framework and to be consistent with AWS recommended best practices for security, scalability, and resiliency. Which combination of solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 3. Create a VPC across 2 availability zones. Refactor the application to host the web tier, application tier, and database tier. Host each tier on its own private subnet with auto-scaling groups for the web tier and application tier. A company is migrating its applications and databases to the AWS cloud. The company will use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, AWS Direct Connect, and Amazon RDS. Which activities will be managed by the company's operational team? Choose 3. Configuration of additional software components on Amazon ECS for monitoring, patch management, log management, and host intrusion detection. A company runs a Java-based job on an Amazon EC2 instance. The job runs every hour and takes 10 seconds to run. The job runs on a scheduled interval and consumes 1 GB of memory. The CPU utilization of the instance is low except for short surges during which the job uses the maximum CPU available. The company wants to optimize the costs to run the job. Which solution will meet these requirements? Copy the code into an AWS Lambda function that has 1 GB of memory. Create an Amazon EventBridge scheduled rule to run the code each hour. A company wants to implement a backup strategy for Amazon EC2 data and multiple Amazon S3 buckets. Because of regulatory requirements, the company must retain backup files for a specific time period. The company must not alter the files for the duration of the retention period. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Backup to create a backup vault that has a vault lock in compliance mode. Create the required backup plan. A company has resources across multiple AWS regions and accounts. A newly hired solutions architect discovers a previous employee did not provide details about the resources inventory. The solutions architect needs to build and map the relationship details of the various workloads across all accounts. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Use workload discovery on AWS to generate architecture diagrams of the workloads. A company uses AWS Organizations. The company wants to operate some of its AWS accounts with different budgets. The company wants to receive alerts and automatically prevent provisioning of additional resources on AWS accounts when the allocated budget threshold is met during a specific period. Which combination of solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 3. Use AWS budgets to create a budget. Set the budget amount under the billing dashboards of the required AWS accounts. Create an IAM role for AWS budgets to run budget actions with the required permissions. Add an alert to notify the company when each account meets its budget threshold. Add a budget action that selects the IAM identity created with the appropriate service control policy, SCP, to prevent provisioning of additional resources. A company runs applications on Amazon EC2 instances in one AWS region. The company wants to back up the EC2 instances to a second region. The company also wants to provision EC2 resources in the second region and manage the EC2 instances centrally from one AWS account. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create a backup plan by using AWS Backup. Configure cross-region backup to the second region for the EC2 instances. A company that uses AWS is building an application to transfer data to a product manufacturer. The company has its own identity provider, IDP. The company wants the IDP to authenticate application users while the users use the application to transfer data. The company must use Applicability Statement 2, AS2, protocol. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Transfer Family to transfer the data. Create an AWS Lambda function for IDP authentication. A solutions architect is designing a REST-API in Amazon API Gateway for a cache payback service. The application requires 1 GB of memory and 2 GB of storage for its computation resources. The application will require that the data is in a relational format. Which additional combination of AWS services will meet these requirements with the least administrative effort? Choose 2. AWS Lambda, Amazon RDS. A company uses AWS Organizations to run workloads within multiple AWS accounts. A tagging policy adds department tags to AWS resources when the company creates tags. An accounting team needs to determine spending on Amazon EC2 consumption. The accounting team must determine which departments are responsible for the costs regardless of AWS account. The accounting team has access to AWS Cost Explorer for all AWS accounts within the organization and needs to access all reports from Cost Explorer. Which solution meets these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? From the organization's management account billing console, activate a user-defined cost allocation tag named department. Create one cost report in Cost Explorer grouping by tag name, and filter by EC2. A company wants to securely exchange data between its software as a service, SaaS, application Salesforce account and Amazon S3. The company must encrypt the data at rest by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Keys, CMKs. The company must also encrypt the data in transit. The company has enabled API access for the Salesforce account. Create Amazon AppFlow flows to transfer the data securely from Salesforce to Amazon S3. A company is developing a mobile gaming app in a single AWS region. The app runs on multiple Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group. The company stores the app data in Amazon DynamoDB. The app communicates by using TCP traffic and UDP traffic between the users and the servers. The application will be used globally. The company wants to ensure the lowest possible latency for all users. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Global Accelerator to create an accelerator. Create a network load balancer, NLB, behind an accelerator endpoint that uses global accelerator integration and listening on the TCP and UDP ports. Update the auto-scaling group to register instances on the NLB. A company has an application that processes customer orders. The company hosts the application on an Amazon EC2 instance that saves the orders to an Amazon Aurora database. Occasionally when traffic is high, the workload does not process orders fast enough. What should a solutions architect do to write the orders reliably to the database as quickly as possible? Write orders to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. Use EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer to read from the SQS queue and process orders into the database. An IoT company is releasing a mattress that has sensors to collect data about a user's sleep. The sensors will send data to an Amazon S3 bucket. The sensors collect approximately 2 megabytes of data every night for each mattress. The company must process and summarize the data for each mattress. The results need to be available as soon as possible. Data processing will require 1 gigabyte of memory and will finish within 30 seconds. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use AWS Lambda with a Python script. A company hosts an online shopping application that stores all orders in an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL single AZDB instance. Management wants to eliminate single points of failure and has asked a solutions architect to recommend an approach to minimize database downtime without requiring any changes to the application code. Which solution meets these requirements? Convert the existing database instance to a multi-AZ deployment by modifying the database instance and specifying the multi-AZ option. A company is developing an application to support customer demands. The company wants to deploy the application on multiple Amazon EC2 Nitro-based instances within the same availability zone. The company also wants to give the application the ability to write to multiple block storage volumes in multiple EC2 Nitro-based instances simultaneously to achieve higher application availability. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2, EBS volumes with Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, multi-attach. A company designed a stateless two-tier application that uses Amazon EC2 in a single availability zone and an Amazon RDS multi-AZ DB instance. New company management wants to ensure the application is highly available. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Configure the application to use multi-AZ EC2 auto-scaling and create an application load balancer. A company uses AWS Organizations. A member account has purchased a compute savings plan. Because of changes in the workloads inside the member account, the account no longer receives the full benefit of the compute savings plan commitment. The company uses less than 50% of its purchased compute power. Turn on discount sharing from the Billing Preferences section of the Account Console in the Company's Organizations Management account. A company is developing a microservices application that will provide a search catalog for customers. The company must use REST APIs to present the front end of the application to users. The REST APIs must access the back-end services that the company hosts in containers in private VPC subnets. Which solution will meet these requirements? Design a REST API by using Amazon API Gateway. Host the application in Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, in a private subnet. Create a private VPC link for API Gateway to access Amazon ECS. A company stores raw collected data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The data is used for several types of analytics on behalf of the company's customers. The type of analytics requested determines the access pattern on the S3 objects. The company cannot predict or control the access pattern. The company wants to reduce its S3 costs. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use S3 lifecycle rules to transition objects from S3 standard to S3 intelligent tiering. A company has applications hosted on Amazon EC2 instances with IPv6 addresses. The applications must initiate communications with other external applications using the Internet. However, the company's security policy states that any external service cannot initiate a connection to the EC2 instances. What should a solutions architect recommend to resolve this issue? Create an egress-only Internet gateway and make it the destination of the subnet's route table. A company is creating an application that runs on containers in a VPC. The application stores and accesses data in an Amazon S3 bucket. During the development phase, the application will store and access 1 terabyte of data in Amazon S3 each day. The company wants to minimize costs and wants to prevent traffic from traversing the internet whenever possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3. Associate this endpoint with all route tables in the VPC. A company has a mobile chat application with a data store based in Amazon DynamoDB. Users would like new messages to be read with as little latency as possible. A solutions architect needs to design an optimal solution that requires minimal application changes. Which method should the solutions architect select? Configure Amazon DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, for the new messages table. Update the code to use the DAX endpoint. A company hosts a website on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The website serves static content. Website traffic is increasing, and the company is concerned about a potential increase in cost. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution to cache state files at edge locations. A company has multiple VPCs across AWS regions to support and run workloads that are isolated from workloads in other regions. Because of a recent application launch requirement, the company's VPCs must communicate with all other VPCs across all regions. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of administrative effort? Use AWS Transit Gateway to manage VPC communication in a single region and Transit Gateway peering across regions to manage VPC communications. A company is designing a containerized application that will use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. The application needs to access a shared file system that is highly durable and can recover data to another AWS region with a recovery point objective, RPO, of 8 hours. The file system needs to provide a mount target each availability zone within a region. A solutions architect wants to use AWS Backup to manage the replication to another region. Which solution will meet these requirements? Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with the standard storage class. A company is expecting rapid growth in the near future. A solutions architect needs to configure existing users and grant permissions to new users on AWS. The solutions architect has decided to create IAM groups. The solutions architect will add the new users to IAM groups based on department. Which additional action is the most secure way to grant permissions to the new users? Create an IAM policy that grants least privilege permission. Attach the policy to the IAM groups. A law firm needs to share information with the public. The information includes hundreds of files that must be publicly readable. Modifications or deletions of the files by anyone before a designated future date are prohibited. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most secure way? Create a new Amazon S3 bucket with S3 versioning enabled. Use S3 object lock with a retention period in accordance with the designated date. Configure the S3 bucket for static website hosting. Set an S3 bucket policy to allow read-only access to the objects. A company is making a prototype of the infrastructure for its new website by manually provisioning the necessary infrastructure. This infrastructure includes an auto-scaling group, an application load balancer and an Amazon RDS database. After the configuration has been thoroughly validated, the company wants the capability to immediately deploy the infrastructure for development and production use in 2 availability zones in an automated fashion. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Define the infrastructure as a template by using the prototype infrastructure as a guide. Deploy the infrastructure with AWS CloudFormation. A business application is hosted on Amazon EC2 and uses Amazon S3 for encrypted object storage. The Chief Information Security Officer has directed that no application traffic between the 2 services should traverse the public internet. Which capabilities should the solutions architect use to meet the compliance requirements? VPC endpoint. A company hosts a 3-tier web application in the AWS cloud. A multi-AZ Amazon RDS for MySQL Server forms the database layer. Amazon ElastiCache forms the cache layer. The company wants a caching strategy that adds or updates data in the cache when a customer adds an item to the database. The data in the cache must always match the data in the database. Which solution will meet these requirements? Implement the write-through caching strategy. A company wants to migrate 100 gigabytes of historical data from an on-premises location to an Amazon S3 bucket. The company has a 100 megabits per second, MBPs, internet connection on premises. The company needs to encrypt the data in transit to the S3 bucket. The company will store new data directly in Amazon S3. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use AWS Data Sync to migrate the data from the on-premises location to an S3 bucket. A company containerized a Windows job that runs on .NET 6 framework under a Windows container. The company wants to run this job in the AWS cloud. The job runs every 10 minutes. The job's runtime varies between 1 minute and 3 minutes. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, on AWS Fargate to run the job. Create a scheduled task based on the container image of the job to run every 10 minutes. A company wants to move from many standalone AWS accounts to a consolidated, multi-account architecture. The company plans to create many new AWS accounts for different business units. The company needs to authenticate access to these AWS accounts by using a centralized corporate directory service. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create a new organization in AWS Organizations with all features turned on. Create the new AWS accounts in the organization, set up AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS Single Sign-On, in the organization. Configure IAM Identity Center, and integrate it with the company's corporate directory service. A company is looking for a solution that can store video archives in AWS from old news footage. The company needs to minimize costs and will rarely need to restore these files. When the files are needed, they must be available in a maximum of 5 minutes. What is the most cost-effective solution? Store the video archives in Amazon S3 Glacier and use expedited retrievals. A company is building a 3-tier application on AWS. The presentation tier will serve a static website. The logic tier is a containerized application. This application will store data in a relational database. The company wants to simplify deployment and to reduce operational costs. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon S3 to host static content. Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with AWS Fargate for compute power. Use a managed Amazon RDS cluster for the database. A company seeks a storage solution for its application. The solution must be highly available and scalable. The solution also must function as a file system, be mountable by multiple Linux instances in AWS and on premises through native protocols, and have no minimum size requirements. The company has set up a site-to-site VPN for access from its on-premises network to its VPC. Which storage solution meets these requirements? Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with multiple mount targets. A 4-year-old media company is using the AWS Organizations All Features feature set to organize its AWS accounts. According to the company's finance team, the billing information on the member accounts must not be accessible to anyone, including the root user of the member accounts. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a service control policy, SCP, to deny access to the billing information. Attach the SCP to the root organizational unit, OU. An e-commerce company runs an application in the AWS cloud that is integrated with an on-premises warehouse solution. The company uses Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, to send order messages to an on-premises HTTPS endpoint so the warehouse application can process the orders. The local data center team has detected that some of the order messages were not received. A solutions architect needs to retain messages that are not delivered and analyze the messages for up to 14 days. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least development effort? Configure an Amazon SNS dead letter queue that has an Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, target with a retention period of 14 days. A gaming company uses Amazon DynamoDB to store user information such as geographic location, player data, and leaderboards. The company needs to configure continuous backups to an Amazon S3 bucket with a minimal amount of coding. The backups must not affect availability of the application and must not affect the read capacity units, RCUs, that are defined for the table. Which solution meets these requirements? Export the data directly from DynamoDB to Amazon S3 with continuous backups. Turn on point-in-time recovery for the table. A solutions architect is designing an asynchronous application to process credit card data validation requests for a bank. The application must be secure and be able to process each request at least once. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? A company has multiple AWS accounts for development work. Some staff consistently use oversized Amazon EC2 instances, which causes the company to exceed the yearly budget for the development accounts. The company wants to centrally restrict the creation of AWS resources in these accounts. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least development effort? Use AWS Organizations to organize the accounts into organizational units, OUs. Define and attach a service control policy, SCP, to control the usage of EC2 instance types. A company wants to use artificial intelligence, AI, to determine the quality of its customer service calls. The company currently manages calls in 4 different languages, including English. The company will offer new languages in the future. The company does not have the resources to regularly maintain machine learning, ML, models. The company needs to create written sentiment analysis reports from the customer service call recordings. The customer service call recording text must be translated into English. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 3. Use Amazon Transcribe to convert the audio recordings in any language into text. Use Amazon Translate to translate text in any language to English. Use Amazon Comprehend to create the sentiment analysis reports. D. The request to terminate the EC2 instance does not originate from the CIDR blocks 192.0.2.0/24 or 203.0.113.0/24. A company is conducting an internal audit. The company wants to ensure that the data in an Amazon S3 bucket that is associated with the company's AWS Lake Formation data lake does not contain sensitive customer or employee data. The company wants to discover personally identifiable information, PII, or financial information, including passport numbers and credit card numbers. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure Amazon Macie to run a data discovery job that uses managed identifiers for the required data types. A company uses on-premises servers to host its applications. The company is running out of storage capacity. The applications use both block storage and NFS storage. The company needs a high-performing solution that supports local caching without re-architecting its existing applications. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway File Gateway to replace NFS storage. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway to replace the block storage. A company has a service that reads and writes large amounts of data from an Amazon S3 bucket in the same AWS region. The service is deployed on Amazon EC2 instances within the private subnet of a VPC. The service communicates with Amazon S3 over a NAT gateway in the public subnet. However, the company wants a solution that will reduce the data output costs. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Provision a VPC gateway endpoint. Configure the route table for the private subnet to use the gateway endpoint as the route for all S3 traffic. A company uses Amazon S3 to store high-resolution pictures in an S3 bucket. To minimize application changes, the company stores the pictures as the latest version of an S3 object. The company needs to retain only the 2 most recent versions of the pictures. The company wants to reduce costs. The company has identified the S3 bucket as a large expense. Which solution will reduce the S3 costs with the least operational overhead? Use S3 lifecycle to delete expired object versions and retain the two most recent versions. A company needs to minimize the cost of its 1 gigabit per second AWS Direct Connect connection. The company's average connection utilization is less than 10%. A solutions architect must recommend a solution that will reduce the cost without compromising security. Which solution will meet these requirements? Contact an AWS Direct Connect partner to order a 200 megabits per second hosted connection for an existing AWS account. A company has multiple Windows file servers on premises. The company wants to migrate and consolidate its files into an Amazon FSx for Windows file server file system. File permissions must be preserved to ensure that access rights do not change. Which solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Deploy AWS Data Sync agents on premises. Schedule data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows file server file system. Order an AWS Snowcone device. Connect the device to the on-premises network. Launch AWS Data Sync agents on the device. Schedule data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows file server file system. A company wants to ingest customer payment data into the company's data lake in Amazon S3. The company receives payment data every minute on average. The company wants to analyze the payment data in real time. Then the company wants to ingest the data into the data lake. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to ingest data. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics to analyze the data in real time. A company runs a website that uses a content management system, CMS, on Amazon EC2. The CMS runs on a single EC2 instance and uses an Amazon Aurora MySQL multi-AZ-DB instance for the data tier. Website images are stored on an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volume that is mounted inside the EC2 instance. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to improve the performance and resilience of the website? Choose 2. Move the website images onto an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system that is mounted on every EC2 instance. Create an Amazon Machine Image, AMI, from the existing EC2 instance. Use the AMI to provision new instances behind an application load balancer as part of an auto-scaling group. Configure the auto-scaling group to maintain a minimum of 2 instances. Configure an Amazon CloudFront distribution for the website. A company runs an infrastructure monitoring service. The company is building a new feature that will enable the service to monitor data in customer AWS accounts. The new feature will call AWS APIs in customer accounts to describe Amazon EC2 instances and read Amazon CloudWatch metrics. What should the company do to obtain access to customer accounts in the most secure way? Ensure that the customers create an IAM role in their account with read-only EC2 and CloudWatch permissions and a trust policy to the company's account. A company needs to connect several VPCs in the US East 1 region that span hundreds of AWS accounts. The company's networking team has its own AWS account to manage the cloud network. What is the most operationally efficient solution to connect the VPCs? Create an AWS Transit Gateway in the networking team's AWS account. Configure static routes from each VPC. A company has Amazon EC2 instances that run nightly batch jobs to process data. The EC2 instances run in an auto-scaling group that uses on-demand billing. If a job fails on one instance, another instance will reprocess the job. The batch jobs run between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. local time every day. Which solution will provide EC2 instances to meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create a new launch template for the auto-scaling group. Set the instances to spot instances. Set a policy to scale out based on CPU usage. A social media company is building a feature for its website. The feature will give users the ability to upload photos. The company expects significant increases in demand during large events and must ensure that the website can handle the upload traffic from users. Which solution meets these requirements with the most scalability? Generate Amazon S3 pre-signed URLs in the application. Upload files directly from the user's browser into an S3 bucket. A company has a web application for travel ticketing. The application is based on a database that runs in a single data center in North America. The company wants to expand the application to serve a global user base. The company needs to deploy the application to multiple AWS regions. Average latency must be less than 1 second on updates to the reservation database. The company wants to have separate deployments of its web platform across multiple regions. However, the company must maintain a single primary reservation database that is globally consistent. Which solution should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Convert the application to use Amazon DynamoDB. Use a global table for the center reservation table. Use the correct regional endpoint in each regional deployment. A company has migrated multiple Microsoft Windows Server workloads to Amazon EC2 instances that run in the US, West, 1 region. The company manually backs up the workloads to create an image as needed. In the event of a natural disaster in the US, West, 1 region, the company wants to recover workloads quickly in the US, West, 2 region. The company wants no more than 24 hours of data loss on the EC2 instances. The company also wants to automate any backups of the EC2 instances. Which solutions will meet these requirements with the least administrative effort? Choose 2. Create an Amazon EC2-backed Amazon Machine Image (AMI) lifecycle policy to create a backup based on tags. Schedule the backup to run twice daily. Configure the copy to the US, West, 2 region. Create a backup vault by using AWS Backup. Use AWS Backup to create a backup plan for the EC2 instances based on tag values. Define the destination for the copy as US, West, 2. Specify the backup schedule to run twice daily. A company operates a 2-tier application for image processing. The application uses 2 availability zones, each with 1 public subnet and 1 private subnet. An application load balancer, ALB, for the web tier uses the public subnets. Amazon EC2 instances for the application tier use the private subnets. Users report that the application is running more slowly than expected. A security audit of the web server log files shows that the application is receiving millions of illegitimate requests from a small number of IP addresses. A solutions architect needs to resolve the immediate performance problem while the company investigates a more permanent solution. What should the solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Modify the network ACL for the web tier subnets. Add an inbound deny rule for the IP addresses that are consuming resources. A global marketing company has applications that run in the AP, Southeast, 2 region and the EU, West, 1 region. Applications that run in a VPC in EU, West, 1 need to communicate securely with databases that run in a VPC in AP, Southeast, 2. Which network design will meet these requirements? Configure a VPC peering connection between the AP, Southeast, 2 VPC and the EU, West, 1 VP. Update the subnet route tables. Create an inbound rule in the AP, Southeast, 2 database security group that allows traffic from the EU, West, 1 application server IP addresses. A company is developing software that uses a PostgreSQL database schema. The company needs to configure multiple development environments and databases for the company's developers. On average, each development environment is used for half of the 8-hour workday. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Configure each development environment with its own Amazon Aurora on-demand PostgreSQL-compatible database. A company uses AWS Organizations with resources tagged by account. The company also uses AWS Backup to back up its AWS infrastructure resources. The company needs to back up all AWS resources. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use AWS config to identify all untagged resources. Tag the identified resources programmatically. Use tags in the backup plan. A social media company wants to allow its users to upload images in an application that is hosted in the AWS cloud. The company needs a solution that automatically resizes the images so that the images can be displayed on multiple device types. The application experiences unpredictable traffic patterns throughout the day. The company is seeking a highly available solution that maximizes scalability. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create a static website hosted in Amazon S3 that invokes AWS Lambda functions to resize the images and store the images in an Amazon S3 bucket. A company is running a microservices application on Amazon EC2 instances. The company wants to migrate the application to an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, cluster for scalability. The company must configure the Amazon EKS control plane with endpoint private access set to true and endpoint public access set to false to maintain security compliance. The company must also put the data plane in private subnets. However, the company has received error notifications because the node cannot join the cluster. Which solution will allow the node to join the cluster? Create interface VPC endpoints to allow nodes to access the control plane. A company is migrating an on-premises application to AWS. The company wants to use Amazon Redshift as a solution. Which use cases are suitable for Amazon Redshift in this scenario? Choose 3. Supporting client-side and server-side encryption, building analytics workloads during specified hours and when the application is not active, scaling globally to support petabytes of data and tens of millions of requests per minute. A company provides an API interface to customers so the customers can retrieve their financial information. The company expects a larger number of requests during peak usage times of the year. The company requires the API to respond consistently with low latency to ensure customer satisfaction. The company needs to provide a compute host for the API. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda functions with provision concurrency. A company wants to send all AWS Systems Manager Session Manager logs to an Amazon S3 bucket for archival purposes. Which solution will meet this requirement with the most operational efficiency? Enable S3 logging in the Systems Manager console. Choose an S3 bucket to send the session data to. An application uses an Amazon RDS MySQL DB instance. The RDS database is becoming low on disk space. A solutions architect wants to increase the disk space without downtime. Which solution meets these requirements with the least amount of effort? Enable storage autoscaling in RDS. A consulting company provides professional services to customers worldwide. The company provides solutions and tools for customers to expedite gathering and analyzing data on AWS. The company needs to centrally manage and deploy a common set of solutions and tools for customers to use for self-service purposes. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create AWS Service Catalog products for the customers. A company is designing a new web application that will run on Amazon EC2 instances. The application will use Amazon DynamoDB for back-end data storage. The application traffic will be unpredictable. The company expects that the application read and write throughput to the database will be moderate to high. The company needs to scale in response to application traffic. Which DynamoDB table configuration will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Configure DynamoDB in on-demand mode by using the DynamoDB standard table class. A retail company has several businesses. The IT team for each business manages its own AWS account. Each team account is part of an organization in AWS Organizations. Each team monitors its product inventory levels in an Amazon DynamoDB table in the team's own AWS account. The company is deploying a central inventory reporting application into a shared AWS account. The application must be able to read items from all the team's DynamoDB tables. Which authentication option will meet these requirements most securely? In every business account, create an IAM role named BU_role with a policy that gives the role access to the DynamoDB table and a trust policy to trust a specific role in the inventory application account. In the inventory account, create a role named app_role that allows access to the STS assume role API operation. Configure the application to use app_role and assume the cross-account role BU_role to read the DynamoDB table. A company runs container applications by using Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS. The company's workload is not consistent throughout the day. The company wants Amazon EKS to scale in and out according to the workload. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. Use the Kubernetes metrics server for horizontal pod autoscaling. A company runs a microservice-based serverless web application. The application must be able to retrieve data from multiple Amazon DynamoDB tables. A solutions architect needs to give the application the ability to retrieve the data with no impact on the baseline performance of the application. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Amazon CloudFront with Lambda at Edge functions. A company wants to analyze and troubleshoot access denied errors and unauthorized errors that are related to IAM permissions. The company has AWS CloudTrail turned on. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least effort? Search CloudTrail logs with Amazon Athena queries to identify the errors. A company wants to add its existing AWS usage cost to its operation cost dashboard. A solutions architect needs to recommend a solution that will give the company access to its usage cost programmatically. The company must be able to access cost data for the current year and forecast costs for the next 12 months. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Access usage cost-related data by using the AWS Cost Explorer API with pagination. A solutions architect is reviewing the resilience of an application. The solutions architect notices that a database administrator recently failed over the application's Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database writer instance as part of a scaling exercise. The failover resulted in 3 minutes of downtime for the application. Which solution will reduce the downtime for scaling exercises with the least operational overhead? Set up an Amazon RDS proxy for the database. Update the application to use the proxy endpoint. A company has a regional subscription-based streaming service that runs in a single AWS region. The architecture consists of web servers and application servers on Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances are in auto-scaling groups behind Elastic Load Balancers. The architecture includes an Amazon Aurora global database cluster that extends across multiple availability zones. The company wants to expand globally and to ensure that its application has minimal downtime. Which solution will provide the most fault tolerance? Deploy the web tier and the application tier to a second region. Use an Amazon Aurora global database to deploy the database in the primary region and the second region. Use Amazon Route 53 health checks with a failover routing policy to the second region. Promote the secondary to primary as needed. A company is migrating its workloads to AWS. The company has transactional and sensitive data in its databases. The company wants to use AWS Cloud Solutions to increase security and reduce operational overhead for the databases. Which solution will meet these requirements? Migrate the databases to Amazon RDS. Configure encryption at rest. A company has an online gaming application that has TCP and UDP multiplayer gaming capabilities. The company uses Amazon Route 53 to point the application traffic to multiple network load balancers, NLBs, in different AWS regions. The company needs to improve application performance and decrease latency for the online game in preparation for user growth. Which solution will meet these requirements? Add AWS Global Accelerator in front of the NLBs. Configure a Global Accelerator endpoint to use the correct listener ports. A company needs to integrate with a third-party data feed. The data feed sends a webhook to notify an external service when new data is ready for consumption. A developer wrote an AWS Lambda function to retrieve data when the company receives a webhook callback. The developer must make the Lambda function available for the third party to call. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Create a function URL for the Lambda function. Provide the Lambda function URL to the third party for the webhook. A company has a workload in an AWS region. Customers connect to and access the workload by using an Amazon API Gateway REST API. The company uses Amazon Route 53 as its DNS provider. The company wants to provide individual and secure URLs for all customers. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Choose 3. Register the required domain in a registrar. Create a wildcard custom domain name in a Route 53 hosted zone and record in the zone that points to the API Gateway endpoint. Request a wildcard certificate that matches the custom domain name in AWS Certificate Manager (ACM) in the same region. Create a custom domain name in API Gateway for the REST API. Import the certificate from AWS Certificate Manager (ACM). A company stores data in Amazon S3. According to regulations, the data must not contain personally identifiable information, PII. The company recently discovered that S3 buckets have some objects that contain PII. The company needs to automatically detect PII in S3 buckets and to notify the company's security team. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon Macie. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to filter the sensitive data event type from Macie findings and to send an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, notification to the security team. A company wants to build a logging solution for its multiple AWS accounts. The company currently stores the logs from all accounts in a centralized account. The company has created an Amazon S3 bucket in the centralized account to store the VPC flow logs and AWS CloudTrail logs. All logs must be highly available for 30 days for frequent analysis, retained for an additional 60 days for backup purposes, and deleted 90 days after creation. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Transition objects to the S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, storage class 30 days after creation. Move all objects to the S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval Storage class after 90 days. Write an expiration action that directs Amazon S3 to delete objects after 90 days. A company is building an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, cluster for its workloads. All secrets that are stored in Amazon EKS must be encrypted in the Kubernetes EKT key value store. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a new AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, key. Enable Amazon EKS KMS secrets encryption on the Amazon EKS cluster. This option is the most appropriate for encrypting secrets stored in the Kubernetes EKT key value store within Amazon EKS. Amazon EKS KMS secrets encryption allows you to encrypt secrets in EKT using an AWS Key Management Service, KMS, key. This enhances security by ensuring that the secrets are encrypted at rest. A company wants to provide data scientists with near real-time read-only access to the company's production Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL database. The database is currently configured as a single AZ database. The data scientists use complex queries that will not affect the production database. The company needs a solution that is highly available. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Change the setup from a single AZ to a multi-AZ instance deployment. Provide 2 additional read replicas for the data scientists. Changing to a multi-AZ instance deployment and providing 2 additional read replicas for the data scientists is a good solution. Multi-AZ provides high availability, and read replicas can be used to offload read-only queries from the production database, allowing data scientists to run their complex queries without impacting the production environment. A company runs a 3-tier web application in the AWS cloud that operates across 3 availability zones. The application architecture has an application load balancer, an Amazon EC2 web server that hosts user session states, and a MySQL database that runs on an EC2 instance. The company expects sudden increases in application traffic. The company wants to be able to scale to meet future application capacity demands and to ensure high availability across all three availability zones. Which solution will meet these requirements? Migrate the MySQL database to Amazon RDS for MySQL with a multi-AZ-DB cluster deployment. Use Amazon ElastiCache for Redis with high availability to store session data and to cache reads. Migrate the web server to an auto-scaling group that is in 3 availability zones. A global video streaming company uses Amazon CloudFront as a content distribution network, CDN. The company wants to roll out content in a phased manner across multiple countries. The company needs to ensure that viewers who are outside the countries to which the company rolls out content are not able to view the content. Which solution will meet these requirements? Add geographic restrictions to the content in CloudFront by using an allow list. Set up a custom error message. A company wants to use the AWS cloud to improve its on-premises disaster recovery (DR) configuration. The company's core production business application uses Microsoft SQL Server Standard, which runs on a virtual machine, VM. The application has a recovery point objective, RPO, of 30 seconds or fewer and a recovery time objective, RTO, of 60 minutes. The DR solution needs to minimize costs wherever possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? A company has an on-premises server that uses an Oracle database to process and store customer information. The company wants to use an AWS database service to achieve higher availability and to improve application performance. The company also wants to offload reporting from its primary database system. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Use Amazon RDS deployed in a multi-AZ instance deployment to create an Amazon Aurora database. Direct the reporting functions to the reader instances. A company wants to build a web application on AWS. Client access requests to the website are not predictable and can be idle for a long time. Only customers who have paid a subscription fee can have the ability to sign in and use the web application. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Choose 3. Create an AWS Lambda function to retrieve user information from Amazon DynamoDB. Create an Amazon API Gateway endpoint to accept RESTful APIs. Send the API calls to the Lambda function. Create an Amazon Cognito user pool to authenticate users. Use AWS Amplify to serve the front-end web content with HTML, CSS, and JS. Use an integrated Amazon CloudFront configuration. A media company uses an Amazon CloudFront distribution to deliver content over the Internet. The company wants only premium customers to have access to the media streams and file content. The company stores all content in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company also delivers content on demand to customers for a specific purpose, such as movie rentals or music downloads. Which solution will meet these requirements? Generate and provide CloudFront signed URLs to premium customers. A company runs Amazon EC2 instances in multiple AWS accounts that are individually bled. The company recently purchased a savings PN. Because of changes in the company's business requirements, the company has decommissioned a large number of EC2 instances. The company wants to use its savings plan discounts on its other AWS accounts. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. A retail company uses a regional Amazon API Gateway API for its public REST APIs. The API Gateway endpoint is a custom domain name that points to an Amazon Route 53 alias record. A solutions architect needs to create a solution that has minimal effects on customers and minimal data loss to release the new version of APIs. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a Canary release deployment stage for API Gateway. Deploy the latest API version. Point an appropriate percentage of traffic to the Canary stage. After API verification, promote the canary stage to the production stage. A company wants to direct its users to a backup static error page if the company's primary website is unavailable. The primary website's DNS records are hosted in Amazon Route 53. The domain is pointing to an application load balancer, ALB. The company needs a solution that minimizes changes and infrastructure overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up a Route 53 active-passive failover configuration. Direct traffic to a static error page that is hosted in an Amazon S3 bucket when Route 53 health checks determine that the ALB endpoint is unhealthy. A recent analysis of a company's IT expenses highlights the need to reduce backup costs. The company's chief information officer wants to simplify the on-premises backup infrastructure and reduce costs by eliminating the use of physical backup tapes. The company must preserve the existing investment in the on-premises backup applications and workflows. What should a solutions architect recommend? Set up AWS Storage Gateway to connect with the backup applications using the ISCSI Virtual Tape Library (VTL) interface. A company has data collection sensors at different locations. The data collection sensors stream a high volume of data to the company. The company wants to design a platform on AWS to ingest and process high-volume streaming data. The solution must be scalable and support data collection in near real time. The company must store the data in Amazon S3 for future reporting. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to deliver streaming data to Amazon S3. A company has separate AWS accounts for its finance, data analytics, and development departments. Because of costs and security concerns, the company wants to control which services each AWS account can use. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create organization units, OUs, for each department in AWS Organizations. Attach service control policies, SCPs, to the OUs. A company has created a multi-tier application for its e-commerce website. The website uses an application load balancer that resides in the public subnets, a web tier in the public subnets, and a MySQL cluster hosted on Amazon EC2 instances in the private subnets. The MySQL database needs to retrieve product catalog and pricing information that is hosted on the Internet by a third-party provider. A solutions architect must devise a strategy that maximizes security without increasing operational overhead. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Deploy a NAT gateway in the public subnets. Modify the private subnet route table to direct all Internet-bound traffic to the NAT gateway. A company is using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, keys to encrypt AWS Lambda environment variables. A solutions architect needs to ensure that the required permissions are in place to decrypt and use the environment variables. Which steps must the solutions architect take to implement the correct permissions? Choose 2. Add AWS KMS permissions in the Lambda execution role. Allow the Lambda execution role in the AWS KMS key policy. A company has a financial application that produces reports. The reports average 50 kilobytes in size and are stored in Amazon S3. The reports are frequently accessed during the first week after production and must be stored for several years. The reports must be retrievable within 6 hours. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Use S3 standard. Use an S3 lifecycle rule to transition the reports to S3 Glacier after 7 days. A company needs to optimize the cost of its Amazon EC2 instances. The company also needs to change the type and family of its EC2 instances every 2 to 3 months. What should the company do to meet these requirements? Purchase a no upfront compute savings plan for a 1-year term. A solutions architect needs to review a company's Amazon S3 buckets to discover personally identifiable information, PII. The company stores the PII data in the US East 1 region and US West 2 region. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Configure Amazon Macy in each region. Create a job to analyze the data that is in Amazon S3. A company's SAP application has a back-end SQL Server database in an on-premises environment. The company wants to migrate its on-premises application and database server to AWS. The company needs an instance type that meets the high demands of its SAP database. On-premises performance data shows that both the SAP application and the database have high memory utilization. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use the memory-optimized instance family for both the application and the database. A company runs an application in a VPC with public and private subnets. The VPC extends across multiple availability zones. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances in private subnets. The application uses an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS, queue. A solutions architect needs to design a secure solution to establish a connection between the EC2 instances and the SQS queue. Which solution will meet these requirements? Implement an interface VPC endpoint for Amazon SQS, configure the endpoint to use the private subnets. Add to the endpoint a security group that has an inbound access rule that allows traffic from the EC2 instances that are in the private subnets. A solutions architect is using an AWS CloudFormation template to deploy a 3-tier web application. The web application consists of a web tier and an application tier that stores and retrieves user data in Amazon DynamoDB tables. The web and application tiers are hosted on Amazon EC2 instances, and the database tier is not publicly accessible. The application EC2 instances need to access the DynamoDB tables without exposing API credentials in the template. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an IAM role that has the required permissions to read and write from the DynamoDB tables. Add the role to the EC2 instance profile, and associate the instance profile with the application instances. A solutions architect manages an analytics application. The application stores large amounts of semi-structured data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The solutions architect wants to use parallel data processing to process the data more quickly. The solutions architect also wants to use information that is stored in an Amazon Redshift database to enrich the data. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon EMR to process the S3 data. Use Amazon EMR with the Amazon Redshift data to enrich the S3 data. Amazon EMR is a cloud-based big data platform that uses Apache Hadoop and other open-source frameworks to process and analyze large datasets. EMR supports parallel data processing, making it a good fit for the requirement. Additionally, using EMR with the Amazon Redshift data allows for efficient enrichment of the S3 data. A company has 2 VPCs that are located in the US, West, 2 region within the same AWS account. The company needs to allow network traffic between these VPCs. Approximately 500 gigabytes of data transfer will occur between the VPCs each month. What is the most cost-effective solution to connect these VPCs? Set up a VPC peering connection between the VPCs. Update the route tables of each VPC to use the VPC peering connection for inter-VPC communication. A company hosts multiple applications on AWS for different product lines. The applications use different compute resources, including Amazon EC2 instances and application load balancers. The applications run in different AWS accounts under the same organization in AWS Organizations across multiple AWS regions. Teams for each product line have tagged each compute resource in the individual accounts. The company wants more details about the cost for each product line from the consolidated billing feature in Organizations. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Select a specific user-defined tag in the AWS billing console. Activate the selected tag from the organization's management account. A company's solutions architect is designing an AWS multi-account solution that uses AWS Organizations. The solutions architect has organized the company's accounts into organizational units, OUs. The solutions architect needs a solution that will identify any changes to the OU hierarchy. The solution also needs to notify the company's operations team of any changes. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Provision the AWS accounts by using AWS Control Tower. Use account drift notifications to identify the changes to the OU hierarchy. A company's website handles millions of requests each day, and the number of requests continues to increase. A solutions architect needs to improve the response time of the web application. The solutions architect determines that the application needs to decrease latency when retrieving product details from the Amazon DynamoDB table. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Set up a DynamoDB accelerator (DAX) cluster. Route all read requests through DAX. A solutions architect needs to ensure that API calls to Amazon DynamoDB from Amazon EC2 instances in a VPC do not travel across the Internet. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet this requirement? Choose 2. Create a route table entry for the endpoint. Create a gateway endpoint for DynamoDB. Clusters and workloads from a central location. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon EKS connector to register and connect all Kubernetes clusters. A company is building an e-commerce application and needs to store sensitive customer information. The company needs to give customers the ability to complete purchase transactions on the website. The company also needs to ensure that sensitive customer data is protected, even from database administrators. Which solution meets these requirements? Store sensitive data in Amazon RDS for MySQL. Use AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, client-side encryption to encrypt the data. A company has an on-premises MySQL database that handles transactional data. The company is migrating the database to the AWS cloud. The migrated database must maintain compatibility with the company's applications that use the database. The migrated database also must scale automatically during periods of increased demand. Which migration solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to migrate the database to Amazon Aurora. Turn on Aurora auto-scaling. A company runs multiple Amazon EC2 Linux instances in a VPC across 2 availability zones. The instances host applications that use a hierarchical directory structure. The applications need to read and write rapidly and concurrently to shared storage. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Create an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system. Mount the EFS file system from each EC2 instance. A solutions architect is designing a workload that will store hourly energy consumption by business tenants in a building. The sensors will feed a database through HTTP requests that will add up usage for each tenant. The solutions architect must use managed services when possible. The workload will receive more features in the future as the solutions architect adds independent components. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda functions to receive the data from the sensors, process the data, and store the data in an Amazon DynamoDB table. A solutions architect is designing the storage architecture for a new web application used for storing and viewing engineering drawings. All application components will be deployed on the AWS infrastructure. The application design must support caching to minimize the amount of time that users wait for the engineering drawings to load. The application must be able to store petabytes of data. Which combination of storage and caching should the solutions architect use? Amazon S3 with Amazon CloudFront. An Amazon Event Bridge rule targets a third-party API. The third-party API has not received any incoming traffic. A solutions architect needs to determine whether the rule conditions are being met and if the rule's target is being invoked. Which solution will meet these requirements? A company has a large workload that runs every Friday evening. The workload runs on Amazon EC2 instances that are in 2 availability zones in the US, East, 1 region. Normally, the company must run no more than 2 instances at all times. However, the company wants to scale up to 6 instances each Friday to handle a regularly repeating increased workload. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an auto-scaling group that has a scheduled action. A company is creating a REST API. The company has strict requirements for the use of TLS. The company requires TLS v1.3 on the API endpoints. The company also requires a specific public third-party certificate authority, CA, to sign the TLS certificate. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use a local machine to create a certificate that is signed by the third-party C. Import the certificate into AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. Create an HTTP API in Amazon API Gateway with a custom domain. Configure the custom domain to use the certificate. A company runs an application on AWS. The application receives inconsistent amounts of usage. The application uses AWS Direct Connect to connect to an on-premises MySQL-compatible database. The on-premises database consistently uses a minimum of 2 GB of memory. The company wants to migrate the on-premises database to a managed AWS service. The company wants to use auto-scaling capabilities to manage unexpected workload increases. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least administrative overhead? Provision an Amazon Aurora serverless v2 database with a minimum capacity of 1 Aurora capacity unit, ACU. A company wants to use an event-driven programming model with AWS Lambda. The company wants to reduce startup latency for Lambda functions that run on Java 11. The company does not have strict latency requirements for the applications. The company wants to reduce cold starts and outlier latencies when a function scales up. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Configure Lambda SnapStart. A financial services company launched a new application that uses an Amazon RDS for MySQL database. The company uses the application to track stock market trends. The company needs to operate the application for only 2 hours at the end of each week. The company needs to optimize the cost of running the database. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Migrate the existing RDS for MySQL database to an Aurora serverless v2 MySQL database cluster. A company deploys its applications on Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, behind an application load balancer in an AWS region. The application needs to store data in a PostgreSQL database engine. The company wants the data in the database to be highly available. The company also needs increased capacity for read workloads. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Create an Amazon RDS database with multi-AZDB cluster deployment. A company is building a RESTful serverless web application on AWS by using Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. The users of this web application will be geographically distributed, and the company wants to reduce the latency of API requests to these users. Which type of endpoint should a solutions architect use to meet these requirements? Edge-optimized endpoint. A company uses an Amazon CloudFront distribution to serve content pages for its website. The company needs to ensure that clients use a TLS certificate when accessing the company's website. The company wants to automate the creation and renewal of the TLS certificates. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Use AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, to create a certificate. Use DNS validation for the domain. A company deployed a serverless application that uses Amazon DynamoDB as a database layer. The application has experienced a large increase in users. The company wants to improve database response time from milliseconds to microseconds and to cache requests to the database. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX. A company runs an application that uses Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL. The application receives traffic only on weekdays during business hours. The company wants to optimize costs and reduce operational overhead based on this usage. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use the instance scheduler on AWS to configure start and stop schedules. A company uses locally attached storage to run a latency-sensitive application on premises. The company is using a lift and shift method to move the application to the AWS cloud. The company does not want to change the application architecture. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Host the application on an Amazon EC2 instance. Use an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, GP3 volume to run the application. A company runs a stateful production application on Amazon EC2 instances. The application requires at least 2 EC2 instances to always be running. A solutions architect needs to design a highly available and fault-tolerant architecture for the application. The solutions architect creates an auto-scaling group of EC2 instances. An e-commerce company uses Amazon Route 53 as its DNS provider. The company hosts its website on premises and in the AWS cloud. The company's on-premises data center is near the US West 1 region. The company uses the EU Central 1 region to host the website. The company wants to minimize load time for the website as much as possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up a geolocation routing policy. Send the traffic that is near US West 1 to the on-premises data center. Send the traffic that is near EU Central 1 to EU Central 1. A company has 5 PB of archived data on physical tapes. The company needs to preserve the data on the tapes for another 10 years for compliance purposes. The company wants to migrate to AWS in the next 6 months. The data center that stores the tapes has a 1 gigabit per second uplink internet connectivity. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Order multiple AWS Snowball devices that have tape gateway. Copy the physical tapes to virtual tapes in Snowball. Ship the Snowball devices to AWS. Create a lifecycle policy to move the tapes to Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. A company is deploying an application that processes large quantities of data in parallel. The company plans to use Amazon EC2 instances for the workload. The network architecture must be configurable to prevent groups of nodes from sharing the same underlying hardware. Which networking solution meets these requirements? Run the EC2 instances in a spread placement group. A solutions architect is designing a disaster recovery (DR) strategy to provide Amazon EC2 capacity in a failover AWS region. Business requirements state that the DR strategy must meet capacity in the failover region. Which solution will meet these requirements? Purchase a capacity reservation in the failover region. Capacity reservation allows you to reserve a specific amount of EC2 instance capacity in a given region without purchasing specific instances. This reserved capacity is dedicated to your account and can be utilized for launching instances when needed. Capacity reservations offer flexibility, allowing you to launch different instance types and sizes within the reserved capacity. A company has 5 organizational units, OUs, as part of its organization in AWS Organizations. Each OU correlates to the 5 businesses that the company owns. The company's research and development, R&D, business is separating from the company and will need its own organization. A solutions architect creates a separate new management account for this purpose. What should the solutions architect do next in the new management account? Invite the R&D AWS account to be part of the new organization after the R&D AWS account has left the prior organization. A company is designing a solution to capture customer activity in different web applications to process analytics and make predictions. Customer activity in the web applications is unpredictable and can increase suddenly. The company requires a solution that integrates with other web applications. The solution must include an authorization step for security purposes. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure an Amazon API Gateway endpoint in front of an Amazon Kinesis data firehose that stores the information that the company receives in an Amazon S3 bucket. Use an API Gateway Lambda authorizer to resolve authorization. An e-commerce company wants a disaster recovery solution for its Amazon RDS DB instances that run Microsoft SQL Server Enterprise Edition. The company's current recovery point objective, RPO, and recovery time objective, RTO, are 24 hours. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Copy automatic snapshots to another region every 24 hours. A company runs a web application on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer that has sticky sessions enabled. The web server currently hosts the user session state. The company wants to ensure high availability and avoid user session state loss in the event of a web server outage. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon Elasticache for Redis to store the session state. Update the application to use Elasticache for Redis to store the session state. A company migrated a MySQL database from the company's on-premises data center to an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The company sized the RDS DB instance to meet the company's average daily workload. Once a month, the database performs slowly when the company runs queries for a report. The company wants to have the ability to run reports and maintain the performance of the daily workloads. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a read replica of the database. Direct the queries to the read replica. A company runs a container application by using Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS. The application includes microservices that manage customers and place orders. The company needs to route incoming requests to the appropriate microservices. Which solution will meet this requirement most cost-effectively? Use the AWS Load Balancer controller to provision an application load balancer. A company uses AWS and sells access to copyrighted images. The company's global customer base needs to be able to access these images quickly. The company must deny access to users from specific countries. The company wants to minimize costs as much as possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon S3 to store the images. Use Amazon CloudFront to distribute the images with geographic restrictions. Provide a signed URL for each customer to access the data in CloudFront. A solutions architect is designing a highly available Amazon Elasticache for Redis-based solution. The solutions architect needs to ensure that failures do not result in performance degradation or loss of data locally and within an AWS region. The solution needs to provide high availability at the node level and at the region level. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use multi-AZ Redis replication groups with shards that contain multiple nodes. A company plans to migrate to AWS and use Amazon EC2 on-demand instances for its application. During the migration testing phase, a technical team observes that the application takes a long time to launch and load memory to become fully productive. Which solution will reduce the launch time of the application during the next testing phase? Launch the EC2 on-demand instances with hibernation turned on. Configure EC2 auto-scaling warm pools during the next testing phase. A company's applications run on Amazon EC2 instances in auto-scaling groups. The company notices that its applications experience sudden traffic increases on random days of the week. The company wants to maintain application performance during sudden traffic increases. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Use dynamic scaling to change the size of the auto-scaling group. An e-commerce application uses a PostgreSQL database that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance. During a monthly sales event, database usage increases and causes database connection issues for the application. The traffic is unpredictable for subsequent monthly sales events, which impacts the sales forecast. The company needs to maintain performance when there is an unpredictable increase in traffic. Which solution resolves this issue in the most cost-effective way? Migrate the PostgreSQL database to Amazon Aurora Serverless v2. A company hosts an internal serverless application on AWS by using Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. The company's employees report issues with high latency when they begin using the application each day. The company wants to reduce latency. Which solution will meet these requirements? Set up a scheduled scaling to increase Lambda provision concurrency before employees begin to use the application each day. A research company uses on-premises devices to generate data for analysis. The company wants to use the AWS cloud to analyze the data. The devices generate .csv files and support writing the data to an SMB file share. Company analysts must be able to use SQL commands to query the data. The analysts will run queries periodically throughout the day. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Choose 3. Deploy an AWS storage gateway on premises in Amazon S3 file gateway mode. Set up an AWS Glue crawler to create a table based on the data that is in Amazon S3. Set up Amazon Athena to query the data that is in Amazon S3. Provide access to analysts. A company wants to use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, clusters and Amazon RDS DB instances to build and run a payment processing application. The company will run the application in its on-premises data center for compliance purposes. A solutions architect wants to use AWS Outposts as part of the solution. The solutions architect is working with the company's operational team to build the application. A company is planning to migrate a TCP-based application into the company's VPC. The application is publicly accessible on a non-standard TCP port through a hardware appliance in the company's data center. This public endpoint can process up to 3 million requests per second with low latency. The company requires the same level of performance for the new public endpoint in AWS. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Deploy a network load balancer, NLB. Configure the NLB to be publicly accessible over the TCP port that the application requires. A company runs its critical database on an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. The company wants to migrate to Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL with minimal downtime and data loss. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an Aurora RED replica of the RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. Promote the Aurora RED replicate to a new Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster. A company's infrastructure consists of hundreds of Amazon EC2 instances that use Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, storage. A solutions architect must ensure that every EC2 instance can be recovered after a disaster. What should the solutions architect do to meet this requirement with the least amount of effort? Use AWS Backup to set up a backup plan for the entire group of EC2 instances. Use the AWS Backup API or the AWS CLI to speed up the restore process for multiple EC2 instances. A company recently migrated to the AWS cloud. The company wants a serverless solution for large-scale parallel on-demand processing of a semi-structured dataset. The data consists of logs, media files, sales transactions, and IoT sensor data that is stored in Amazon S3. The company wants the solution to process thousands of items in the dataset in parallel. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Use the AWS step functions map state in distributed mode to process the data in parallel. A company will migrate 10 PB of data to Amazon S3 in 6 weeks. The current data center has a 500 megabits per second uplink to the internet. Other on-premises applications share the uplink. The company can use 80% of the internet bandwidth for this one-time migration task. Which solution will meet these requirements? Order multiple AWS Snowball devices. Copy the data to the devices. Send the devices to AWS to copy the data to Amazon S3. A company has several on-premises Internet Small Computer Systems Interface, ISCSI, network storage servers. The company wants to reduce the number of these servers by moving to the AWS cloud. A solutions architect must provide low-latency access to frequently used data and reduce the dependency on on-premises servers with a minimal number of infrastructure changes. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway that is configured with cached volumes. A solutions architect is designing an application that will allow business users to upload objects to Amazon S3. The solution needs to maximize object durability. Objects also must be readily available at any time and for any length of time. Users will access objects frequently within the first 30 days after the objects are uploaded, but users are much less likely to access objects that are older than 30 days. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Store all the objects in S3 Standard with an S3 lifecycle rule to transition the objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 30 days. A company has migrated a two-tier application from its on-premises data center to the AWS cloud. The data tier is a multi-AZ deployment of Amazon RDS for Oracle with 12 terabytes of general-purpose SSD Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, storage. The application is designed to process and store documents in the database as binary large objects, blobs, with an average document size of 6 megabytes. The database size has grown over time, reducing the performance and increasing the cost of storage. The company must improve the database performance and needs a solution that is highly available and resilient. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create an Amazon S3 bucket. Update the application to store documents in the S3 bucket. Store the object metadata in the existing database. A company has an application that serves clients that are deployed in more than 20,000 retail storefront locations around the world. The application consists of back-end web services that are exposed over HTTPS on port 443. The application is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The retail locations communicate with the web application over the public internet. The company allows each retail location to register the IP address that the retail location has been allocated by its local ISP. The company's security team recommends to increase the security of the application endpoint by restricting access to only the IP addresses registered by the retail locations. A company is building a data analysis platform on AWS by using AWS Lake Formation. The platform will ingest data from different sources such as Amazon S3 and Amazon RDS. The company needs a secure solution to prevent access to portions of the data that contain sensitive information. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create data filters to implement row-level security and cell-level security. A company deploys Amazon EC2 instances that run in a VPC. The EC2 instances load source data into Amazon S3 buckets so that the data can be processed in the future. According to compliance laws, the data must not be transmitted over the public internet. Servers in the company's on-premises data center will consume the output from an application that runs on the EC2 instances. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3. Set up an AWS Direct Connect. Connection between the on-premises network and the VPC. A company has an application with a REST-based interface that allows data to be received in near real time from a third-party vendor. Once received, the application processes and stores the data for further analysis. The application is running on Amazon EC2 instances. The third-party vendor has received many 503 service unavailable errors when sending data to the application. When the data volume spikes, the compute capacity reaches its maximum limit and the application is unable to process all requests. Which design should a solutions architect recommend to provide a more scalable solution? Use Amazon Kinesis data streams to ingest the data. Process the data using AWS Lambda functions. A company has an application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances in a private subnet. The application needs to process sensitive information from an Amazon S3 bucket. The application must not use the internet to connect to the S3 bucket. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure a VPC endpoint. Update the S3 bucket policy to allow access from the VPC endpoint. Update the application to use the new VPC endpoint. A company uses Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, to run a container application. The EKS cluster stores sensitive information in the Kubernetes secrets object. The company wants to ensure that the information is encrypted. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Enable secrets encryption in the EKS cluster by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. A company is designing a new multi-tier web application that consists of the following components: web and application servers that run on Amazon EC2 instances as part of auto-scaling groups, an Amazon RDS DB instance for data storage. A solutions architect needs to limit access to the application servers so that only the web servers can access them. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy an application load balancer with a target group that contains the application server's auto-scaling group. Configure the security group to allow only the web servers to access the application servers. A company runs a critical, customer-facing application on Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS. The application has a microservices architecture. The company needs to implement a solution that collects, aggregates, and summarizes metrics and logs from the application in a centralized location. Which solution meets these requirements? Configure Amazon CloudWatch container insights in the existing EKS cluster. View the metrics and logs in the CloudWatch console. A company has deployed its newest product on AWS. The product runs in an auto-scaling group behind a network load balancer. The company stores the product's objects in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company recently experienced malicious attacks against its systems. The company needs a solution that continuously monitors for malicious activity in the AWS account, workloads, and access patterns to the S3 bucket. The solution must also report suspicious activity and display the information on a dashboard. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure Amazon GuardDuty to monitor and report findings to AWS Security Hub. A company wants to migrate an on-premises data center to AWS. The data center hosts a storage server that stores data in an NFS-based file system. The storage server holds 200 gigabytes of data. The company needs to migrate the data without interruption to existing services. Multiple resources in AWS must be able to access the data by using the NFS protocol. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Choose 2. Create an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system. Install an AWS Data Sync agent in the on-premises data center. Use a data sync task between the on-premises location and AWS. A company wants to use Amazon FSx for Windows File Server for its Amazon EC2 instances that have an SMB file share mounted as a volume in the US East 1 region. The company has a recovery point objective, RPO, of 5 minutes for planned system maintenance or unplanned service disruptions. The company needs to replicate the file system to the US West 2 region. The replicated data must not be deleted by any user for 5 years. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in US East 1 that has a multi-AZ deployment type. Use AWS Backup to create a daily backup plan that includes a backup rule that copies the backup to US West 2. Configure AWS Backup Vault Lock in compliance mode for a target vault in US West 2. Configure a minimum duration of 5 years. A solutions architect is designing a security solution for a company that wants to provide developers with individual AWS accounts through AWS Organizations, while also maintaining and test production changes. A solutions architect is creating a data processing job that runs once daily and can take up to 2 hours to complete. If the job is interrupted, it has to restart from the beginning. How should the solutions architect address this issue in the most cost-effective manner? Use an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, Fargate task triggered by an Amazon EventBridge scheduled event. A social media company wants to store its database of user profiles, relationships, and interactions in the AWS cloud. The company needs an application to monitor any changes in the database. The application needs to analyze the relationships between the data entities and to provide recommendations to users. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon Neptune to store the information. Use Neptune streams to process changes in the database. A company is creating a new application that will store a large amount of data. The data will be analyzed hourly and will be modified by several Amazon EC2 Linux instances that are deployed across multiple availability zones. The needed amount of storage space will continue to grow for the next 6 months. Which storage solution should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Store the data in an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, file system. Mount the file system on the application instances. A company manages an application that stores data on an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL multi-AZ DB instance. Increases in traffic are causing performance problems. The company determines that database queries are the primary reason for the slow performance. What should a solutions architect do to improve the application's performance? Create a read replica from the source DB instance. Serve read traffic from the read replica. A company collects 10 GB of telemetry data daily from various machines. The company stores the data in an Amazon S3 bucket in a source data account. The company has hired several consulting agencies to use this data for analysis. Each agency needs read access to the data for its analysts. The company must share the data from the source data account by choosing a solution that maximizes security and operational efficiency. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure cross-account access for the S3 bucket to the accounts that the agencies own. A company uses Amazon FSx for NetApp ONTAP in its primary AWS region for CIFS and NFS file shares. Applications that run on Amazon EC2 instances access the file shares. The company needs a storage disaster recovery (DR) solution in a secondary region. The data that is replicated in the secondary region needs to be accessed by using the same protocols as the primary region. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Create an FSx for ONTAP instance in the secondary region. Use NetApp SnapMirror to replicate data from the primary region to the secondary region. A development team is creating an event-based application that uses AWS Lambda functions. Events will be generated when files are added to an Amazon S3 bucket. The development team currently has Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, configured as the event target from Amazon S3. What should a solutions architect do to process the events from Amazon S3 in a scalable way? Create an SNS subscription that sends the event to Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Configure the SOS queue to trigger a Lambda function. A solutions architect is designing a new service behind Amazon API Gateway. The request patterns for the service will be unpredictable and can change suddenly from 0 requests to over 500 per second. The total size of the data that needs to be persisted in a back-end database is currently less than 1 GB with unpredictable future growth. Data can be queried using simple key-value requests. Which combination of AWS services would meet these requirements? Choose 2. AWS Lambda, Amazon DynamoDB. A company collects and shares research data with the company's employees all over the world. The company wants to collect and store the data in an Amazon S3 bucket and process the data in the AWS cloud. The company will share the data with the company's employees. The company needs a secure solution in the AWS cloud that minimizes operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? A company is building a new furniture inventory application. The company has deployed the application on a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances across multiple availability zones. The EC2 instances run behind an application load balancer, ALB, in their VPC. A solutions architect has observed that incoming traffic seems to favor one EC2 instance, resulting in latency for some requests. What should the solutions architect do to resolve this issue? Disable session. Affinity, sticky sessions, on the ALB. A company has an application workflow that uses an AWS Lambda function to download and decrypt files from Amazon S3. These files are encrypted using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, keys. A solutions architect needs to design a solution that will ensure the required permissions are set correctly. Which combination of actions accomplish this? Choose 2. Grant the decrypt permission for the Lambda IAM role in the KMS keys policy, create a new IAM role with the KMS decrypt permission and attach the execution role to the Lambda function. A company wants to monitor its AWS costs for financial review. The cloud operations team is designing an architecture in the AWS Organizations management account to query AWS cost and usage reports for all member accounts. The team must run this query once a month and provide a detailed analysis of the bill. Which solution is the most scalable and cost-effective way to meet these requirements? Enable cost and usage reports in the management account. Deliver the reports to Amazon S3. Use Amazon Athena for analysis. A company wants to run a gaming application on Amazon EC2 instances that are part of an auto-scaling group in the AWS cloud. The application will transmit data by using UDP packets. The company wants to ensure that the application can scale out and in as traffic increases and decreases. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Attach a network load balancer to the auto-scaling group. A company runs several websites on AWS for its different brands. Each website generates tens of gigabytes of web traffic logs each day. A solutions architect needs to design a scalable solution to give the company's developers the ability to analyze traffic patterns across all the company's websites. This analysis by the developers will occur on demand once a week over the course of several months. The solution must support queries with standard SQL. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Store the logs in Amazon S3. Use Amazon Athena Tor analysis. An international company has a subdomain for each country that the company operates in. The subdomains are formatted as example.com, country1.example.com, and country2.example.com. The company's workloads are behind an application load balancer. The company wants to encrypt the website data that is in transit. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Use the AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, console to request a public certificate for the Apex top domain example.com and a wildcard certificate 4star.example.com. Validate domain ownership for the domain by adding the required DNS records to the DNS provider. A company is required to use cryptographic keys in its on-premises key manager. The key manager is outside of the AWS cloud because of regulatory and compliance requirements. The company wants to manage encryption and decryption by using cryptographic keys that are retained outside of the AWS cloud and that support a variety of external key managers from different vendors. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, external key store backed by an external key manager. Solutions architect needs to host a high-performance computing, HPC, workload in the AWS cloud. The workload will run on hundreds of Amazon EC2 instances and will require parallel access to a shared file system to enable distributed processing of large datasets. Datasets will be accessed across multiple instances simultaneously. The workload requires access latency within 1 millisecond. After processing has completed, engineers will need access to the dataset for manual post-processing. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Amazon FSx for Lustre as a shared file system. Link the file system to an Amazon S3 bucket for post-processing. A gaming company is building an application with voice over IP capabilities. The application will serve traffic to users across the world. The application needs to be highly available with an automated failover across AWS regions. The company wants to minimize the latency of users without relying on IP address caching on user devices. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use AWS Global Accelerator with health checks. A weather forecasting company needs to process hundreds of gigabytes of data with sub-millisecond latency. The company has a high-performance computing (HPC) environment in its data center and wants to expand its forecasting capabilities. A solutions architect must identify a highly available cloud storage solution that can handle large amounts of sustained throughput. Files that are stored in the solution should be accessible to thousands of compute instances that will simultaneously access and process the entire dataset. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Use Amazon FSx for Lustre persistent file systems. An e-commerce company runs a PostgreSQL database on premises. The database stores data by using high IOPS Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, block storage. The daily peak I/O transactions per second do not exceed 15,000 IOPS. The company wants to migrate the database to Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL and provision disk IOPS performance independent of disk storage capacity. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Configure the general-purpose SSD, GP3, EBS volume storage type and provision 15,000 IOPS. A company wants to migrate its on-premises Microsoft SQL Server Enterprise Edition database to AWS. The company's online application uses the database to process transactions. The data analysis team uses the same production database to run reports for analytical processing. The company wants to reduce operational overhead by moving to managed services wherever possible. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Migrate to Amazon RDS for Microsoft SQL Server. Use read replicas for reporting purposes. A company stores a large volume of image files in an Amazon S3 bucket. The images need to be readily available for the first 180 days. The images are infrequently accessed for the next 180 days. After 360 days, the images need to be archived but must be available instantly upon request. After 5 years, only auditors can access the images. The auditors must be able to retrieve the images within 12 hours. The images cannot be lost during this process. C. Transition the objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 180 days, S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval after 360 days, and S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 years. A company has a large data workload that runs for 6 hours each day. The company cannot lose any data while the process is running. A solutions architect is designing an Amazon EMR cluster configuration to support this critical data workload. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Configure a transient cluster with primary/core nodes on on-demand instances and task nodes on spot instances. Transient clusters are cost-effective for short workloads. Spot instances reduce costs for non-critical task nodes. A company maintains an Amazon RDS database that maps users to cost centers. The company has accounts in an organization in AWS Organizations. The company needs a solution that will tag all resources that are created in a SPICY AWS account in the organization. The solution must tag each resource with the cost center ID of the user who created the resource. Which solution will meet these requirements? Create a Lambda function triggered by EventBridge, via CloudTrail, to tag resources based on the RDS cost center DB. EventBridge plus Lambda automates real-time tagging without manual intervention. A company recently migrated its web application to the AWS cloud. The company uses an Amazon EC2 instance to run multiple processes to host the application. The processes include an Apache web server that serves static content. The Apache web server makes requests to a PHP application that uses a local Redis server for user sessions. The company wants to redesign the architecture to be highly available and to use AWS managed solutions. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use CloudFront plus S3 for static content, ALB plus ECS Fargate for PHP, and Multi-AZ Elasticache for Redis. Fully managed services, ECS, Elasticache, ensure high availability. CloudFront improves static content delivery. A company runs a web application on Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group that has a target group. The company designed the application to work with session affinity, sticky sessions, for a better user experience. The application must be available publicly over the Internet as an endpoint. A WAF must be applied to the endpoint for additional security. Session affinity, sticky sessions, must be configured on the endpoint. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Create a public ALB+. Associate a WAF web ACL with the endpoint. ALB supports sticky sessions, unlike NLB/GWLB. WAF provides security. A company runs a website that stores images of historical events. Website users need the ability to search and view images based on the year that the event in the image occurred. On average, users request each image only once or twice a year. The company wants a highly available solution to store and deliver the images to users. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Store images in S3 Standard IA and deliver via static website. Standard IA is cost-effective for rarely accessed images. Static websites simplify delivery. A company has multiple AWS accounts in an organization in AWS Organizations that different business units use. The company has multiple offices around the world. The company needs to update security group rules to allow new Office CIDR ranges or to remove old CIDR ranges across the organization. The company wants to centralize the management of security group rules to minimize the administrative overhead that updating CIDR ranges requires. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Create a shared prefix list via AWS RAM and reference it in security groups. Prefix lists centralize CIDR management. AWS RAM enables cross-account sharing. A company uses an on-premises network-attached storage (NAS) system to provide shares to its high-performance computing (HPC) workloads. The company wants to migrate its latency-sensitive HPC workloads and its storage to the AWS cloud. The company must be able to provide NFS and SMB multi-protocol access from the file system. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least latency? Choose 2. Deploy compute-optimized EC2 in a cluster placement group. Use FSX for NetApp on tap. Cluster placement minimizes latency. FSX for ONTAP supports multi-protocol, NFS/SMB, access. A company is relocating its data center and wants to securely transfer 50 terabytes of data to AWS within 2 weeks. The existing data center has a site-to-site VPN connection to AWS that is 90% utilized. Which AWS service should a solutions architect use to meet these requirements? Use AWS Snowball Edge Storage Optimized. Snowball Edge is ideal for large offline transfers, 50 terabytes in 2 weeks, without VPN bottlenecks. A company hosts an application on Amazon EC2 on-demand instances in an auto-scaling group. Application peak hours occur at the same time each day. Application users report slow application performance at the start of peak hours. The application performs normally 2 to 3 hours after peak hours begin. The company wants to ensure that the application works properly at the start of peak hours. Which solution will meet these requirements? Configure scheduled scaling to launch instances before peak hours. Proactively scales instances to handle predictable traffic spikes. A company runs applications on AWS that connect to the company's Amazon RDS database. The applications scale on weekends and at peak times of the year. The company wants to scale the database more effectively for its applications that connect to the database. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Use Amazon RDS Proxy for connection pooling. RDS Proxy manages scaling connections with minimal code changes. A company uses AWS Cost Explorer to monitor its AWS costs. The company notices that Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, storage and snapshot costs increase every month. However, the company does not purchase additional EBS storage every month. The company wants to optimize monthly costs for its current storage usage. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Delete non-essential snapshots plus use Data Lifecycle Manager. Automate snapshot retention per policy, reducing costs. A company is developing a new application on AWS. The application consists of an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster, an Amazon S3 bucket that contains assets for the application, and an Amazon RDS for MySQL database that contains the dataset for the application. The dataset contains sensitive information. The company wants to ensure that only the ECS cluster can access the data in the RDS for MySQL database and the data in the S3 bucket. Which solution will meet these requirements? Restrict S3/RDS access via VPC endpoints plus security groups. VPC endpoints keep traffic private. Security groups limit access to ECS subnets. A company has a web application that runs on premises. The application experiences latency issues during peak hours. The latency issues occur twice each month. At the start of a latency issue, the application's CPU utilization immediately increases to 10 times its normal amount. The company wants to migrate the application to AWS to improve latency. The company also wants to scale the application automatically when application demand increases. The company will use AWS Elastic Beanstalk for application deployment. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use Elastic Beanstalk with burstable instances, unlimited mode, plus request-based scaling. Burstable instances handle CPU spikes cost-effectively. Request-based scaling matches demand. A company has customers located across the world. The company wants to use automation to secure its systems and network infrastructure. The company's security team must be able to track and audit all incremental changes to the infrastructure. Which solution will meet these requirements? Use AWS CloudFormation plus AWS Config. CloudFormation automates infrastructure. Which actions should a solutions architect take to resolve these performance issues? Choose 2. Create a read replica. Use Elasticache for caching. A company uses Amazon EC2 instances and Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, volumes to run an application. The company creates one snapshot of each EBS volume every day. These requirements with the least administrative overhead. Use IAM plus AWS Config plus Systems Manager for enforcement. Config detects non-compliant volumes, Systems Manager automates remediation. A company is migrating its multi-tier on-premises application to AWS. The application consists of a single-node MySQL database and a multi-node web tier. The company must minimize changes to the application during the migration. The company wants to improve application resiliency after the migration. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Migrate web tier to ALB plus auto-scaling plus and migrate DB to RDS multi-AZ. Auto-scaling improves web tier resiliency, RDS multi-AZ ensures DBHA. A company wants to migrate its web applications from on-premises to AWS. The company is located close to the EU Central 1 region. Because of regulations, the company cannot launch some of its applications in EU Central 1. The company wants to achieve single-digit millisecond latency. Which solution will meet these requirements? Deploy in AWS local zones. Local zones provide single-digit latency near EU Central 1 while complying with regulations.